As far as Sunny could tell, the spellsmiths of Valor believed that things were similar to humans, already containing an infinite amount of potentials that simply waited to be realized. In the case of modern humans, the catalyst of this change was the nightmare spell. In the case of inanimate objects, it was the spellsmith. Such an explanation was somewhat logical. However, Sunny was not buying one detail, the fact that becoming a memory was closer to a flawless form for an object than its original nature. That sounded too far-fetched. Sure, a memory was a very convenient form for a weapon to take, but it was not exactly better or more true to what a weapon was supposed to be. Just different. That also pointed to a broader problem with Master Snow's explanation. There were countless paths for any given thing to improve, so the potential change initiated by the spellsmith would almost have to be random. And randomness was the enemy of design. A smith who could not control the result of their work to at least some degree was not worth being called one. It went against what Sunny had observed the forge masters could accomplish, as well. Morgan's warbow had not seemed like a product of random growth, but rather like a masterpiece of human genius. So, there had to be some kind of guidance involved. Humans did not unseal aspects randomly, either. There was cause and effect to what powers they received, their talent, their will, their circumstances, their accomplishments in conquering the first nightmare. A person and their aspect fit together like two pieces of the same puzzle, and the puzzle was complete with the third piece, their flaw. If fated for each other. So, if Sunny had to say who or what guided Awaken through the sea of endless possibilities, he would have to say that there were two forces involved. One was their fate, and the other one was the nightmare spell. Was the spell manipulating fate, or simply going with its flow? He did not know. Sunny lingered for a few moments. You said that spellsmiths serve as guides of that improvement, as well? Master Snow nodded. Yes. It is hard to explain with words, actually. Well, anyone would have trouble explaining how their aspect functions, exactly, wouldn't they? Plus, while our aspects often share similar traits, they are all different, in the end. Imagine it as sensing imperfections within a weapon, as well as the countless paths it has to grow. Once you give power to the weapon's desire to improve, it undertakes to change itself blindly. However, it can't get far by trying to rush in all directions at the same time. The spellsmith has to guide it to a certain path and keep it from wandering off the path, so that the change becomes profound. So, countless existing possibilities were discarded in favor of a narrow, but far-reaching avenue of growth, with a spellsmith like Master Snow deciding which direction was the most promising. He grimaced. It sounds like a simple thing to do, but I assure you, it's anything but. Even though the source of change is the weapon itself, the spellsmith has to possess a strong will and a clear focus to achieve a good result. More importantly, the spellsmith has to possess a wealth of knowledge and understanding on all things, starting from the material composition of metals, both mundane and mystical, to far more obscure disciplines. After all, how well you understand the possible paths to improvement and how many of the endless number of them you can discern depends on your ability to recognize their existence. Master Snow smiled. It's both an art and a science, but more art than science, in the end. So, one's work has to be inspired. Sunny considered his words for a bit. Now, things made more sense. It was not that the weapon itself chose to become a memory because a memory was the more flawless form for it. It was the spellsmith who chose the form of a memory because they believed it to be superior, an unsurprising view, considering how dependent all awakened were on their memories, and all humanity was on the nightmare spell. Sunny smiled. I'm looking forward to seeing your demonstration. Master Snow shrugged absent-mindedly. Sure. Just, you can watch, but don't ask questions. As I said, the process demands absolute focus. Sunny nodded politely. After a while, Master Alice finished infusing the scale armor, and everything was ready for the final part of the forging. The cuirass, as well as all other elements that had been crafted and infused earlier, were placed in the middle of a large runic circle. 7 shimmering soul shards were positioned around it, each in its own node, while Master Snow knelt and placed his hand on the boundary of the circle. As he closed his eyes, the runic circle started to emanate a pale glow. Curious. Sunny was not a great master of runic sorcery, but he did know a few things. From the looks of it, the circle was a rather simple one, meant to channel the spellsmith's aspect and add the power of the 7 soul shards to his own. It had been created for convenience, not out of necessity. After all, Master Snow would not have been able to juggle 7 soul shards with one hand while keeping the other on the armor. The fact that the runic circle was shining meant that soul essence was flowing through the conduits, which in turn meant that the spellsmith was channeling his aspect. As the process of enchanting continued, Master Snow raised a hand and directed it at the infused armor. Strings of golden light seemed to coil around his fingers, and then shot forward, each finding its way to between the tightly interlaid scales. A moment later, Sunny sensed that the armor was starting to change. There was an outward change, with the scales slowly beginning to assume a metallic sheen. But there was an invisible change, as well, or rather, visible to all but Sunny. He shifted his gaze to the infused cuirass. His eyes narrowed a little when he saw what was happening inside it. Something similar, but at the same time different to what Master Alice had done to the arrowhead was taking place there. The tapestry of a complicated spellweave was taking shape inside the armor. Only it wasn't forming all at once, as it had been with the bone arrowhead. Instead, the process was more similar to how Sunny would have done it, one step at a time. It was just that the speed with which the separate strings formed the patterns was astonishingly great, so great, in fact, as to seem instantaneous. Nevertheless, the result was far worse than what Sunny would have done. The patterns that formed with tremendous speed were crude and messy, almost sloppy. There was no harmony to their flow, no intricate order. It was like a spellweave made by a dilettante. At first glance. Then, something strange happened. A pattern which had already been formed suddenly dismantled itself, the constellation of ethereal strings retreating like a tide. That, too, happened in an instant. A few moments later, the pattern reassembled itself once again, this time looking a little more neat than before. The process repeated several times. The strings would shoot forward to form a pattern, drift in the void for a few moments, and then retreat. The tapestry expanded and contracted, almost like the beating heart of a living being. With each iteration, the messy spellweave seemed to improve a little. After a while, it became cohesive enough that Sunny could vaguely guess its purpose, staring at the strangely beautiful spectacle with a neutral expression. There was the foundation of a durability enchantment, a heat-resistant enchantment, a strange friction-related enchantment, a weight enchantment. Master Snow was certainly ambitious with his current project. How interesting. Sunny tried to make sense of what he was seeing. The process was completely different from the forgery Master Alice had demonstrated. She had simply transferred a quality of, being a memory, from one arrowhead to another. As such, her aspect power acted in a straightforward manner, without involving the nightmare spell. But Master Snow was attempting something far more ambitious. He had indeed initiated the change inside the armor, allowing it to grow, quite like a living being would. Currently, he was trying to guide that growth in a particular direction. And the nightmare spell was assisting him. It was very much like it had assisted Sunny, and even more so like she was assisting Cassie, and all awakened, in a sense. By now, it was clear that the direction of the growth an enchanted item experienced depended on the intent of the spellsmith. Master Snow had called it guiding the form of an item to a more flawless state, and there might have been some truth to his statement. But to Sunny, it seemed like a large part of the change was still dependent on the spellsmith's own vision, ability, and will. Master Snow wanted to reshape the armor into a memory that possessed a number of specific enchantments. However, he could not envision such a spell weave. He was incapable of seeing one, after all, let alone deciphering the complicated and mysterious logic that guided the patterns of essence strings. What he could envision was the effect he wanted to achieve, though. The toughness of the armor, its ability to repair itself in the owner's soul, withstand the merciless heat of Godgrave, and so on. Perhaps he knew enough runic sorcery to imagine how these enchantments would have had to look if expressed with runes, or perhaps not. In any case, the nightmare spell was taking his intent, and simply translating it into the language of weaving. Just like it translated the insights Cassie received into runes, or the languages of the inhabitants of nightmares into one that modern people could understand. That was how spellsmiths were able to create memories. The true powers of this branch of the Valor family most likely lie in special perception, an ability to unlock the potential of things, and then both guide and enhance their growth, at least of those things that were born from craftsmanship, conscious design, and skill. It was a beautiful representation of the intersection between several domains of war: god, craft, intelligence, and progress, all expressed through a struggle akin to that of life itself, to be used for war. The spell simply provided spellsmiths with minor assistance, which, among other things, allowed them to include its own language into their repertoire. Sunny could not help but wonder what Master Snow would have been able to do without that assistance. He would have been able to stimulate the growth of inanimate objects, still, as well as infuse them with special qualities, but most likely only those that he could personally understand and envision. If he knew what being cut by a sharp blade felt like, he would have been able to guide a weapon to great sharpness. If he was familiar with runic sorcery, he would have been able to imbue the weapon with runic enchantments. The result still would have been quite astonishing, but it would not have included an element of weaving, which spellsmiths neither knew nor understood. But even with the help of the nightmare spell, the process wasn't easy. The messy state of the supposed spell weave and its repeated failures to reach the desired state were proof. It was probably not easy for Master Snow to keep his intent sharp and find the one correct path to what he wanted to achieve among countless possibilities. He was struggling. Suddenly, Sunny wanted to see what it looked like when Anvil forged a sword. The nature of the process must have been similar, but his skill and intent would be infinitely more honed and precise. It was a shame that Sunny had never witnessed the king working in the forge, and would never get that chance in the future either. Eventually, Master Alice approached and bowed with a sigh. This is going to take a while. In fact, for a memory like this, the forging usually continues for many days. It can end in failure, as well. Sunny shook his head. It's all right. Thank you. I have already seen everything I wanted to see. The petite woman beamed. That is nice to hear. Then, Master Sunless, come back any time you wish. Lady Changing Star. I hope I will be able to forge memories for you to use on the battlefield, one day. Seeing the earnest look in her eyes, Sunny had no heart to tell Master Snow that her hope was unlikely to come true. Nephi's was too powerful to have use for most memories. And she had him, too. Soon enough, the two of them left the crafting hall. Sunny was thinking deeply about something. As they left the Valor Keep, Nephi glanced at him and asked. Well? Was it helpful? Sunny slowly shook his head, then nodded. No, and yes. I did not exactly get inspired, but I did gain confidence in the path I had been walking all along. Then, his eyes glistened, and his lips twisted into a mischievous smile. He lingered for a moment, and then added neutrally. Oh, but most importantly. Looking at them, I finally found a way to cheat the process. Witnessing the two enchanters at work had been a benefit to Sunny. Firstly, it had satiated his curiosity. The hidden heart of the great clan Valor, its craftsmen, were quite a fascinating bunch, even more so than he had thought. Sunny had assumed that clan Valor simply possessed a natural affinity to aspects that allowed Awakened to create memories, but the truth was more complicated. Instead, there was an intricate and beautifully ingenious synergy between three different groups of Awakened artisans, with each group boasting its own unique range of powers that complemented those of the other two. Both the conceptual design and practical execution of this system were quite admirable, and gave Sunny a lot of food for thought. But he had benefited in a more palpable way, as well. Sunny could not deny the fact that it had felt gratifying, to learn that he had surpassed most of the enchanters of the great clan Valor. The path to becoming a capable sorcerer has been long and arduous, so it felt validating, to see how much more refined and sophisticated his sorcery was when compared to others. And how much more it could achieve. So, Sunny was now more confident in himself. Confidence was not going to help his achieve success in and of itself, but it did matter. The forging he was planning to undertake tomorrow was going to be a difficult challenge, so his mindset was important. And there was another thing, as well. Sunny had been inspired by visiting the Forge Masters, after all, in a sense. Strangely enough, the spark of inspiration had not come from watching Master Alice perform a forgery of the bone arrowhead. It had not come from watching her infuse an item, either. Even the beautifully disturbing sight of a spellweave being born in the scale cuirass was not the source of Sunny's epiphany. Instead, it was watching Master Snow craft the armor in the preparation for the enchantment. Back then, Sunny had noted that the man must have been a perfectionist, because he had crafted the scale armor in too precise of a manner, doing extra work despite the fact that memories rearranged themselves to fit the bodies of their owners anyway. That was one of the rudimentary enchantments granted to each memory by the nightmare spell. So, even if someone's craft was a little messy, the spell would correct it on its own. And that was what inspired Sunny. Because he had realized that he had been unnecessarily ignoring one of the most powerful tools at his disposal, the nightmare spell. Sunny was cut off from the spell, so it was useless to him. However, Nephice was not. Nephice was still a carrier of the nightmare spell, and she still received its help. The spell continued to translate dead languages for her, whispering into her ear, and granting her memories for slaying foes. The armor-type memories would fit themselves to her body, the hilts of the weapon-type memories would accommodate the size of her palm, and so on. The assistance of the nightmare spell did not end with this minor benefit, either. There were more profound ways in which the spell assisted Awakened, just like it had assisted Sunny in creating shadows, was helping Cassie translate the insights of her dormant ability, and providing the Forge Masters of Valor with a way to create memories. In case of Nephice, the spell was not involved in her aspect too much. The most it had done in that regard was providing her with an aspect legacy. However, who said that Sunny could not exploit the nightmare spell just because he was banished from it? Sunny, the creator of the memory, was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, but Nephice, the recipient of the memory and the person to whose soul it was going to be bound, still was. Since the binding was going to happen inside the soul of a carrier of the nightmare spell, the spell would have no choice but to become involved in the process. If there was ever a reason for the nightmare spell to take action, it would. Therefore, Sunny could very well use its generosity. As they walked toward the Ivory Island, he smiled subtly. In truth, he did not have to create a perfect soulbound memory. He could just create a memory that was close enough to being soulbound, and let the nightmare spell fit it to Nef's soul itself. Wouldn't that be perfect? Not only would his chances of success increase tremendously, but he would also be able to observe the final changes the spell made, and the way it interfered with the process. Armed with this last bit of knowledge, he would be able to master the creation of soulbound memories entirely, and then use that knowledge to make a few of those for himself. It's perfect. Of course, that did not mean that Sunny could relax. He had to create a solid foundation for the nightmare spell to build upon, or rather, he had to create everything well enough for the spell to deign it necessary to make the final touches. He could handle that, though. Everything was ready. Well, almost everything. He just needed Cassie's help with the last part. Some time later, Nephice was sitting on her bed with an incredulous expression. Sunny, meanwhile, was on his knees, crawling around the bed. After a while, she sighed and said in a neutral tone. You know, this was not what I expected when you said that we had urgent business in the bedroom. Sunny finished drawing the last line of a runic circle Cassie had taught him how to draw, and looked up at her with a mischievous smile. Oh? What did you expect? Nephice coughed. Well, I don't know. A war council, perhaps. Sunny grinned. No, it's just this. Plus, you can really blame me. Your living quarters are just one huge chamber, so the entire floor is technically your bedroom. Get some walls in here if you want to avoid misunderstandings. Shaking her head, Nephice leaned back and sighed. I like the space, though. She paused for a moment, then added with a small smile. And the misunderstandings. Sunny chuckled. Then, he took a deep breath and remained motionless for a few moments. It was time. Summon the Dream Blade, please. Let's begin. Some time later, Sunny descended the steps to the basement of the marvelous mimic alone. His expression was distant, and he was carrying a beautiful silver longsword in his hands. Entering the workshop, he looked around its dark expanse. Shadows had reigned in this place unopposed before, but now, there were pure white flames burning in the tall furnace. Their radiant light pushed the darkness back, making them shrink while growing darker. Sunny glanced at the furnace and sighed. It was already showing signs of irreparable damage. Changing Star's flames were simply too ferocious, they destroyed everything they touched, and neither furnaces nor crucibles, even those made from mystical materials, could contain them for long. So, most of his forge would have to be replaced after today. It was a pity, since procuring this equipment had been both difficult and costly for him. However, it was also unavoidable. As Sunny's power grew, so did the potency of the sorcerous components he had to use. If not today, he would have had to renovate his forge sooner or later. Adding more fuel to the furnace, Sunny walked over to the anvil, a new one, crafted roughly from a splinter of the dead god's bone, placed the dream blade on its surface, and peered at it. The spellweave of the silver longsword was relatively simple, but beautiful. It was an exceptional memory, by all accounts, otherwise, it would not have been able to serve Nephi's for so long despite its modest rank and tier. Of course, Sunny could not summon the runes and learn about it from the spell. In fact, he could not even receive the memory from Nephi's without altering its spellweave first, which he had not done, since that would have defeated the purpose of what he was intending to do. Still, Sunny could easily learn what was written in the Silver Blade's runes. After all, he had woven many names and descriptions into the weaves of various memories, finding the strings expressing them and translating the ethereal patterns into familiar runes was not at all difficult for him. Sunny studied the weave. Memory, Dream Blade. Memory rank, Dormant. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, Lost in the darkness, a lonely soul once dreamt of fire. He smiled faintly. That was all. There was no mention of the tier, no list of its enchantments, and no description of what those enchantments could do. That was how most awakened perceived their memories. It was only because of attaining Bloodweave that the spell added more runes to what Sunny saw. Of course, it was merely translating what he could find out himself by examining the weave. The rest of the awakened either had to find out the true potential of their memories by trial and error or hire professional appraisers. It saved me so much money. He glanced at the description of the Dream Blade one more time. The runes expressed by the pattern of ethereal strings were, as always, a little ambiguous. They could mean that a lonely soul once dreamed of fire while lost in darkness, or maybe longed for warmth. In fact, the description could have also meant sealed in the void, a forsaken soul desired warmth. Darkness, void. Dreaming, longing. Fire, warmth. And desire. It was a little ominous, knowing what he knew now. Shaking his head, Sunny turned away from the pattern of ethereal strings expressing runes. Instead, he studied the weave of the Dream Blade itself. Its single enchantment was quite intricate, but simple in function. It was meant to grant the wielder of the silver longsword resistance against soul attacks, a moderate amount of it, which was an incredible feat for a memory of such a low rank. Sunny appreciated the beauty of the intricate design of the radiant spell weave, then sighed and raised his fist. Bringing it down on the silver blade, he easily shattered it into countless pieces. The ivory island was bathed in sunlight. A warm breeze caressed the pristine white walls of the Tower of Hope, sent ripples across the surface of the lake, and made the leaves of the ancient grove rustle peacefully. Nephis was standing on the edge of the island, looking into the distance with a somber expression. After a while, she heard soft footsteps approaching her from behind, and heard a familiar voice. "What are you thinking about?" She turned and looked at the beautiful young man with pale skin and raven-black hair who was standing a few steps away, dressed in garments made of shadow. "Godgrave." The young man raised an eyebrow, and his onyx eyes glistened with a hint of curiosity. What about it? Nephi's looked away and continued to study the horizon. After a while, she said evenly. Some people believe that Godgrave is what remains of a god. But I think that they are wrong, or rather, that they are right for the wrong reason. He smiled. How so? Nephis looked up. The sky above is what remains of a god. The ground below is, too. But that giant skeleton has nothing to do with one of the gods. It is far too small, insignificant, and paltry. The young man considered her words for a few moments. So, what you are saying is that no one has been able to find the corpses of the gods, because the ground we walk on and the skies we live under themselves are their remains? That our world is not simply the realm of the war god, but also her corpse? She nodded and looked at him with a wistful expression. Gods are vast, Sonny. He chuckled. Well, that makes it sound as if we humans are no different from maggots that were born to feast on the flesh of a dead god. Of course, one can also be more generous and interpret it as us being war gods' children. Children of war, sounds quite fitting, considering our track record. Nephis looked away once more, this time a hint of a sad smile on her lips. After a while, she said. That would mean that all of us were born from a dead mother. That all of us are orphans. Just like she had been, and was. She lingered for a few moments, and then spoke in an even tone. You have 3 shadows today. The young man smiled. That I do. She frowned slightly, as if remembering that she had forgotten something, and asked after a short pause. When will we start forging the sword? He walked over to the edge of the island to stand side by side with her and looked at the horizon, as well. We have already started. Finally, Nephi seemed to understand something. She looked at him with curiosity, hesitated for a few moments, and asked. This is a dream, isn't it? He laughed quietly. Yes, it is. There was no war camp around them. No titanic skeleton below the Ivory Island, no overcast sky above it. Instead, the Ivory Island was drifting in the air above a calm ocean. The world was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. It was as if they were flying above a radiant sea of liquid gold, awash in breathtaking radiance. Above them, 7 pure suns burned brightly in the vast expanse of a brilliant sky. It was a dream of her soul sea. Sonny had considered many ways to bind a memory to Nef's soul. Eventually, he had come to believe that the most convenient way to establish a bond between the sword and her soul, at least among those available to him, would be to forge it simultaneously in the real world and her soul sea. Sadly, he could not enter it, a fact that had made him envy Mordred for the first time in his life. So, after contemplating for a long time, Sonny had decided on the next big thing. He was going to reforge the dream blades simultaneously in the real world and in Nef's dream. Master Sunless was in the forge, but the Lord of Shadows had called upon Nightmare and used the tenebrous steed to enter her dreams. The runic circle Cassie had taught him how to draw was meant to make the dream more malleable, give Nephis more control over it, and keep her asleep for as long as was needed to finish the forging. And currently, Nephis was dreaming of her soul sea. Sonny enjoyed the breathtaking beauty of it for a while. His own dark and lightless soul had its own charm, yes, but this world of golden radiance and pure sunlight was simply wondrous to behold. Like heaven. Something told Sonny that it could be quite inhospitable when invited uninvited, though. Otherwise, the soul stealer would not have perished within it so miserably after Nephis annihilated twilight. 7 brilliant suns, a vast expanse of radiant water below. And the beautiful island drifting in the air between the two. It seemed that the replica of the Tower of Hope had appeared in Nef's soul sea, just like a replica of the nameless temple had appeared in his. Of course, there was no legion of silent shadows to surround it. Sonny suspected that there was something similar here, however. Perhaps if the 7 suns rolled over the horizon, thrusting the calm ocean into the embrace of night, he would see countless stars burning on the velvet background of the black sky, each representing one of the souls inspired by Nef's longing. They were currently standing at the edge of the island, looking over the golden ocean of light. Nightmare was also here, on the other side of the island, grazing on the emerald grass peacefully. The sight made Sunny feel quite bewildered, since he had never seen his steed eat anything except the bleeding flesh of his enemies before. Perhaps dreamgrass was just as tasty. Sadly, Sunny could not keep him here for long. It was already risky enough to bring Nightmare away from his mark, which had barely been lulled into slumber and could awaken at any moment if left unattended. Nephi's looked at him silently for a few moments, then smiled. "So, it seems that you are the man of my dreams, then, Lord Shadow." Sunny gave her an elegant bow. "As long as you'll have me, Lady Changing Star." "It's an honor." She chuckled melodiously, then looked at him seriously. "So, what do I need to do, then?" He walked closer to her, took one of her hands gently, and placed it on his chest. Then, looking Nephi in the eyes, Sunny said, "Please give me some of your fire." Nephi's expression changed subtly, but then, she activated her dormant ability. Her hand ignited with a soft white radiance, and a wonderful warmth spread through Sunny's body. And with it, a powerful torrent of her essence. Behind him, his three shadows rose from the ground, turning into identical copies of him. Each manifested 4 additional hands, ready to start weaving strings of radiant essence. The 7 suns bathed them in radiant light. In the real world, the shattered sword shimmered on the bone anvil. It suddenly became less substantial, collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks. That was what happened when a memory was destroyed. However, this time, Sunny did not let the sparks of light dissipate into nothingness. Instead, he grasped them, directing their flow according to his will. At the same time, he thrust his shadow hands into the disappearing image of the sword, preventing its weave from collapsing. One had to destroy first in order to rebuild. But Sunny did not want the dream blade gone. He wanted to retain its essence while being reborn under his hammer. While his original body was keeping the dream blade in a state between existence and destruction, his avatar fanned the furious white flames burning in the furnace and placed the crucible on them. The materials needed to create alloy were already inside: the ice of the winter beast, the blessed metals, and a few overs. There was one more step to be made. Standing above the crucible, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the simple silver knife he had forged earlier. Raising his hands, he grimaced and sliced his palm open with the knife, then willed himself to bleed. A stream of crimson blood poured into the crucible, soon turning into ice. As the crucible heated, it would melt, fusing with the incandescent alloy. And thus, it would serve as the binding between the various elements of the sword. Was there a more fitting ingredient to create a memory than the blood of Weaver? Sunny was not sure. He was concentrating on too many tasks at the same time. Forging the physical vessel of the sword. Keeping the original blade in the state of being disassembled to its most basic elements, but not quite destroyed. Weaving strings of essence in Neph's dream. Each task demanded utmost concentration. How long would he be able to endure this pressure? Hopefully, long enough to finish forging the slaying blade. Suddenly, a soft white radiance poured out of the cut on his palm, and the shallow wound disappeared without a trace. Sunny allowed himself to be surprised for a fraction of the moment, then concentrated on his task. Summoning Weaver's needle, he reached into the collapsing spellweave of the dream blade and carefully wove a new string into its intricate pattern. The forge had become permeated by an almost unbearable heat. Sunny fanned the flames, watching as the blessed iron slowly turned into an incandescent liquid inside the crucible. His pale body was covered in sweat, and the scales of his intricate tattoo glistened in the radiance of the white flame like black gemstones. The iron melted, poured over the remains of Winter Beast's icy heart, and froze solid again. The process repeated over and over, until the ice finally started to melt itself. Sunny watched it with a distant expression. "I am glad." He had felt great joy after destroying the Winter Beast to avenge millions of its victims, and himself. But it was a sad thing, really, to end the story of their tragic deaths with another act of destruction. So, Sunny was happy to see that the final chapter in the story of Falcon Scott would be an act of creation instead. that the heart of the winter beast would lay the foundation for the forging of a remarkable sword, a sword that would excel in sowing death, but was ultimately destined to save countless lives. It was as if he was pouring all those orphaned souls into the mystical alloy. How heavy would a blade carrying the weight of millions of souls be? Sunny's blood was also there, added to the mix. Strangely enough, he could still vaguely sense it, and even exert a little bit of control over it, as if his blood was still alive despite being expelled from his body. And since it served as the binding agent between the various elements of the alloy was becoming a little bit alive, too. Granted, there was no need for his blood to bind the mystical ice and the blessed metals together. That could have happened naturally, just as it had happened the other day. However, for this next part, the presence of his blood was necessary. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Sunny inhaled the scorching air deeply, and then picked up an ominous black arrow from a nearby workbench. The arrow seemed quite mundane at first glance. Its shaft was made from dark wood, its fletching was fashioned from raven feathers, and the arrowhead had been carved from a piece of black obsidian. But the arrow was not mundane at all, it was one of the 2 arrows from the shadow realm that Sunny possessed. A daunting souvenir of the realm of death. Letting out a quiet sigh, Sunny gritted his teeth and grasped the arrow tightly in his hands. Taut muscles rolled under his skin like steel cables, and the coils of the soul serpent seemed to move. As ragged breath escaped from his lips, the black arrow shattered. It was incredibly tough, rivaling the durability of supreme memories. However, Sunny was a transcendent terror, his strength was truly terrifying, and his will was adamantine. Breaking the arrowhead off the shaft, he grasped the piece of sharp obsidian in his fist and crushed it into dust, paying no attention to the blood pouring to the floor. Then, he poured the obsidian dust and the blood into the crucible. He threw the splintered shaft there, as well. The fletching caught fire first, swiftly turning into ash. The dark wood of the arrow's shaft drowned in the incandescent liquid, and was then incinerated in its depths. The obsidian dust mixed with the alloy. His blood acted as a medium, helping the alloy inherit the intangible quality of the destroyed arrow, the cold, deadly sense of finality that it had possessed. The eerie breath of the realm of death. With that done, the alloy was almost ready. All that remained was the final step. His other self was still preoccupied with preventing the dream blade from collapsing. He was holding its weave together, and at the same time guiding the stream of ethereal sparks that swirled in the air, ready to dissipate, but not quite able to. As the incandescent liquid in the crucible seemed to reach a state of equilibrium, neither growing hotter nor cooling off, Sunny guided the stream of sparks into a mold. And as they entered it obediently, he held his breath, picked up the crucible, and poured the blessed alloy over them. The radiant stream of incandescent metal swallowed the sparks of essence, making them a part of itself. And just like that, the anchor of the intricate spellweave shifted from the concept of a silver longsword to the mass of liquid metal. Sunny sighed in relief, knowing that this part of the plan had worked as intended, at least. He was not sure that it would, after all, he had never attempted something like that before. But there was something that Sunny realized while experimenting to prepare for this forging. It was that at this level of craft, the will of the craftsman was like a blacksmith's hammer in and of itself. It, too, was a tool to forge metal into a desired shape, or maybe even reality itself. So if his will was sharp and tyrannical enough, many things would become possible simply because he willed them. Of course, the more his will went against the will of the world, the more difficult it was to enforce it. In this case, the desired result was a relatively minor divergence. And since Sunny's transcendent will had been tempered and sharpened by countless trials, he achieved it without too much problem. Now, the forging. As soon as the blessed alloy cooled off enough to become solid, Sunny removed the glowing bar of hot metal from the mold and placed it on the anvil. The coils of his serpentine tattoo moved as serpent slithered down his arm, manifesting itself into a weapon. However, this time, it was not an odachi. Instead, it was a blacksmith's hammer made from dark, lusterless obsidian. Gripping the soul weapon tightly, Sunny raised it above his head, and then brought it down on the glowing metal. A rain of incandescent sparks shot in all directions, and the marvelous mimic quaked. As Sunny was preparing to forge the sword in the real world, he was also concentrating on creating its weave in a dream. 6 of his 7 incarnations were involved in the forging, each having to deal with a task that demanded utmost concentration, some even doing things that he had never done or attempted before. As a result, his mind was under enormous pressure, not quite cracking under it, but definitely on the very verge of being able to endure. Nevertheless, Sunny persisted with a calm and determined expression. He was not a stranger to these moments of extreme stress, in fact, he thrived in them. The more dire the situation was, the more clear his mind would become. That sense of clarity transcended the mundane at times, allowing him to enter a strange and inexplicable mental state. Sunny was in that state right now, feeling as if his mind was operating at a speed that even he himself could not perceive. Many things that he could not quite explain, but intuitively understood, were happening around him and because of him. Therefore, even though he knew that there was a clear cause and effect to everything he did, it almost felt as though reality was simply changing according to his sheer will. He was in uncharted territory, but there was a beacon guiding him to a safe harbor. Standing on the edge of a dreamlike island, Sunny inhaled deeply. 4 of his incarnations were here. In the dream Nephice was dreaming about her soul sea. 1 served as a conduit for her essence, 2 more were weaving radiant strings out of it, and the final one was doing the most important part of the task. He was creating the vast, intricate, and inspired spell weave that Sunny had envisioned for the soulbound sword. The weave he wanted to create was ambitious even by his standards, and that was without taking into account the unique property of binding the memory to its master's soul. Therefore, this act of sorcery was promising to be long and punishing, akin to a dire marathon. However, a vital moment, perhaps the most vital moment of the entire forging, had to happen at the very start. It had to happen now. Looking at Nephice, Sunny forced out a weak smile. "Do you trust me?" He was aware that his question was not very fair. After all, as far as Nephice knew, they had only met a few months ago. Trust did not come easy to either of them, it was something that both of them had to build slowly and arduously. "I do." The calm answer came almost instantly. Sunny was surprised by her blunt words. Nephice seemed to be surprised by them, too. She frowned lightly, as if not entirely sure why she had answered so readily, as well as so easily. Nevertheless, Sunny's smile grew more relaxed at hearing it. "Good. Then, if you sense something, don't resist. Let it happen." With that, he did something both perfectly reasonable and entirely crazy. He anchored the spell weave, but not in a soul shard, as he had always done before. Instead, he anchored the radiant strings of essence directly in one of Nef's soul cores. Her beast core, to be precise. Her eyes widened slightly. Sunny tensed, not sure if his weaving would hold. After all, he was not even sure that something like that was possible, let alone doable. But he believed that it was. He wanted it to be. They were in a dream, after all. Why would it not be possible here? Of course, he couldn't just weave the soul of a living being. At least not yet. But that was not what he was trying to do, he was simply trying to anchor the weave of a memory in a living soul instead of in a shard that remained after the soul was destroyed. He felt Nef's warm hand trembling softly on his chest. But nothing else happened. Her soul core did not reject the weave. The incinerating white flames did not annihilate the radiant strings of soul essence. After all, those strings had been woven out of the same flame. The anchor held. A wide grin split his face apart. Seeing it, Nephi smiled tentatively, too. What just happened? He exhaled slowly. I anchored the spellweave of the sword in one of your soul cores. That vital, and quite daring, part of the forging had ended in success. Then, Sunny's smile dimmed a little. Well, I anchored a dream of a spellweave in the dream of your soul core, at least. Now, he just had to make their dreams come true. But before that, the entire vast, unimaginable spellweave needed to be complete. Taking another deep breath, Sunny allowed his incarnation to close his eyes and concentrated on channeling Nef's essence. The incarnation responsible for weaving the tapestry of radiant strings continued its work somberly. The vast spellweave was starting to slowly, arduously, take shape. It was a daunting thing to do. Sunny had rejected the familiar comfort of merely copying the patterns created by the nightmare spell. Instead, he was weaving entirely new patterns of his own design. Armed with his deep knowledge of weaving and the experience of fusing with various memories as a shadow, he was attempting to create an enchanted sword that would become a part of Neff's body and soul. A sword that suited her flawlessly, would grow with her, and could cut down the most harrowing of foes. Naturally, such a sword demanded the most ingenious of enchantments. Somewhere in the real world, his other incarnations were forging the physical vessel of the sword. He had used precious materials to create the alloy for it, the heart of the winter beast, a treasury of blessed metals, the arrow of the shadow realm, Neff's soul flame, and even his own blood. But really, those materials were not quite as important as it seemed. Because his sword would be a living thing, and therefore, would grow and change as a living thing. The spellweave was the same. Before, Sunny had only ever created weaves that were strictly limited by their design. But this weave was meant to be different. It was just as intricately designed, just as purposefully crafted. But it was also not as strict, aiming to be merely the beginning instead of the unchangeable end. As Nephi's grew, the spellweave of her sword was meant to grow as well. Grow more powerful, but also, if need be, different. The most frightening thing in the world was that which was unknown. And since both Sunny and Nephi had set their hearts on waging war against the world, they were fated to fight against the unknown. They were destined to face dreadful threats they had no prior knowledge of, and therefore could not prepare for. Thus, the most deadly of swords was a sword that had the ability to learn. In the forge, sweat rolled down Sunny's body as he hammered the incandescent bar of blessed alloy. Furious white sparks danced in the air, these ones not the immaterial sparks of soul essence, but the very real, white-hot particles of burning metal. The heat was sweltering, and the shadows flowed as the brilliant flames danced in the immolating furnace. Sunny would have already singed his hair and received countless terrible burns if not for the onyx shell, which protected him against heat and fire. His expression was focused, and his hand was steady, delivering devastating blows of the black hammer at a steady rhythm. The cadence of his blows and the ringing of metal filled the dark expanse of the forge chamber, which was hidden from the world in its own dimension, with a furious, but beautiful melody. The force he unleashed with each blow was enough to shatter the gates of a castle and topple its walls, sunder mountains, and split the earth. However, the blessed alloy resisted it stubbornly, putting up an exhausting fight. Still, Sunny was not one to lose a battle. He hammered the bar of alloy to flatten it, then folded it and repeated the process, again, and again, and again, layering the blessed steel over itself countless times. This was not done to remove impurities, there were none, but rather to make the composition of the future blade uniform, spreading the ashes, the obsidian dust, and the remnants of his blood across its length evenly. From time to time, he would thrust the bar of alloy back into the furnace and allow the incinerating white flames burning within to lick it freely. He also steadily fed more fuel to the fire, wood of the ancient, abominable trees that grew in the hollows of Godgrave, and from the burned forest as well. And then, at some point, something strange happened. The fire suddenly grew weaker, forcing him to add more fuel to feed it, and do it more frequently. Sunny studied the furnace for a few moments before realizing what was happening. The blessed alloy was absorbing the soul flame. Every time he thrust it into the furnace, the incandescent metal drank the fire like a man dying of thirst in the desert. As such, the holy white flame permeated the alloy, changing it on a fundamental level and becoming one with it. And at the same time, the weave of the memory he was still keeping from collapsing blazed with a new radiance, infused with the flame, as well. The ethereal string of essence suddenly burned his fingers, and his inky black hands caught fire. For a few moments, the hands made of shadows were wreathed in blinding white flame. Then, they started to crumble. Only Weaver's needle, which he held in his real hand, remained unaffected, still emanating a soft golden glow. But one needle was not enough. Gritting his teeth, Sunny endured the blinding pain and called upon the shadows, rebuilding his hands at the same speed as the flames were devouring them. Just like that, he continued to weave while burning, suffering, being turned to ash, and then being reborn from the shadows. His already pale face turned deathly white, but Sunny did not halt his work even for a moment. Just as his other incarnation was weaving a vast tapestry of essence strings in the dream world, he was doing the same here, repeating its every motion with absolute precision. At first, the two spell weaves were identical. But soon, the patterns of essence strings diverged, each creating a unique tapestry. These tapestries, however, were intimately tied, each was one part of a single whole, meant to be seamlessly connected like two pieces of a vast puzzle. The forging hall of the marvelous mimic was filled with deafening ringing, flashes of light, and unbearable heat for a while. After some time, and eternity, perhaps, Sunny wiped the sweat off his brow and inhaled deeply, feeling the sizzling air scorch his burning lungs. His muscles were burning, too, having endured more strain than they would have in the most dire of battles. But he was finally satisfied with the alloy, having judged that it was ready to be shaped. Thrusting the incandescent bar of blessed metal into the furnace one more time, he allowed himself a moment of respite. The cool water from the endless spring touched his lips and flowed into his parched throat, replenishing his strength and making him feel a sense of tranquil bliss. Pouring some of it on his head, Sunny shook his wet hair and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, grasping the handle he had fashioned out of scrap metal, he pulled the blessed alloy out of the furnace and placed it on the anvil once again. Grow heavy. Raising the soul serpent, he made his hand as heavy as a mountain with the help of the onyx shell and delivered another crushing hammer blow to the radiant metal. Now, it was time to shape the sword. Alternating between heavy blows that were meant to draw out the metal and light blows to shape it, Sunny set about the difficult task of turning the bar of the blessed alloy into a blade. He was forging a longsword, Nef's preferred type of sword, as well as the original form of the dream blade. The blade had to be more than a meter long, with a very slight taper, and the tang adding another 30 centimeters or so. In the end, the entire sword would be close to 1.5 meters in length, which was a lot of steel to forge, quench, temper, polish, and sharpen. There was also the crossguard, the pommel, and the hilt to be fashioned and fitted onto the tang. There could be no mistake, no time to rest. The work was only just starting. Absolutely focused, Sunny continued to hammer the blessed alloy. The incandescent metal stretched out under his blows, turning into a semblance of a long, narrow blade. Sweat poured down his face, boiling and evaporating moments later. In Nef's dream, Sunny continued to create the weave. It was vast and infinitely complex, much more complicated than what he was simultaneously creating in the forge of the marvelous mimic. But that was only to be expected. After all, the real dream blade was merely a dormant memory of the first tier. It had only one dim node to serve as the anchor for the ethereal strings, while here, Sunny had 7 transcendent soul cores to use as the foundation. And not just any soul cores, at that, the soul cores of a person who possessed the fire, the lineage attribute of sun god, which made the soul especially potent. So, Sunny could allow himself some freedom. And he was using that freedom both fully and unapologetically, weaving an inspired tapestry that combined all his attainment in sorcery, serving as his crowning achievement. Even though his fingers bled, and his mind reeled on the verge of collapse, Sunny continued to weave with a subtle smile on his face. His fingers healed moments later, anyway, awash in Nef's warmth. After a while, one of his incarnations staggered and fell to its knees, looking down with a pained expression. Then, it continued to weave strings of essence strings while kneeling on the ground. Nephi's looked at him with concern. What is happening? The incarnation of Sunny who was receiving her flame opened its eyes and smiled faintly. I just burned my soul a little. Nothing serious. She studied him silently. You look a little off. He simply shook his head. It's fine. I am just a bit overwhelmed. The mental pressure is staggering, but my concentration can't be broken. So, I am shutting down things that serve no purpose. Sunny had forced some of his incarnations to close their eyes, so that absorbing visual data did not strain his mind. He had abandoned listening to his shadow sense altogether. If an incarnation did not need to stand, he stopped trying to keep it standing. Anything that was not connected to forging the sword or weaving its enchantments was being sacrificed. And even then, he was barely managing. Even the vision of those incarnations that had to see was slowly turning blurry, and his coordination was suffering. Nephi's frowned. "Why are you wasting energy on an unimportant thing like talking to me, then?" Sunny smiled wider. "Talking to you can never be unimportant." Then, his gaze lost focus, and his expression grew absent. With a sigh, he closed his eyes again. "It has been so long, already, but that's all right, it will be finished soon." Indeed, the forging had continued for countless hours, he had lost count of them, at least. But the final part was swiftly approaching. Out there in the forge, his original body had already shaped the blade. Currently, billowing clouds of scorching steam were rising from the vessel where the sword was being quenched. They had already filled the forge entirely, but the incandescent blade was still refusing to cool down. Sunny was pouring more water from the endless spring into the vessel, threatening to empty the beautiful glass bottle for the first time in a decade. Then, he would have to polish and grind the blade to sharpen it, affix the crossguard, fit the hilt on the tang, and put the pommel in place. The spellweave here in the dream was not far from reaching the point of near completion, as well. Granted, even that small distance seemed dreadful and daunting to Sunny, who was mentally exhausted and physically drained, almost more so than he was able to endure. After that, the most important part of the forging would be upon him. He would have to connect the real version of the sword to its dream counterpart, thus completing the last enchantment. And binding the blade to Neph's soul. The second of his incarnations staggered and fell down. By the time Sunny was nearly finished with the weave, 2 of his 4 incarnations had collapsed and turned into shadows. The shadows then crawled across the emerald grass tiredly before wrapping themselves around the third. That third incarnation, which had been responsible for weaving the vast and intricate tapestry of radiant strings, did not look too good itself. Its 4 shadow hands had been shredded and rebuilt so many times that their shape was now vague and immaterial, not quite intangible, but also far from being solid. And although the countless terrible burns and bone-deep cuts he had suffered were already healed by the purifying white flames, the burden of having suffered them remained, making him look ragged and frail. His eyes were like 2 pools of deep darkness, obscuring the fragile state of his exhausted mind. Sunny took a deep breath, and then allowed the 4 shadow hands to dissolve into nothingness. At the same time, the incarnation standing in front of Nephi swayed and collapsed into a shadow, as well. The warmth permeating his entire being ceased, leaving him feeling cold and alone. Nephi looked at him with a silent question. Sunny smiled weakly. "I wish you could see it." Above them, below them, all around them, the world was permeated by a grand weave of radiant strings. They stretched in all directions, almost invisible in the breathtaking brilliance of the 7 suns. Reflecting in the resplendent ocean of the soul sea like a constellation map of a vast and distant heaven. It was utterly beautiful. It was also a weave of a much greater scale than anything he had ever created before, and his masterpiece, if he could be so bold as to praise himself so unapologetically. No one else in this era could perceive spell weaves, anyway, so there was nobody to praise him but himself. Sunny sighed. "It is almost finished. I hope you slept well." Out in the real world, his original body knelt on the floor, breathing raggedly. He pressed his forehead against the floor, hoping to find a reprieve from the scorching inferno of the overheated forge, but there was no coolness to be found, and therefore no respite. The forging was over. A beautiful silver longsword lay on the anvil in front of him. Its elegant blade was long and narrow, flawlessly sharp. Its crossguard was straight and devoid of useless adornments. Its hilt was carved from a piece of ivory, while its pommel was cast from the same silvery alloy. Even laying there motionlessly, the sword emanated an oppressive feeling of cold, inevitable lethality, as if simply touching it could draw blood and rob one of their very life. It was deadly and beautiful, just like the woman it was meant for. forging it had been a daunting trial. Sunny was utterly drained and exhausted, both physically and mentally. He had barely remembered the last time he was that tired, and in such pain, as well. The memory of his hands being burned by the white flames made him shudder. He had suffered the harrowing agony for many hours, each feeling like an eternity. Every moment, every movement, every breath had felt like hell. But the appalling had been helpful to him, too. Because feeling a distant echo of the pain Nephi's felt every time she used her aspect strengthened his determination to forge a sword worthy of her resolve, and imbue the essence of the sword with it. He had forged the blade, polished and sharpened it, affixed the crossguard, hilt, and pommel. He had also woven a complicated weave of enchantments into the silvery sword. But his work wasn't over. The most complicated part still remained. Inhaling deeply, Sunny gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet. Grasping the hilt of the beautiful sword, he lifted it from the anvil and remained motionless for a few moments, gathering his strength. Then, he stepped over the deep cracks covering the floor of the forge and slowly climbed the steps to the first floor of the brilliant emporium. Walking outside, he looked at the radiant sky of Godgrave and dismissed the marvelous mimic. The brick cottage behind him disappeared. The strain of having to encompass the forge during the creation of the sword had been too much for his shadow. It had done its best to withstand the storm of dreadful forces unleashed by Sunny's hammer, but in the end, the mimic still sustained considerable damage. Now, it had to spend some time in the nourishing darkness of his soul to restore itself. Walking across the emerald grass, Sunny passed through the jaws of the dead dragon and entered the ivory tower. Once inside, he ascended the stairs to the highest level of the great pagoda and approached the bed where Nephis was sleeping peacefully, surrounded by a softly glowing runic circle. Sunny simply stood there for a few moments, studying her exquisitely beautiful face. It looked much softer than usual while Nephi slept, devoid of the usual stoic severity, and much younger, too. Strangely vulnerable. Finally, Sunny silently raised the silver sword above her head. At that moment, his shadow rose from the ground, turning into a perfect copy of him. While Sunny's original body held the sword above Nephi's, his avatar summoned Weaver's needle and grasped a black string woven out of shadow essence. The physical vessel of the soulbound sword was complete, and so was its weave. Now, all Sunny had to do was unite the two. Holding his breath, Sunny reached forward with Weaver's needle and pierced the shadow of the sword, threading a string of dark essence through it. Then, he moved his hand and pierced Neph's shadow, as well, connecting them together. Weaver's needle, which had been bathed in the blood of the demon of fate, easily pierced that which was supposed to be intangible, stitching the shadow of the sword to the shadow of its wielder. However, that simple action echoed in Sunny's soul like a cataclysm, making him stagger. His hand had only traveled a little distance, but in the same distance, he had bent the world to his will. Bending the laws of existence to one's will was the providence of gods, and Sunny was no god. So, there was a punishing backlash. However, he was a transcendent terror, and the flame of divinity burned in his soul. More importantly than that, his will and his spirit were tyrannical enough to lay claim to divine authority. And so, even though sewing two shadows together was not supposed to be possible, Sunny made it possible. Because that was his will, and because he was the Lord of Shadows. A pained smile twisted his lips. Drawing a hoarse breath, Sunny sensed the spirit essence flow into his soul through the coils of the soul serpent and made the second stitch. And then another, and another, and another. And 1,000 more. Slowly, the shadow of the sword was being drawn closer and closer to Neph's shadow. Inside the dream, Nephis flinched and looked up, as if sensing a sudden change in the tranquil peace of her soul sea. Sunny inhaled deeply, struggling to keep the vast weave from coming undone under the pressure. What is happening? He struggled to speak, overwhelmed by the need to fight against the laws of existence to force his will onto them. It is, the last step. Sunny tried to inhale. Nephis. She looked at him, concern apparent on her face. Sunny tried to smile. Wake up, Nephis. This dream should be over. She frowned, as if only now remembering that they were inside a dream. In the next moment, her expression changed subtly, and the world around them started to crumble. But it was of no matter. Because Sunny had already accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish here. The two parts of the vast weave he had woven were being tied together. They were becoming whole. A shadow was deeply connected to one's soul, after all, and so were one's dreams. So, by weaving an enchantment onto the dream of Nef's soul, and by sewing the shadow of the sword to her shadow, Sunny had managed to connect the two. The weave of the physical vessel of the sword united with the weave of its dream counterpart seamlessly. It was a perfect fit, of course it was. Sunny had designed the two to be one whole, after all, and had executed his design flawlessly. And as the two weaves connected, the vast tapestry flashed with blinding light, becoming visible to the naked eye for a short moment. That was the last thing Nephi saw before waking up. Opening her eyes in her chamber at the top of the ivory tower, she looked around dazedly, and then sat up. The runic circle around her bed was slowly losing its ethereal glow. Sunny was kneeling in front of the bed and resting his head on it, as pale as a ghost. And there was something else. Feeling a cold weight, Nephi looked down. There, a dreadful, beautiful sword was resting easily in her hand. As if meant to be held by it. Chapter 2060, The Blessing. Nephi studied the beautiful longsword, then carefully raised her hand, trying to make as little noise as possible. A moment later, she caught herself and realized how comical her action was. She was afraid to disturb the dreams of the man who was sleeping soundly with his head resting on her bed, his silky black hair scattered across the bedsheet. As if he was not the great and terrible Lord of Shadows, the sinister saint who had crushed a dozen transcendent champions of song while laughing. But he was also Master Sunless, the sweet and gentle enchanter who had become her spellsmith, companion, and lover. It was just that he had looked so drained there, in her dream. And that he looked so tired here in the real world, as well. His porcelain skin was even paler than usual, and his lovely features were sunken and sharp, the labored breaths escaping quietly from between his lips. She froze for a moment, surprised by the unexpected and unfamiliar feeling swelling in her chest. Was it tenderness? Nephi was not an unfeeling monster, of course. She had experienced affection. Concern and worry about those who were dear to her, too. However, this subtle, but intense feeling was new. It was both bitter and sweet, but mostly sweet. And daunting. She looked at him for a few moments too long, then slowly shifted her gaze to the beautiful longsword. The sword was both familiar and strange. It looked very similar to her faithful and reliable companion, the Dream Blade, the weapon she had wielded on the Forgotten Shore, during the long and lonely journey to the underworld, and into the horrors of the Second Nightmare. But it was also so much more. It was much more striking, to start. The narrow and flawlessly straight blade seemed to shine in the splendid rays of sunlight, so bright that it was almost blinding. The ivory hilt felt cool and welcoming in her hand, as if it was meant to be there. The weight was perfect. The balance was beyond reproach. The design of the sword was simple and elegant, with no needless embellishments or adornments. However, there was graceful beauty to the few stylistic elements it did possess. It was pure and true to its purpose, alien to all compromise and pretense, just as a killing implement was supposed to be. There was also a chillingly lethal aura to it that was both cold and scorching, as if the sword possessed a presence of its own. The strangest part, however, was that the sword felt warm and responsive to her touch, as if it was almost alive. It was breathtaking. Nephi found herself reluctant to look away from the resplendent blade. She also felt a rush of childish excitement, wanting to immediately jump off the bed and play with it, perform a few sets of training katas, that was, to get familiar with its feel and weight. But she forced herself to stay still, and instead summoned the runes. Her gaze swiftly focused on the new and unfamiliar string of them. Holding her breath, she studied the runes. Memory, blessing. Memory rank? Memory tier? Her gaze slid lower, to the runes comprising the description of the beautiful sword. They read. Memory description, ascending the path, changing star said thus to the unknown dash. You have to light yourself on fire to reap the blessings of the fire. That was what my grandmother used to say, so that was what I did. I doused myself in oil, and set myself aflame. And I burned. The unknown listened. Nephi's frowned. These words seemed to describe her self-immolation in the first nightmare. However, she did not remember ever speaking them to anyone. She had shared the details of her trial with very few people. Cassie was probably the only one who knew most of it. But Nephi did not explain what had truly pushed her to take that terrible step even to her, and she definitely did not mention the parable of her grandmother. Who was that unknown that the spell seemed to think Nephi had bared her soul to? She could not recall speaking to any void beings, and she had definitely never spoken to the forgotten god. Neither would she have had the reason to pour her heart out to a stranger. It was strange, very strange. And it made her feel strange, as well. As if there was an empty void in her heart, echoing with a hollow, dull pain. Gripping the hilt of the blessing tighter, Nephi looked back to the runes. Usually, there would not have been anything after the description of a memory, but this time, there was an additional string. Memory enchantments, shadowbound relic. As she concentrated on it, several new runes shimmered into existence. Bind the relic? Nephi hesitated for a few moments. Her heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and a soft smile found its way onto her face. She glanced at Sunny, who was still sleeping peacefully. He had promised to forge her a blade to slay the gods. And it seemed like he had fulfilled that promise. The tender feeling of thankfulness she experienced was more powerful than she had expected, too. Troubled, Nephi looked away and nodded. Yes. The beautiful longsword seemed to ring, as if answering her call. And flashed with blinding radiance, turning into a ray of pure light. That light was then absorbed into her hand, illuminating her body from within, fusing with her body and soul. Becoming a part of her. The spell whispered into her ear, its voice strangely quiet. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received an attribute. Yes. Sunny stirred, not quite asleep, but not quite awake yet, either. He felt tired, exhausted, really. He was also truly and utterly out cold, which meant that all his incarnations had fallen into a deep slumber. The Lord of Shadows was sleeping on his throne, of course, he was. After all, he had been riding Nightmare on a journey across dreams not too long ago. Rain's teacher was asleep, as well, hidden safely in her shadow. That guy had to wake up quickly, though, lest something unexpected or undesirable happened. As for the original body. When did I pass out, anyway? Before Sunny could will himself awake, a blinding flash suddenly shone through his eyelids. Opening his eyes with a start, he just managed to catch a glimpse of a ray of pure white light entering Neff's body. She was illuminated from within for a moment, as if there was a literal star burning in her chest. Then, the radiance dimmed, and he could see her lovely features clearly once again. Neff had a distant expression on her face, tilting her head a little. It was as if she was listening to something happening inside her soul. The sword he had forged was nowhere to be seen. It took Sunny a few moments to realize the implication. His eyes widened. Jerking upright, she stared at her and asked hurriedly. Did it work? Sunny had collapsed from exhaustion immediately after finishing sewing the shadow of the sword and Neff's shadow together, so he did not even have the chance to study the result. Had his binding held? Did the spell do what it was supposed to and oversee the process? And not quite as importantly, and just as curiously, how had it named the new memory? What description had it given it? Usually, Sunny named and described the memories he crafted personally. But reforging the dream blade was different. After all, he had never taken it from Neff's soul. It had always remained a memory belonging to a carrier of the nightmare spell, and therefore, one under the spell's purview. That was the whole point. Nephi lingered for a moment, then shifted and looked at him with a faint smile. With that, she outstretched her hand. It shone with a soft radiance, and a ray of radiant light shot from it, instantly taking the form of a beautiful longsword. The sunlight reflected on its silvery blade, making the room feel brighter. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. That was not all, though. A moment later, the longsword ignited with incandescent light, making its presence feel even more daunting, overwhelming, even. Nephi's must have used her aspect to augment it. Infused with soul flame, the silver blade seemed like a narrow line of pristine whiteness, a rift in the fabric of reality that cut the world in half. It was so pure and bright that he struggled to discern if the weapon Nephi was holding was still made from steel, or had simply turned into a sharp, narrow plane of radiant flame. Then, the shape of the sword suddenly rippled, and it turned into a stream of liquid fire, or incandescent metal, perhaps. That stream flowed down Neff's right arm, wrapping around it and turning into a silver bracelet. She studied it with a curious expression, then looked back at Sunny and beamed with a brilliant smile. Yes. It worked. The stoic, unflappable changing star was just like an excited girl who had received a shiny new toy. Looking at her, Sunny couldn't help but smile, as well. I should forge her soulbound relics more often. Chapter 2061, Soul Sword. Not too long after both of them woke up, Sunny found himself sitting on the stone floor, leaning on Neff's bed, while she danced with the blessing. Honestly, he was feeling a little neglected. The damned sword seemed to have stolen all her attention. Still, he had gotten the opportunity to watch Neff's lithe body move through the fluid motions of a beautiful sword dance, instead. That, at least, was a consolation. Of course, she was not really dancing, she was performing swift sequences of attacks and defensive movements to get acquainted with the soul sword. However, her style had always been graceful and fluid, so she might as well have been. Her white tunic flew and fluttered with every swift motion, contouring the supple lines of her slender body, and her silver hair shone beautifully in the radiant sunlight. The lustrous blade was like a splendid haze, dancing alongside her. It was quite a lovely view. Sunny was still utterly drained and exhausted after forging the blessing. It was hard to keep track of time in Godgrave, but the process had lasted many days, testing the limits of his physical and mental endurance both. So, for now, he allowed himself to relax and enjoy the sight. His thoughts drifted lazily to what he had learned about the silver longsword. Nephi had given him an opportunity to study the blessing, impatient to try it out as she might have been, before pulling the sword out of his hands. She had also shared most of the information provided to her by the runes. All except for the description, she seemed strangely reluctant to talk about that part of it. Now that the blessing had been bound to Nephi and became an attribute, a literal part of her being, it was not a memory anymore. Therefore, Sunny could not see its weave, only he could, somewhat, due to a special trait of one of the enchantments he had woven. Having personally turned the Dawn Shard into the Crown of Dawn, a supreme memory of immense power, he did not wish to lose the potential synergy between his two great creations. So, he made sure that the blessing retained some traits of a memory while becoming an attribute, and could thus be augmented by Neff's crown. So, he was able to confirm that the spell had indeed improved upon his design, bringing its various elements together like a binding agent, much like his blood had done to the ingredients of the blessed alloy. He was going to need some time to truly understand what changes it had made, but Sunny had no doubt. He would be able to master the crafting of soul-bound memories, no, shadow-bound memories, before too long. The difference between the two was subtle, and not entirely important. In the end, Sunny did not manage to repeat what Nether had done, instead, he invented his own way of achieving the same result. What mattered was that the binding ended in success. One of the 7 enchantments that the blessing possessed was named accordingly, bound, functionally the same as the trait of his mantle. It made the silver longsword equal in rank and class to the soul of its wielder, meaning that at the moment, the blessing was akin to a transcendent memory of the 7th tier. Apart from being bound, it possessed 2 core and 4 auxiliary enchantments. The fundamental enchantment of the silver longsword shared the name with the original blade that served as its source, the Dream Blade, a fitting name for a weapon meant to be wielded by a dream spawn, and earned by her for slaying herself to destroy a dream in the depths of a nightmare. The Dream Blade enchantment governed the form of the blessing. Just like the mantle possessed 2 forms, one passive, one active, so did the fiery sword. In its dormant state, the blessing slumbered in Nef's soul and bestowed several boons upon her. Among them were increased resistance against soul attacks, now drastically more powerful than the original enchantment of the Dream Blade, as well as an increased rate of both soul essence replenishment and spirit essence absorption. That last one was curious. Sunny was not entirely sure how it functioned, but he had an idea. Nef's source element was the longing she inspired in other people, and therefore, the more people were moved by her, the more plentiful the currents of her spirit essence grew. The Dream Blade obviously did not increase the number of those who had awoken to a deep yearning because of Nephi's. But if Sunny's guess was correct, it did allow her to draw power from their dreams. In other words, the people ensnared by the web of her nascent domain were adding to the stream of spirit essence even when they slept. Which was strange and astonishing simply due to the fact that Sunny had neither woven such an enchantment, nor knew how to weave it. Either the spell added such a trait to the Dream Blade enchantment, or the blessing itself did, already realizing the potential to learn Sunny had imbued it with. In either case, it was a welcome surprise. One could never have enough essence, and this ability would only grow more powerful once Nephi's became a saint and fully manifested her domain, turning a stream of spirit essence into a raging torrent. For now, though, it was merely a pleasant bonus. Needless to say, the blessing was quite like the mantle as far as augmenting it went, too. Since it was a part of Nephi's, augmenting her body meant augmenting the blessing, as well. Therefore, all these traits would only grow stronger and more pronounced for as long as she was wreathed in the beautiful radiance of the soul flame. That was true for the dormant form of the blessing, and for its awakened form, as well. Once the silver blade awoke, naturally, it assumed the shape of a tangible sword. Wielding the sword, Nephis lost the benefits of having it slumbering in her soul. However, she gained access to its remaining 5 enchantments, instead. That concluded the effects of the first of the 2 core traits of the blessing. The 4 auxiliary enchantments were all formidable in their own regard, too. They were Flame Conduit, Purifying Light, Change, and Ruin. Flame Conduit was perhaps one of the most straightforward enchantments of the blessing, as well as one of the most consistently impactful. Although other traits of the soul sword were more astounding, Sunny was secretly proud of this one the most. It had 2 functions. One allowed the blessing to serve as a fulcrum for Nef's flames, channeling them in a more compressed and focused manner. In other words, she could use the blessing to control fire more easily or produce jets of flame, rays of light, maybe, that were narrow and sharp enough to slice apart the most durable of tangible objects. This was especially useful because these rays had much greater length and reach than the blade of the sword itself. Since Sunny and Nephis often faced enemies of a much greater size than their own, such an ability was exceedingly convenient to possess on the battlefield. The second function was more subtle, but had been infinitely more difficult to weave into existence. It drew upon the nature of the blessed alloy and the innate affinity of the soul sword to Nef's soul flame, increasing the efficiency of her dormant ability when applied to the blessing. Simply put, it made the result of augmenting the silver longsword greater without affecting the potency of the ability itself. The increase was not too drastic, perhaps adding a few tenths to the overall strength of enhancement, for now, at least. Sunny hoped that as the blessing grew more powerful, this function of the flame conduit would evolve further, as well. Needless to say, such an enhancement was a real boon, especially because it did not demand an additional cost to be paid. Even though it did not double the efficacy of the soul flame augmentation, it still increased it by a considerable amount, and if Nephis poured more of her flame onto the soul sword, the effects would only mount. Sunny was quite satisfied with himself greatly for achieving this feat. That pattern of the overall spellweave had been incredibly intricate and complicated, having demanded a similarly stunning amount of effort to design. It would serve Nephis well in the future, no doubt. The purifying light, in comparison, was not something he could take full credit for. It was another enchantment that differed from his original design. The purifying light had been meant to be a version of the brilliant will, the enchantment of the undying chain that had allowed his long-lost armor to grow more durable in relation to the presence of divinity contained within its master's soul. Similarly, Sunny had wanted to make the power of the blessing grow if the flames of divinity burned in its wielder. And it had worked, in a sense. The power of the silver sword was now indeed connected to the flames of Nef's soul, just not in the way he had intended. The enchantment did not depend on the quality of the flame of divinity. Instead, it depended on the quality of Nef's own flame, the soul flame. And the boon it granted the blessing was not a blanket enhancement, but rather quite a specialized one. The soul sword would grow stronger and more deadly when wielded against creatures who had succumbed to corruption, as if its light was antithetical to the appalling darkness dwelling within their souls, purifying it, in a quite final manner. While wielding the blessing, Nephi's would not only be immune to corruption due to her longing ability, but also especially dominant in slaying nightmare creatures. Which was beyond amazing in the age of the nightmare spell, of course, albeit not so much for their current predicament. The change was rather simple when compared to the other two auxiliary enchantments, or simply familiar, perhaps. It allowed the blessing to change both shape and form. Nephi's was quite conservative in her choice of weapons, mostly preferring to wield a versatile longsword. However, that did not mean that there were no situations when something else could suit the situation better. The change allowed the soul sword to become a soul spear, for example, or even an unassuming bracelet, not that the latter had any practical use. However, there was another quality to the change. It also allowed the blessing to shift between states, be it steel, liquid metal, compressed flame, or even pure light. Nephi's would have to explore the ramifications of that ability herself and find proper uses for each of the states, but its most important boon was quite obvious. It was that the blessing could merge with her transcendent form in its flaming and radiant states, thus imbuing her with its traits and enchantments, similar to how Serpent could fuse with Shadow Shell Sunny created to grant them its. This gave Nephi's a choice on how to use the blessing while transformed, whether to wield it in her hand, or simply make it a part of her hand, as well as of her entire radiant body. Finally, the last of the four auxiliary traits was ruin. That one, the soul sword seemed to have inherited from the black arrow Sunny had sacrificed to create the blessed alloy. Bearing a breath of the shadow realm and the echo of the killing intent of its mysterious inhabitant, the blessing had attained a death will of its own. It was very much like the slaying blade ability of the soul serpent, making the soul sword more lethal to those beings who were able to bend the world to their will, albeit much weaker. Most of it would still depend on Nef's own murderous will, of course, but the sword itself was going to enhance her lethality. Sunny was not worried about the quality of her killing intent, really, considering that Nephi's had been preaching murder from the days they were both teenagers. But every little bit helped, not that the ruin was that little of a boon. Then, there was the second of the two core enchantments of the blessing, as well. The one that, as Sunny suspected, had given the soul sword its name. It was the blessing of the fire. This one, he had designed himself in its entirely. And although it was not as consistently useful as the flame conduit, at the end of the day, it was utterly and undeniably more vital. Because it was an enchantment meant to tip the scales of those dire battles where everything that could go wrong went wrong, and Nephi's was pushed to her very limit. The battles against the truly powerful foes, the ones that mattered the most. Its function was simple. It increased the power and lethality of the blessing in direct proportion to how heavily Nef's soul was damaged. That went well with the essence of her transcendent battle art, of course, and would be useful against enemies capable of wounding and destroying the souls of living beings. But fundamentally, the blessing of the fire was aimed at something else. It was aimed at Nephi's herself, and her ability to burn her soul in order to ignite with incredible power. Like she had done in Twilight, and while escaping from the clutches of condemnation as well. Nef's self-sacrificial act of igniting her soul was a form of dealing direct damage to it, too. So, if she ever had to mutilate her own soul severely, meaning that she had faced a truly overwhelming enemy, the sword would become exponentially more powerful the worse the state of her soul became. If she sacrificed one soul core, 2, 3, 6 of them, it would grow stronger and stronger, until its power reached a limit that even Sunny was afraid to imagine. And that was it, the sword he had created. A beautiful sword. A deadly sword. A sword that would one day cut the fabric of the nightmare spell, perhaps. And would cut down the sovereigns much sooner. Sunny sighed. It was worth the effort. The war raged on, spreading like a cancer in all directions. The main camp of the Sword Army was becoming more and more desolate. Every day, new troops were leaving it to head west, where they were meant to participate in the inevitable and dreadful siege of the crossing strongholds. Some were being sent to garrison the new extermination outposts as the remains of the breastbone reach fell to the might of the King of Swords, instead. However, the city-like camp was not being completely abandoned, a considerable force was being left behind to guard it. After all, it was still the most important logistical hub for the Sword Army, both receiving the supply caravans climbing the left arm of the dead deity and housing the Dream Gate. Sunny and Nephi spent the last few blissful days together, watching the once lively avenues of the war camp grow silent and waiting for the order that would call her back to the front line. Without having to say anything, they both seemed in a hurry to enjoy each other's company while there still was time. The future was unclear, and there was nothing like the promise of death to make one's heart beat faster, and make them want to voraciously relish life. But to their surprise, the inevitable parting never came. Instead, the king's order was delivered by Saint Tyrus personally. He did not simply command Nephis to return, he commanded her to bring the Ivory Island with her, intending to turn it into the cornerstone of the future siege. So, they released its 7 anchors and started the slow journey to the western collarbone plain, at the precipice of which the decisive battles of the war were going to take place. As they traveled across Godgrave on the flying island, blood was being spilled. The Sword Army was pursuing the forces of Song across the northern parts of the Breastbone Reach, engaging in frequent skirmishes and battling the spreading scarlet infestation. Somewhere else, the conquest expeditions were braving the darkest parts of Godgrave. Far in the south, Mordred and Morgan were still locked in a fratricidal battle for control over Bastion. Worst of all, the tacit agreement made by both domains to keep the war out of the waking world had finally collapsed, and the cradle of humanity became submerged in a wave of terror and violence. The streets of NQSC, and other human cities in the waking world, had never been peaceful, exactly. People had always lived in the oppressive fear of nightmare gates and perished sleepers going rampant after turning into abominations. These threats had only grown more dire in recent years, and there was the Skinwalker, as well. But now, the violence was being perpetrated by the forces of humanity itself, not the nightmare creatures. There were explosions thundering in the silence of the night, charred remains of destroyed PTVs burning on the roads, and sporadic firefights happening in broad daylight from time to time. The direct collateral damage was not high, but these bloody confrontations between the two great domains was negatively affecting every facet of humanity, weakening its ability to defend itself. The terrible losses suffered by the House of Night alone had dealt enormous damage to the logistical connection between the 4 quadrants, resulting in temporary food shortages and countless other complications. Even though the government had absorbed the remaining Nightwalkers into its ranks, the scale of the navigation across the ocean was severely reduced. And now, more and more problems were creeping up. While the two domains battled against each other, there were too many crises to solve, and not enough people to solve them. There were not enough soldiers to contain the ever-increasing amount of nightmare gates in time, watch over the aspirants while they challenged the first nightmare, and keep the order on the streets. The waking world was slowly, steadily, and inevitably sliding into chaos. The world seemed to be ending more swiftly than it had been before, at least. If there was one mercy to the situation, it was that most of the combatants participating in the skirmishes and sabotage in the waking world were mundane agents of the royal clans, not awakened warriors. Those were mostly needed on the front line in Godgrave or human settlements in the Dream Realm. Still, conventional weapons were just as destructive when wielded against mundane people and infrastructure, so the damage wasn't insignificant. Worse still, the agents Song were not shy when retaliating against the government forces, seeing them as collaborators of the Sword Domain. Government saints were defending Bastion. After all, the servants of the Queen did not go out of their way to attack the government soldiers, but did not hesitate to act against those of them who became an obstacle either. which, not at all unexpectedly, only pushed the government deeper into the embrace of the sword domain. As a result, the forces of Song were being pushed back both in the dream realm and in the waking world, losing ground with each day. The Song compound in NQCS still stood, protecting the approach to the Dream Gate, but there were already many breaches in its scorched walls. Even the Awakened Academy was not spared, a section of its defensive barrier crumbling for the first time since being built decades earlier. It was appalling. It was utter madness. It was war. And as if responding to the madness of the human war, the world itself seemed to start coming undone under the pressure. The already rapid increase in the number of the nightmare gates opening across the territories held by humanity had grown even more. A flood of abominations flowed into the waking world, threatening to overwhelm its already strained defenses. More people were succumbing to the spell, and therefore more sleepers were losing their lives while challenging its first trial. The process was gradual, and the situation worsened one small step at a time. People of the modern era were well accustomed to hardships and calamities, and distracted by the tectonic changes caused by the Great Domain War, as well. So, like a frog being boiled in the slowly heating pan, they were slow to notice that the dire reality surrounding them was dreadful even beyond the terrible norm. Still, even they were slowly growing aware of how much worse it was than it had ever been, with no indicator that things would eventually grow better, as they had always done before. In that tense and heavy atmosphere, the war in Godgrave was swiftly approaching its final stage. Tamar. Rain desperately dashed back, trying to avoid the claws of an appalling beast that had lunged at her from the underbrush. All around her, the battered remains of the Centuria were besieged by the rabid nightmare creatures. The world was painted in the shades of scarlet, and her feet were drowning in the soft moss. The main body of the Song army was far ahead, having most likely already reached the crossing stronghold. However, many small squads had been sent back to slow down the vanguard forces of the sword domain and make them pay dearly for every step they took. There were traps, ambushes, and countless skirmishes being fought under the indifferent gray sky of Godgrave. Most importantly of all, the extermination outposts had been destroyed days ago, and now, the scarlet jungle was spreading feverishly across the weathered surface of the sun-bleached bone once again. Having accomplished their missions, the rearguard forces of the Song army had to flee north. Unfortunately, they had to brave the abominable jungle themselves in order to escape. Tamar's soldiers were among those unfortunate souls who had been ordered to stay back. They ambushed the scouts of the sword army in the charred ruins of a destroyed outpost, fought a bloody skirmish, and then retreated before the enemy reinforcements could arrive. They had lost many good men in the battle against the warriors of the sword domain, but they had lost many more to the hungry jungle on the way north. After several long months of the terrible war, no more than a half of the soldiers remained alive. Damn it! Rain slid on the scarlet moss, blocked the beast's jaws with her black tachi, and used the abomination's own momentum to throw it to the ground. It was a perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow, the only moment she would receive, perhaps. The black tachi was positioned perfectly to fall down and end the creature's life. But although Rain's muscles remembered the motions of thrusting the tachi into the beast's neck with painful clarity, and her mind willed it, her hands did not move. The moment had come and passed. Rain's eyes widened. The beast twisted, jumped to its feet, and lunged at her once again. Damn it! Rain had no choice but to retreat once again. This time, the claws of the abomination brushed against her side, failing to cut the black lusterless leather of her light armor, but still sending a sharp jolt of pain through her body. There would be angry black bruises covering her ivory skin come morning. She was in a terrible position. The abomination was in a murderous frenzy, lusting to kill Rain, but Rain could not do the same. Even if there was an opportunity, her limbs simply refused to move. She was still trying to get used to her flaw. But as things were going currently, there was a high possibility that Rain would never get the chance to come to terms with it. Because she was going to die right now, today. She had already done all she could to debilitate and immobilize the nightmare creature, but subduing a powerful enemy was much harder than simply killing them. At close distance, with no time to think, let alone summon memories and come up with cunning plans, all Rain could do was retreat, sustain wound after wound, and hope that someone would rescue her. The beast was bleeding, its limbs cut deeply by the blade of her sword, but that did not seem to slow it down one bit. Instead, it had only grown more enraged. Curse it! Rain looked around frantically, hoping to see that one of her comrades was close enough and in a position to assist her. But it was all for naught. Everyone had their own deadly threats to deal with, having walked into the breeding ground of an especially nasty kind of abominations. Actually, in a different situation, she would have been full of curiosity. Where were all these nightmare creatures coming from? Every time the Scarlet Jungle returned to the surface after being burned to ash, it was flooded with all kinds of abominable fauna in a matter of hours. The beasts would then proceed to devour each other and rapidly grow stronger. But how did they come to be? What gave birth to them? Were they like the moss, the vines, and the trees, growing from seeds? Were they born from the scarlet pollen or clouds of deadly spores? Were they the offspring of the ancient nightmare creatures that dwelled in the hollows, perhaps, brought to the surface by the slithering vines? Did they simply materialize out of thin air, or crawl out of the ash? Rain did not know, and nobody else knew, either. Godgrave still held countless mysteries, and this was one of them. More importantly, she had to find a way to survive. Dashing back, she avoided another of the beast's attacks, gritted her teeth, and then allowed her black tachi to turn back into a snake tattoo. Then, Rain faced the lumbering abominations with bare hands. Tearing the scarlet moss with its claws, the nightmare creature lunged forward, its maw opening wide, as if to bite her in two. For a moment, everything seemed to grow still, except for Rain's shadow, which stirred slightly on the ground. Then, at the last moment, she sidestepped to avoid the maw of the frenzied beast. At the same time, her hands moved, untying the black sash from her waist. Rain dodged the enraged abomination like a graceful toreador and looped the beautiful silk sash around its neck. Then, allowing the momentum of the abomination's charge to carry her forward, she poured her essence into the, in case of emergency, and activated its single enchantment. Originally, that enchantment had been meant to save her from turning to ash in case the cloud veil broke unexpectedly, flooding Godgrave with incinerating white light. It was supposed to fix the wearer of the black sash in space, making them completely still. But currently, it wasn't Rain who was wearing the sash. Since it was wrapped around the abomination, for all intents and purposes, it was the abominations who was wearing it. So, when the enchantment of the, in case of emergency, activated, it was the abomination that was frozen in place, coming to a sudden halt. Rain staggered and hung on the beast's neck, still gripping the black sash tightly. The enchantment had been calibrated to work on an awakened being of approximately her weight. However, currently, she was forcefully immobilizing a much heavier creature of a higher rank. Therefore, her soul essence was dwindling with terrible speed. Tamar. She had maybe half a dozen seconds left. Luckily, just a few moments later, a swift figure leaped from somewhere above and landed near Rain in a whirlwind of steel. The brutish Zweihander fell, biting into the neck of the abomination. It did not quite manage to be beheaded in one strike, but the wound was deep enough to reveal the white spine of the frozen creature. Tamar balanced herself in one fluid motion, then delivered a second strike, cleanly cutting the abomination's head off. Glancing at Rain, she let out a hoarse breath, lingered for a moment, and then asked neutrally, "You called?" Eventually, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures had been eliminated, and the tired soldier sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Rain was sitting on the scarlet moss, as well, cradling her bruised side with a somber expression. The sweltering heat of Godgrave was felt especially suffocating today, so she summoned the green canteen and poured cool water over her head. "I won't survive like that." She had thought that dealing with her flaw was possible, and it was, most likely. However, learning how to deal with required time, which was hard to come by during a war, and tools that she lacked. Rain had managed so far with Tamar's help, but how long could it last? Shifting her gaze, she looked at her shadow. Her brother was right there. His offer still stood. If she so wished, she could desert the Song army at any moment and be whisked away to safety. leaving her comrades, and her principals, behind. Looking away from the shadow, Rain studied her fellow soldiers. 40, 41. There were 42 of them left. Less than half of the initial number. Some had perished during the conquest of the Collarbone Citadel, some while subjugating the wild reaches of the Breastbone Reach. Many fell during the Battle of Godheart, and finally, many more died during the retreat north. Most of the 42 awakened had suffered minor wounds, while some were wounded severely. There had been 2 healers in the Centuria before, but now, there was only Fleur. Her essence, sadly, wasn't endless. Mercifully, or perhaps cruelly, there were relatively few people who were wounded heavily enough to require her immediate treatment. That was because the nightmare creatures dwelling in the jungle were too powerful, and most people who became their prey simply died. It was a terrible thing, but also somewhat fortunate for these tired soldiers. After all, they were pursued by the members of the Sword Army. Each person who could not march on their own would slow the rest down. Just as Rain considered this matter, Tamar's voice resounded across the recent battlefield. "All right, you have 10 minutes to rest. We will continue north after that." Her order was not unexpected. It was unwise to remain in the vicinity of the battlefield, where the scent of blood could attract swarms of abominable scavengers. There was also the Sword Army to worry about, so they had no time to tarry. Everyone understood that. And yet, many dark gazes were aimed at Tamar, the faces of most soldiers turning resentful. It couldn't be helped. The warriors of the Song Army were still reeling from the Battle of Godheart. Even before that, their morale had been harmed grievously by the ghastly horrors of Godgrave, a literal death zone where no human was supposed to exist. And things were only turning harder now. They were tired, rattled, and afraid. How could they not feel resentful when the empty space left by their fallen comrades was so obvious as to almost be palpable? Therefore, the soldiers had little warmth left in their hearts for the leadership of the Song Army at the moment. And since Tamar was the only officer here, she had to receive the brunt of these negative emotions. Her situation was even worse than that of other officers, most likely, because she was a young awakened doing the job meant for a seasoned master. It did not matter how competent she was or how deadly of a fighter, all that mattered was that soldiers were dying, and she was a convenient target to place blame. Looking at Tamar, the soldiers, who had followed her with fervor just recently, could not help but wonder now, how many of them would have been alive if there was an ascended leading them instead of this legacy youth. The more tired and afraid they were, the more dejected they became. The same was probably true for how they felt about the higher officers of the Song Army. Perhaps even the Queen herself. Tamar, meanwhile, did not seem to pay the resentful gazes any attention. Walking over to Rain, she sat on the ground and nodded at the green canteen. "Give me that." Receiving the canteen, she drank the cool water greedily. Exactly 10 minutes later, the battered troop left the scene of the battle, not even bothering to harvest soul shards from the bodies of the nightmare creatures. Time was too short. They hurried north without making any stops. From time to time, a stray abomination would wander into their path, forcing the soldiers to fight. Luckily, there were no more battles as sudden and dire as that last one had been, so Rain did not have to engage in melee. She was much safer, as well as much more effective, with a bow in her hands. Heavy Burden, Outskirts at Noon, and Don't Cut Yourself, the 3 arrows crafted for her by Sunny, were far more excellent at slowing down and immobilizing the enemy than her deadly sword. Especially with how unerring Rain's aim was. Once a nightmare creature was hit by one of them, it was much easier for other soldiers to finish it off. So, even though she was unable to kill anything anymore, she was still contributing plenty. Most of the soldiers did not even notice that the way Rain fought had changed. Only Ray and Fleur were attentive enough to know that something about her was different. "Are you, all right? Your aim is strangely off today." She simply forced out a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just exploring what my new memories can do." Ray seemed unconvinced, but nodded and left her alone in the end. They braved the northernmost tip of the Breastbone Reach, fighting the many perils of the Scarlet Jungle on the way. There were several more skirmishes, but luckily enough the veil of clouds above them broke after a few hours. A vast swathe of the jungle was annihilated, and once the clouds repaired themselves, Rain and her companions continued on their way north. After 2 more days of marching, they finally reached one of the 2 crossing strongholds. Godgrave was a strange land. Although it was vast like a continent, to the point that it was easy to forget its true nature while traversing the vast plains of white bone, the titanic skeleton was just that, the remains of an inconceivable giant. As such, its topography was strange and alien at times. The same was true to the points where the colossal breastbone connected to the immense collarbones. There was no smooth transition from one to another. Instead, the ground simply sloped downward, rolling into a vast and seemingly bottomless chasm. Of course, it was possible to descend into the darkness, reach the distant bottom, and climb back to the surface on the other side, then completing the crossing. But transporting entire armies in this manner was not feasible, not to mention that the lower part of the chasm was covered in a thick layer of soft ash, and all kinds of horrors could be hiding under its surface. So, the Song army had constructed fortified bridges at the 2 points where the chasm was the narrowest, and built mighty strongholds to guard them. The greater stronghold was located at the point where breastbone reach connected to western collarbone plain directly. The other was technically a chain of 2 lesser strongholds at both ends of the western first rib. Both of the crossing strongholds had been built to withstand terrible sieges, so taking them by force was a daunting task. The Song army also fully intended to destroy the bridges before the enemy arrived. But they had not destroyed them yet, because there were still Song soldiers trickling into the strongholds after spilling blood to slow down the approaching Sword army. The greater crossing stronghold made for an impressive sight. It was hard to deliver building materials to Godgrave, so it was mostly built from local materials, namely, lumber scavenged from the ancient jungle of the Hollows. The mystical wood was tougher than any mundane alloy could ever be, to the point that it sometimes seemed nearly indestructible. Sadly, it had an apparent weakness: it burned all too well, which made it vulnerable to fire attacks. Even if Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan was not fighting on the enemy side, this vulnerability could prove fatal. So, there was an additional layer of protection atop the mystical lumber. The hides of countless abominations were stretched over the entire fortress, serving as a shield against flame. Much of it had belonged to the great demon who the queen had slain immediately after descending to Godgrave. The bones of the gargantuan ape, meanwhile, had served to reinforce the structure of the fortress wall and of its gates. The fortress built from the bones of a great demon oversaw the entrance to the bridge, while a tall wall stretched in both directions for many kilometers, serving as a barrier for any being that could try climbing out of the dark chasm. The bridge itself was long and wide, built to accommodate a great army of countless awakened, transformed saints, and abominable thralls of Beastmaster. The battered remains of Tamar's Centuria were currently crossing it, having finally reached safety. 2 people were standing on the protruding bastion above the gates of the stronghold, looking down at their tiny figures from great height. One of them was Xianxia, the lost princess of Song, while the other was her sister, Beastmaster. Beastmaster was looking down with a somber expression on her enchanting face. The scar marring her beautiful features seemed especially sacrilegious in the bright light of the overcast sky. She sighed. "These ones are yours, aren't they?" "They should be one of the last." Xianxia nodded. "Yes. It's the daughter of the Saint of Sorrow and her soldiers. I am glad that she returned alive. She is a good kid." Beastmaster slowly shook her head. "How long will she remain alive, though? At this point, is it even possible for us to win?" Xianxia looked at her with a hint of amusement. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, it is possible." She leaned on the parapet of the rampart and studied the horizon. "Sure, the situation does not look good. We only have 1 citadel while Anvil has 2, perhaps 3. Most of Godgrave is under his control now, and his soldiers are stronger. No one seems to be able to deal with Changing Star or the Lord of Shadows either, which makes our superior number of saints pointless." Beastmaster smiled crookedly. "You really know how to lighten the mood, Sean." Xianxia smiled, as well. "But war is unpredictable. It can turn on a dime. She pointed to the dark chasm and the mighty wall of the fortress. And this is our dime. Beastmaster grimaced. You think we can break the sword army with this fortress? Xianxia shook her head. No, but we can make the sword army break itself against this fortress. Then, a sudden smile illuminated her graceful face. I know a thing or two about castles, you know. Beastmaster chuckled. Xianxia remained silent for a few moments, and then added calmly. A direct siege can be disastrous for the attacking side if things go wrong. And that is what the King of Swords will do. He will throw his soldiers at the walls of this fortress without holding anything back. Because time is not on his side. If he waits for too long, he will lose Bastion, and his power will be severely diminished. She shook her head. After all, the outcome of this war will not be decided by the battles of mortals. It will be decided by the battle between the King of Swords and our mother. Everything we do is ultimately to give our Supreme a better chance at victory. Beastmaster did not respond for a while. Eventually, though, she said quietly. I am not sure if you are overconfident or simply being a contrarian, but things are way worse than that. Look behind you, the soldiers are tired and terrified. The morale is low, and it will continue to plummet as the siege drags on. Whatever loyalty they have will dwindle, until, in the end, the Song army will break instead. No matter how great our fortress is, you can't win a siege with a broken army, sister. So, time isn't on our side either. Xianxia remained silent. Some time passed, and a few more battered groups of soldiers crossed the bridge. She looked at Beastmaster somberly. It's not like we have a choice, though, do we? Her words hung in the air, full of many meanings. Then, Xianxia turned away and sighed. That should be the last of them. We must blow up the bridge now. Soon, there was a thunderous explosion, and the great bridge connecting Collarbone Plain to Breastbone Reach shuddered. With a groaning sound, its central section collapsed into the darkness. Wreathed in a cloud of dust, debris rained down, and wisps of ash rose from below. The Greater Crossing stronghold was ready for battle. Far to the south, the winds howled in the deep canyons that broke the surface of a sloping plain. Here on the femur of the dead deity, the ancient bone was covered in cracks, as if something had shattered it countless years ago. However, there were no scarlet vines protruding from the cracks, and no jungle covering the slopes of the titanic femur. The entire place was dead and silent, bathed in the scorching radiance of the cloudy sky. The femur stretched all the way down to the surface of the Sea of Ash, where even the Lord of Shadows did not dare step foot. It was unclear whether the tibia and fibula of the dead god were missing or simply buried in ash. No human had ever made it to the ground before, and no one was mad enough to try and find out the truth. Currently, a battered troop of warriors was making its way across the desolate expanse of white bone, suffering in the unbearable heat. There were 3 saints among them, commanding a force comprised of ascended knights, those who were still alive, of course. Many had perished on the way. Sir Gilead, the summer knight, was walking at the head of the column. His lustrous armor was covered in dust and had lost its sheen, and his usually clean-shaven face was now covered by a short beard. His skin had turned darker with tan, and his fiercely blue eyes were squinting against the merciless radiance of the gray sky. Raising a hand, he wiped the sweat off his brow and lingered for a moment, listening to the howling wind. His expression darkened. The wind had grown stronger, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The tired knights seemed invigorated by its touch, their movements becoming livelier. However, the saints looked at each other somberly. One of them, a man wearing a suit of heavy armor and a closed helmet despite the terrible heat, spoke in a hoarse voice. The wind is rising. The other, a woman carrying an ornate parasol, pulled up the scarf to cover her face and sighed heavily. Gilead lingered for a few moments, then nodded. It is. He took a few more steps, then stopped and looked at the distant sky. After considering something for a few moments, Gilead continued walking. We will try to get to the nearest fissure in time. We might get lucky. By then, the knights had noticed that the wind was growing stronger, as well. Their faces paled, and a hint of subdued terror appeared in their eyes. Move. There is no time waste. After giving the command, Gilead switched from measured steps to a jog and led the conquest expedition south. The rest of them followed. The men in the heavy armor fell back to guard the rear of the troop, while the woman carrying a parasol caught up with him. As the wind pushed them forward with ferocious force, she said quietly, "How many of us do you think will make it to the citadel, Sir Gilead?" Gilead glanced at her briefly, but did not respond. The woman laughed bitterly. "Is that supposed to mean that you don't know? Or that none of us will?" He looked at her again, this time with disapproval. "We will prevail." She shook her head. "You said the same when our soldiers were being slaughtered while traversing the surface of the spine, and when we lost 3 cohorts on the girdle as well. Even when we were being eaten alive in the jungle on the northern edge of the femur, you kept telling us these words. And yes, sure, maybe we will prevail. But who will we be? A dozen survivors? A handful?" She shook her head again. "Sir Gilead, it is not too late to give up. We can still retreat to the waking world, carrying the knights across one at a time." Gilead frowned and remained silent for a few moments. "We can. But our orders were to conquer the citadel, so we won't." The woman moved the parasol lower, hiding her face behind it, and sighed heavily. "Ever so loyal." Gilead smiled wistfully and raised a hand, shielding his face from the wind. The members of the expedition rushed south, hoping to find shelter before it was too late, precarious as it might have been. However, luck was not on their side. Before too long, the woman cursed and closed her parasol, afraid that its fragile frame would be broken by the powerful gale. Soon, the wind blowing from the depths of Godgrave had turned so powerful that even masters were struggling to keep their balance, roaring as it blew across the sloping vastness of the dead god's femur. Worse still, dark flakes were raining from the sky, having been brought by the wind from the distant sea of ash. Knowing that there was no time anymore, Gilead stopped and gritted his teeth. Then he commanded his soldiers in a sober tone. "Halt. Form a circle. Defend your brothers." The knights moved with the flawless precision of seasoned veterans. Whatever fear they might have felt had no effect on their readiness and coordination. Just a few moments later, the expedition force formed a tight circular formation, the sharp blades of their swords pointing outward like a steel palisade. The ash continued raining from the sky, and soon, the entire world was enveloped by a gray veil. The radiance of the overcast sky dimmed, and the suffocating heat had grown even more oppressive, battering the trembling humans like a celestial hammer. The visibility had been reduced almost to zero. In the twilight of the ashen storm, a brilliant light suddenly shone, chasing the darkness away. Gilead, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with his knights, had assumed his transcendent form, turning into an ethereal figure that seemed to be woven out of pure, warm sunlight. On the other side of the circle, the man wearing a heavy suit of armor raised his mace. In the next moment, his body seemed to expand, turning into an enormous steel warrior. The woman was standing in the center of the circle, leaning lightly on her parasol. Her scarf was fluttering in the wind, and although her face was hidden by the fabric, her green eyes were glowing in the ashen twilight like 2 emerald flames. For a while, there was nothing in the gray world but the billowing clouds of swirling ash. There was no sound surrounding them but the howling of the wind. And yet, the Knights of Valor seemed terrified, staring into the gray void with fear, despair, and wary anticipation. It came unseen, without sound, and without warning. Or maybe it had not come at all. The warriors of the Sword Army were still aiming their swords into the gray void, fearing, hoping, to see vague silhouettes of abominable creatures rushing at them from the ash. But just like before, there was no sign of the enemy. Instead, a knight standing by Gilead's side had been there a moment before, but a moment later, he was gone. Gilead had not even noticed when the man disappeared. He simply became aware of an empty space to his left, and saw that no one was standing there after turning his head. By the time he turned his head back, the knight who had been standing to his right was gone, too. A stifled scream echoed in the gray void, being carried away by the wind. It was not the scream of one of the missing masters, instead, it was the scream of one of their comrades who had noticed the missing people, and could not contain his terror. Gilead could not blame him. Even he, who had braved the third nightmare and countless battles since, felt disturbed and uneasy, utterly powerless in this grey hell. This was the peril of getting too close to ground in Godgrave. When the wind rose, it carried clouds of ash from the sea below, and when the ash covered the world like a veil, beings who dwelled below rose to the surface, as well. He would have hoped to face them in battle, no matter how dire such a battle would be, but from the day they reached the edges of the Scarlet Jungle till today, no one had even glimpsed what the harrowing enemy looked like. They had been happy to escape the jungle at first. It was only later that Gilead realized that there was a reason why the scarlet infestation kept away from the lower reaches of the Titanic femur. Because it was too close to the Sea of Ash, and they were too, now. Feeling angry and resentful, Gilead did the only thing he could do, continue to study the ash and remain as vigilant as he could. By the time the winds died down and the clouds of ash dissipated, revealing the vast expanse of sun-bleached bone once more, only half of his soldiers remained. The valiant knights of valor, those of them who remained, simply slumped on the ground, their faces so pale that they resembled ghosts. Ashen. Gilead dismissed his transformation ability and remained motionless for a while, counting the survivors and noting which of his comrades were gone. Hopefully, dead, or maybe doomed to suffer a much more terrifying fate. It was while he was counting the vanished that the woman with the parasol approached him once more, her face resting in the cool shadow. Her green eyes were cold and somber. "Have you reconsidered abandoning this doomed expedition, Sir Gilead?" He stared at her for a few moments, then shook his head. She laughed. After a while, she asked. "It's you, Flaw, isn't it?" He simply raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean?" She studied him coldly. "Your indomitable loyalty. It is a result of your flaw, right? That is why you serve the king so faithfully, despite despising him and his family so much." Gilead smiled faintly and looked away. After a while, he sighed. "You people are all the same." The woman with the parasol raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" He nodded. "None of you can imagine a world where a man stays loyal to his oaths for any reason other than having no other choice." "Yes. I am loyal to the king. And yes, I have come to resent the man I am loyal to, after a while. But no, my flaw has nothing to do with it." Losing the smile, Gilead turned to the woman and looked at her with a somber expression. "It is simply my choice. There are few things in this terrible world we can control. We do not choose our births, we do not choose our lives, and we rarely get to choose our deaths either. But there are still some choices that only we can make. A long time ago, I chose to be a knight of Clan Valor. That is all there is, and that is why I am loyal to the king." The woman studied him with a hint of confusion. "Even if the king is not worth being loyal to?" Gilead frowned. Why was she being so bold? The legacies from the vassal clans had always been less loyal to the throne than the members and retainers of Clan Valor were, true, but still, they were sufficiently steadfast and devoted to the cause. More importantly than that, they simply had no choice but to be loyal. Because no one could defeat a sovereign. What had changed? Was the pressure of the war and the mounting losses getting even to the proud legacies? Or was this particular legacy simply that impudent by nature? Eventually, he shrugged. "What does the king's character have to do with me being loyal? It's my loyalty, not his. I am the one who gave an oath, not him. If being true to a promise was predicated on how one felt about keeping it further down the road, then there wouldn't be much worth to one's word, would there?" The woman studied him for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "Yes, you are an icon of chivalry, Sir Gilead. A knight of whose nobility and virtue are beyond reproach. Do accept my ardent reverence and admiration. Still, what about the rest of us? It is fine if you are willing to march happily to your demise on the king's order. But must you drag us with you?" Gilead stared at her silently for a few moments. Then, he smiled. "What are you talking about?" Of course, I must. I mean. He waved his hand south and added nonchalantly. I can't claim the citadel myself, since I already have one in the sword domain. So, I need at least one other saint to stay alive and do it for me. She looked at him, not amused. Surely, you jest. Gillen chuckled and turned away. Old jest would do, considering that Rivergate was destroyed. Sadly, he is not here. But we are, so, let's get moving before the wind pick up again. The woman sighed and hid under her parasol, mumbling something under her breath. The rattled knights rose from the ground. A minute later, the remains of the conquest force continued on their way south. In a world submerged in eternal darkness, a pale light was shining on the vast expanse of flowing water. However, it was unable to penetrate the dreadful depths of the subterranean ocean, reflecting from its surface like the map of a night sky. The gentle light was emanating from a beautiful woman who was sitting lonesomely on the rough surface of a stone cliff, looking at the dark water with a distant expression. She was delicate and lovely, with a slender build and a soft, enchanting face. Her hair was white, and her eyes seemed to glimmer with the afterglow of pale moonlight. The corpses of the drowned lay scattered around the radiant beauty, staring into the darkness with empty eyes. She was Moonveil, one of the 7 transcendent princesses of song. Looking into the distance, Moonveil sighed and turned her head slightly, listening to the darkness. There were few sounds in the silence of the subterranean ocean. The distant hum of the great waterfalls that fed it, the tranquil murmurs of the flowing water, the eerie song of the powerful winds. The splintered pieces of a broken ship scraping quietly against the jagged stone. And there, coming closer, another sound. The powerful beating of someone's mighty wings. Before too long, another figure landed on the cliff, wreathed in darkness. It was a beautiful demoness with flawless alabaster skin and tenebrous eyes, her silken hair falling down like glossy obsidian. 2 horns crowned her head, and her black wings folded to wrap themselves around her shoulders, hanging down like a leathery cloak. Revel was effortlessly carrying a human corpse, drops of water falling from it to the wet stone. Considering her towering height, it looked like a toy in her pale hand. She placed the dead man gently on the ground and straightened, looking at him with a somber expression. Moonveil sighed. No survivors? Revel lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No. And I don't think that I'll find any more bodies either. Whoever is missing was probably swallowed by whatever it is that dwells in these cursed waters. The expedition the 2 of them led had departed from the hollows of Breastbone Reach during a rainstorm. Overcoming countless perils, they navigated the treacherous network of rivers permeating the flooded jungle on an enchanted ship. Both Revel and Moonlight had to test the limits of their power, not holding anything back. Even then, it was barely enough to survive. Then, they crossed into the hollows of the second rib and followed the powerful currents across its dark length, eventually plummeting down toward the Spine Ocean. The journey had been long and difficult. Simply keeping the ship from being torn apart or crushed by the current was a tall task, and then, there were all the abominable monsters populating the hollow expanse of the Titanic rib. There was the jungle itself, too, the vast fields of man-eating seaweed, the slithering vines hanging from the darkness above, the island-sized water lilies that enchanted the sailors and then swallowed the enthralled humans with terrible maws. The closer to the spine they traveled, the worse it became. They lost many good men and women before even reaching the subterranean ocean. But they did reach it, in the end. It was just that the ship had been shattered during the tumultuous crossing, and the crew had been drowned in the dark waters or killed by the creatures dwelling in the depths. Now, the 2 of them were all who remained. They stayed silent for a while, looking at the drowned corpses. Eventually, Moonveil sighed. It's of no use. Mother's authority does not reach here, so they won't rise. Revel lowered her head somberly. The ship was destroyed, the crew was dead, and worse than that, they could not even retreat. That was because the call of nightmare was assaulting their minds like a demented litany of ghostly cries, indicating that there were seeds blooming somewhere beneath the surface. The Spine Ocean was a deadly trap, preventing them from retreating back into the waking world. There was no way out. Moonveil smiled. So, what? Are we going to die here? Revel glanced at her sister, who looked like a delicate doll in front of her towering transcendent form, and shrugged. We might. Moonveil chuckled. Is it strange that I feel relieved to know that I'll die beyond the reach of our mother's authority? Revel frowned. Yes. Of course, it does, you are her daughter. She would not have turned your body into a puppet. Her sister sighed. I guess you are right. With that, she looked around and asked in a curious tone. Do you think we can escape? Revel considered the answer for a few moments. Eventually, she nodded her horned head. I doubt we can climb back into the second rib. Even if we do, we won't survive the journey back to the breastbone hollows. The rainstorm has long passed, so the rivers would have dried out. It's a fool's errand. She looked south. No, our only chance is to find the citadel, conquer it, and use its gateway to return to the waking world safely. So, that is what we must attempt to do. Her expression darkened. However, there is a complication. Moonveil titled her head a little. Our pursuers? Have you seen them? Revel smiled darkly. Yes. They are a few dozen kilometers away. Their ships were destroyed while crossing into the spine, as well, but many more of them have survived. They have plenty of monstrous aquatic echoes, some natural, some artificial. It's an entire fleet. The Sword Army had sent an expedition into the Spine Ocean, as well. However, while Revel had been sent to conquer the citadel, it was merely a secondary goal for them. Their main goal was to kill Revel, and they were equipped well to achieve it. There were 7 sword saints and a small army of masters pursuing the daughters of the queen, including a member of one of Valor's branch families. The forged echoes brought by them into the subterranean ocean were both well suited for braving its dark expanse and fearsome. Now, the members of the pursuing expedition were trapped in the spine of the dead deity, just like Revel and Moonveil were. Revel looked at her sister for a while, and then smiled. Veil. I suddenly had a thought. Moonveil raised an eyebrow. Is it, perhaps, a sane and benign thought of forgetting all our grudges and differences to form a pact of camaraderie with the saints of the Sword Army? To fight side by side with fellow humans as allies and survive in this harrowing place together? Not receiving an answer immediately, she sighed. On. Revel looked in the direction where the enemy was gathering their forces, hidden by darkness, and said evenly. It strikes me that, while the Song domain can grow stronger by conquering the Spine Citadel, the Sword domain can grow weaker by losing these 7 saints and the citadels controlled by them. So, even if we die here, as long as we die after making sure that they die first, the situation on the surface will still improve in our favor. Moonveil closed her radiant eyes for a moment. Ah. I see. As expected. She rose from the cold stone and looked where Revel was looking, as well. After a while, she said. But why can't we do both? Kill the saints, and conquer the citadel. Wouldn't that be better? Revel smiled darkly. Yes. Let's do both, brave this dark ocean, survive the pursuers, and take the citadel. Why settle for anything less? Spreading her wings, she lifted her sister off the ground gently, and then leaped into the air. A shattered moon shone upon a shattered castle. The castle had always been a ruin, but now it was reduced to rubble. The rubble used to be surrounded by a deep lake, but now, the lake was gone. Its bottom had been revealed, in all its mystery and horror. Standing on the mound of debris that had once been a great rampart, Kai was looking down. Far below him, ancient ruins glistened in the pale moonlight. They were covered in mud and seaweed, but he could still recognize the shapes of beautiful stone edifices and smaller buildings beneath the mud. The castle stood on a mountain, and there was a prosperous and sprawling city surrounding the mountain, or had been, once. Others would not see, but Kai did. Buried in the mud, hidden in the darkness of the ancient buildings, there were human bones. There were too many of them to count. Myriads of skulls were staring at him with empty gazes, as if blaming him for being alive. Millions of people must have perished here once, a long time ago. Some of the skeletons were intact, and some were crushed. He did not know what had killed the inhabitants of the ancient city, but whatever it was, their deaths had been sudden and brutal. Perhaps it was the great flood that had drowned the city, burying it under the mass of water for thousands of years. Perhaps the great flood had happened on the same day the moon had been shattered. Looking at the drowned city that sprawled across the entire basin of the lake, Kai wondered if there was a similar ruin at the bottom of the real Mirror Lake. No, this was the real Mirror Lake. The bastion he was familiar with was merely an illusion. It was still strange to think about that. Letting out a heavy sigh, he looked away from the ruins of the ancient city and turned his gaze to the sky. The shattered moon was always the same, and Kai knew better than to stare at it too much. It could not tell him anything about time, anyway. However, he knew that there was going to be a full moon in the illusory version of Bastion today. Which meant that, for a short time, reality and illusion would overlap a little, allowing for passage from one to another. Which meant that if Mordred wanted to infiltrate the capital of the Sword Domain, he had to do it today. There would be another battle, without a doubt, and a much more ferocious one than all the previous ones. If that was even possible. The ruin of the castle had not been turned to rubble without a reason, after all, and the bottom of the lake was not revealed by accident. For the past month, Kai and the other saints whom Morgan of Valor had recruited were battling the Prince of Nothing in this dreamlike land, slowly changing the very landscape of True Bastion. Even the ancient forest on the other side of the hollow lake was now charred and devastated, its outer edges burned to ash. The bitter clash between the children of the King of Swords had been like a cataclysm, eroding the very land that was supposed to be their birthright. Looking at the scene of utter devastation surrounding him, Kai could not help but feel relieved that Morgan had decided to hide the illusory bastion away and repel her brother's siege in this desolate place. Otherwise, the loss of life would have been more unbearable than during the southern campaign. He had not seen a battle that calamitous yet, except maybe for the siege of Verge, where they had faced the defiled legion and the abominable First Seeker. That one, he still saw in his nightmares sometimes. Miraculously, the defenders of Bastion had held their ground for an entire month. It was partially due to their own resolve and prowess, partially due to how tenacious Morgan of Valor and Enchanted Body were, and partially due to sheer luck. But mostly, it was because of the battlefield she had chosen. Here in True Bastion, harrowing creatures whom Morgan called the Others dwelled. These nebulous beings inhabited reflections, and therefore, the powers of her brother were stifled. Kai and the other defenders had only encountered the Others a few times, and even then, it had almost cost them their lives. But Mordred had to face these strange and alien beings every time he wanted to use the powers of his aspect, which meant that he was fighting a war on two fronts. One war against his sister and her saints, and another war in the reflections. That was why he had not been able to crush the defenders of the ruined castle yet despite his appalling power, and that was why Bastion had not already fallen into the hands of the Song Domain. At least that was how it seemed on the surface. Kai, nevertheless, felt uneasy. He somewhat knew Mordred, after all, having conquered two nightmares and fought in Verge together. When did that man not have a scheme hidden up his sleeve? Something was not how it looked here, but Kai did not know what, and had no evidence to prove his suspicion. In any case, Bastion could not fall. The Sword Domain was currently in a desperate situation, and they could not allow it to collapse just yet. Looking down, Kai rubbed his face tiredly and soared into the air, flying smoothly to where a fire was burning in the heart of the ruins, and the tantalizing aroma of food was rising above an alloy pan. As he landed gently on the ground and greeted the other saints, a strong gale of wind crashed into the remains of a crumbling wall protecting the fire, and a small pebble fell from it into the pan. Before it could plummet into the fragrant stew, however, Princess Morgan raised a hand and caught it without ever looking up. Her reaction was just as fast as one would expect from a saint, but it was her senses that amazed Kai. Did she catch the pebble simply by hearing it brush against air, or was there a memory she possessed that granted her complete awareness of her surroundings? It was a good catch regardless. Having a dirty pebble fall into their stew would have made the meal less enjoyable. Kai smiled and opened his mouth to say something. But before he could, Morgan spoke first. Good catch. I know. He looked at her blankly. Letting out a sigh, the princess raised her head and looked at him with sunken eyes. It will be ready in a few moments. Her usually sharp gaze seemed a little dulled, and she looked a little disheveled. Morgan of Valor had always been neat and collected, maintaining flawless decorum and cold composure even in the middle of most dreadful fights. Her tidiness was a bit compulsive, even. But now, her clothes were in disarray, and her beautiful raven hair was begging for a brush. She looked drained and exhausted, quite understandably so, considering that they all were. It was just that, when Kai had seen her several hours ago, Morgan seemed much more full of vitality. Looking at her now, he frowned. Something was wrong with Morgan of Valor. It was a silent kind of terror, and one Kai was unfamiliar with. Meeting a new fear was almost amusing, like finding a new friend. Truth be told, Kai was a fearful person. He had always been stifled by fear, first by fear of failure, shame, loneliness, and rejection, then by fear of death, agony, loss, and tragedy. And regret, most of all. It was just that he had gotten better at ignoring his fears as time went by, to the point that people often mistook him for someone who was innately brave. But he wasn't, not at all like his friends and companions, who seemed naturally fearless to an almost reckless degree. Take Effie, for example. Noticing the strange state of Morgan, she did not even grow tense. Instead, she looked at the pot of stew with a wistful expression, seemingly only worried about it being overturned. Her hand, meanwhile, moved closer to the shaft of her spear, which lay nearby. Or Jet. Soul Reaper remained where she was, leaning comfortably on a boulder. That woman truly knew how to look comfortable anywhere. Her icy blue eyes were following Morgan intently, but her expression remained calm and relaxed. A little amused, even. Ether and Bloodwave did not seem to notice the strangeness, but at least Neve seemed to be a normal human. He had grown still, throwing a cautious look at the princess. It was a relief. Kai, meanwhile, furtively looked around to see if there were any reflective surfaces around them. It was no surprise that the first thing his mind went to were the others. There had already been an incident where one of those beings assumed the form of a human, after all. That time, they had only avoided disaster because of Kai. The copy had spent several hours with them, pretending to be Ether, and although they did not know it then, the thing was growing stronger with every instance of someone witnessing it, addressing it, and otherwise acknowledging it as the real person in any way. It was just that, no matter what it said, its words were neither truth nor a lie. Kai sensed the strange and eerie discrepancy almost immediately after returning from his patrol. That was how they managed to destroy the other while only losing torrents of blood instead of losing people. Ether himself had slept through the whole thing, only learning that someone out there had been walking around wearing his face when the battle was over. If Morgan had been replaced by the other. She was surrounded by 5 people, and had been for at least an hour. If this thing functioned in the same manner as the previous one, then its existence had already been acknowledged to a frightening degree. Kai felt his heart beating wildly, but then took a deep breath and calmed himself. No, that was not the case. Earlier, she said, that she knew her catch was good. Those words were true, which was different from how the words of the previous other had felt. Then again, maybe the first one had simply not reached the point of mimicking human intent yet. Unlike this one. Morgan gave Kai a dubious look and shook her head. I'm not the other. Noticing his startled expression, she chuckled. It was written all over your face. The first statement was true, but the second was not. Kai hesitated for a few moments, then looked at his companions and gave them a small nod. Effie removed her hand from the spear and used it to cover a yawn. Is it? Morgan nodded. Yes, it's ready. Help yourselves. The 7 of them shared the stew. Most of it went into Effie's bowl, of course, showing a voracious appetite. Battling the Prince of Nothing day after day, for an entire month, was a good way to work up an appetite. Effie was beyond herself. Oh my. The seasoning is just perfect. Just like I prefer it. No, really, I couldn't have made it better myself. At least someone was feeling uplifted. Eventually, the pot grew empty. In the silence that followed, Kai spoke somberly. Today, the full moon will rise above the illusory bastion. You know what it means, Lady Morgan, your brother will definitely come again, and his assault will be even more dreadful this time. She nodded calmly, not at all as worried as he thought she would be. At this point, Morgan had to be all out of hidden aces, so Kai really did not know where her confidence was coming from. It was a bit infuriating. He studied the beautiful Princess of Valor silently for a while, baffled by her nonchalance. To be fair, Morgan did not quite look calm. More like, too ragged and tired to care. How come she had changed so much in a few hours? He cleared his throat and glanced at Jet. This time, it was her who gave him a nod. Kai continued. That was why we discussed it among ourselves. We think that we found a stopgap solution on how to stop him. Morgan glanced at him with the familiar spark of amusement in her vibrant vermilion eyes. Oh? Jet sighed, then leaned forward and raised a hand. Soon, a beautiful hourglass appeared on it, woven out of a whirlwind of radiant sparks. She studied the hourglass for a few moments, then said lazily. This here is a supreme memory of the 4th tier that the 3 of us earned not too long ago, in quite a troublesome battle. It will not really prevent our eventual downfall, but it can buy us another day, and hopefully reveal whatever strategy Mordred is planning to employ next. Ether looked at her with a slightly dazed expression. Saint Jet, you killed a great devil? She grinned. The 3 of us did, sure. Why? Have you guys never killed a great devil? The young saint slowly shook his head. Cousin Neve slayed a great beast once. But no. I have only ever seen great abominations from afar, in my 3rd nightmare. Effie tilted her head. What are you talking about? We killed a great monster 2 days ago, when the lake became shallow. Whose meat do you think was in that stew? Ether blinked a couple of times. Oh, that thing was of the great rank? I'm sorry. I did not notice. The huntress stared at him for a couple of moments, then threw her head back and laughed. Gods, are you sure you haven't slain a great devil or 2 in the past? Maybe you just failed to notice their greatness. The young saint seemed to blush a little and looked away. Jet smiled. In any case, this memory is a bit special. It can only be used once, but... Morgan leaned back and grimaced. But it can make a day repeat itself 1 time. Yes, I know. She was telling the truth. She did, indeed, know. Kai frowned. Then, his eyes widened. The way she had caught the pebble without looking, the way she looked, and the way she spoke. Even the taste of the stew. He smiled suddenly. Lady Morgan, you have already used the hourglass, haven't you? The princess stared at him for a few long moments, then sighed. In a way. Things were suddenly making much more sense. Kai was excited. So, you are living this day for the 2nd time? Morgan slowly shook her head. She remained silent for a while, then said in a grim tone. No. Not the 2nd. For a few moments, everyone was silent. Then, Effie snorted incredulously. I can't believe that this is happening to me for the 2nd time. As Kai was slowly digesting the meaning of what Morgan had said, the 3 saints of night looked at Effie with various degrees of surprise on their faces. Eventually, it was Neve who asked in a subdued tone. 2nd time? Effie let out a dejected sigh, covered her face with a palm, and nodded. Yeah, happened in our 3rd nightmare. Kai was elsewhere, but Jet and I got stuck on an island where the same day was repeating itself endlessly. For us, just a few hours had passed, but in fact, it was more than a year. If not for Cassie, that is Saint Song of the Fallen, eventually learning to retain her memories of the previous loops, somehow, we would have probably still been on that damned island. Jet scoffed. What are you complaining about? It's not like we remember any of the previous days. In fact, that whole nightmare is hard to remember. The Nightwalker just stared at them silently. Every nightmare was a darkly wondrous experience, especially so the third nightmare, but an island where time endlessly repeated itself? That sounded a little bit too fantastical, even for saints. Effie raised an eyebrow. What? You guys would have loved it there. Our whole third nightmare happened in a place where there was nothing but water, literally, not land whatsoever anywhere around. With that, she grinned and looked at Morgan. That said, there is something I don't understand. Isn't the hourglass supposed to be a one-time thing? The Princess of Valor shrugged indifferently. It is. Then, a sharp, dangerous smile twisted her crimson lips. But you forget about my ascended ability, raised by wolves. I can embody enchantments of various memories, remember? So, that was what I did. The first time Soul Reaper suggested using the hourglass, I engraved its enchantment onto my body and used it. The engraving was erased after one use, but the hourglass remained intact. The second time I used the hourglass, it was destroyed, but when I returned to the past, the engraving was intact. So, by alternating between the two, I was able to make this day repeat itself over and over again. Kai paled a little. It was a strange thing, to know that time flowed differently for most of the world than it did for him, again. And that he did not remember who knew how many days spent side by side with Morgan. I hope I didn't make a fool out of myself. He might have abandoned his idol persona a long time ago, but old habits died hard. Kai was still deathly afraid of behaving inappropriately in front of people. Especially in front of actual royalty. He coughed. How long has it been, exactly? Morgan yawned. It's already summer in the outside world. We've been here for months, oh, right. The Lord of Shadows massacred a dozen Song Saints. The Sword Army had won a glorious victory at Godheart, and the enemy is now in full retreat. What else? The walking world has become a secondary battlefield of the war. My sister has been punished for insubordination. That pretty much covers it, I think. She lingered for a moment, and then added. But none of that concerns us, really. All we have to do is keeping my brother here. Her voice sounded listless. Kai, Effie, and Jet shared a dark glance. The news of so many things changing while they were unaware was highly unwelcome. After all, they had to follow their own plans, and that required coordination with the other members of the cohort. The Lord of Shadows seems even more powerful than any of us has anticipated. Kai wasn't really surprised at the fact. That man was really something else entirely. Talking to him made Kai feel like he was losing his mind, one impossible truth at a time. What was it? A custody dispute with accursed terror? Kai shuddered, and shook his head a little to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Knowing that he would have to talk to Jet and Effie later, he then shifted his attention to Morgan. Now that he knew why the proud Princess of Valor did not look like her usual composed self, he was still concerned about her bleak and exhausted state. This listlessness was not at all like Morgan. Kai lingered for a moment. Excuse me for being blunt, Lady Morgan, but can I assume that you have not been able to repel today's attack even after trying it dozens of times? Morgan nodded solemnly. Yes. You were right, he is going to go all out today. We tried many things to stop him, but each time, we failed. Worse still, that guy seemed to have managed to become aware of the hourglass, somehow. I think he is retaining his memories of the previous attempts now. A cold gust of wind blew across the ruins, making their defenders shiver. Jet leaned on her boulder, crossed her legs, and asked in a curious tone. So, what are you planning to do now, Princess? Morgan looked at her tiredly. Then, a dark smile twisted her lips. What else? I am going to continue doing the same thing, fighting him and turning the time back, over and over again. As many times as it takes. Jet chuckled. Isn't that the definition of madness? Morgan shrugged. So what if it is? War does not have anything to do with sanity. All that matters is accomplishing your goals, and although we have not been able to beat Mordred, losing to him miserably every time we tried, beating him has never been our goal, to begin with. She looked at them and raised an eyebrow. You seem to have forgotten, but we were not sent here to defeat my brother. We were sent here to prevent him from taking control of Bastion, until the sovereigns conclude the war in Godgrave. And that is what we have been doing successfully all this time. In fact, we performed quite remarkably, if I do say so myself. Her dark smile widened into an even darker grin. Sure, he has slaughtered us repeatedly, but he is still stuck on the other shore of the lake, is he not? The 6 saints glanced at each other, then nodded slowly. If seen that way, it did indeed make sense. Kai sighed. So, what do we do today? Morgan lingered for a moment, then let out a bitter, joyless laugh. Her crimson eyes flashed with fury and resentment. And fatigue. She sneered coldly. What else? We go and get slaughtered, one more time. A strange and eerie scene was taking place under the radiant sky of Godgrave. A great battle was raging above a bottomless dark chasm, yet it was utterly still and unmoving, as if frozen in place. On the southern side of the chasm, swarms of soldiers were standing still like statues. Some stood straight, some were frozen mid-step. Sweat was pouring down their pale faces, and their eyes were full of dark resignation, but none of them moved. In front of them, the sun-bleached surface of the ancient bone was wet with blood. There had been a great bridge across the chasm once, that bridge was gone, and a new one was constructed on its ruins, looking like a marvel of military engineering. The new bridge was held up by steel cables that had been shot over the chasm by powerful siege engines and anchored in the bone, with hastily raised scaffolds and crossbeams supporting a wide wooden floor. That floor was now painted red, with countless bodies littering it like a macabre carpet. Many soldiers had perished while trying to hastily construct the bridge under an avalanche of arrows. The massive shields they had used to protect themselves lay there, as well, splintered and shattered by powerful enchantments and destructive aspect abilities of the defenders. Many soldiers had perished while trying to cross the bridge, too. There were plenty of those who still lived, though, all of them were utterly motionless, some crouching behind shields, some standing tall. Even the wounded remained motionless, bleeding silently in the middle of a frozen battle. The blood fell from the bridge like a crimson rain, boiling and evaporating in the blinding sunlight. Across the bridge, a mighty fortress towered above the dark chasm. Bodies had piled under its tall walls, where the battle was the most ferocious. Despite the heavy losses, the attackers managed to raise siege ladders and attach grappling hooks to the top of the ramparts. Currently, countless warriors were climbing up, desperate to take over the wall. Or rather, they had been climbing. At the moment, they were like frozen statues, too. Soldiers were standing still on the rungs of the ladders, holding enchanted shields above their heads. Others were clinging to the ropes with desperate gazes, their tortured muscles trembling from fatigue. And finally, there were those who had crested the wall. Sid was among those few. She was standing at the top of the battlement, unmoving, staring at the tip of the enemy blade that had stopped mere centimeters from her neck. The blade was so near, but had failed to touch her skin for an entire hour. Around her, a ferocious melee seemed to have been frozen in time. The warriors of the two great armies were entangled, fighting and dying, killing each other, only all of them were motionless, not daring to move even a centimeter. Some were about to kill their opponents, some were about to be killed. Their eyes were shining with terror, panic, indignation, rage, bloodlust, or growing numb with numbness, desperation, and exhaustion. But all of them remained still. It was quite an exquisite torment, to have the executioner's axe hang above your neck, neither retreating nor falling down, without end. Flakes of ash were drifting in the air. Of course, the furious battle came to a halt because the veil of clouds above the battlefield had broken, and harrowing sunlight poured down from the pristine white hell above. The scene of frozen carnage was bathed in incandescent radiance, making the terrible slaughter seem strangely ethereal and heavenly. Of course, there was nothing beautiful about it. War was always appalling, after all, and this battle had been especially ghastly for the Sword Army. The great army of the Sword Domain had split in two a few days earlier. A large contingent turned toward the western First Rib, the lesser of the two crossing strongholds. The main body of the army, meanwhile, continued north, eventually reaching the greater stronghold at the precipice of the Collarbone Plain. The Lord of Shadows was accompanying the western contingent, while both Changing Star and Sky Tide had not reached the battlefield yet. Nevertheless, the king commanded the soldier into an assault to probe the enemy's defenses. That was how the Fire Keepers ended up participating in a large-scale battle without their lady for the first time in many years. The elite forces of the Sword Army had stayed back at first, allowing the less experienced awakened troops to amass and move forward to construct the bridge. It was a pragmatic decision, albeit a cruel one. The losses among the engineering corps and the soldiers that were assisting them were terrible. Of course, the Fire Keepers were sent forward in the first wave, as well. They were the first ones to step on the newly built bridge, too, leading the assault across its long expanse under a barrage of ranged attacks. Perhaps without them, the assault would have ended before ever reaching the walls of the fortress. But the Fire Keepers carved a path across the chasm, allowing the soldiers of the Sword Army to advance. The gates were too impregnable to be broken without a sufficiently powerful siege ram, which was hard to carry across the chasm until the bridge was widened and reinforced. So, the only option they had was to scale the wall and try to take it. And they did. But at a dire cost. Many more soldiers died under the walls of the greater stronghold. And the Fire Keepers, the luck that had been on their side since the Forgotten Shore finally turned its back on the Fire Keepers, and they finally suffered their first casualties since the siege of the Crimson Spire. Full of bitterness and resentment, Sid couldn't help but think that, perhaps, that was the real punishment the king had intended for their lady. Not just to send her away, but to send her soldiers into deadly peril while she was away. Curse him, curse his entire damned clan. But there was no time for sorrow in the middle of a deadly battle. Despite losing several people, the Fire Keepers were the first ones to scale the wall. And it was there, when the warriors of the Sword Army were desperately trying to carve out a bridgehead on the battlements, that the veil of clouds broke, and the world became drowned by the blinding radiance. The battle halted in an instant. And it was frozen still an eternity later, with only the flakes of ash moving in the still and motionless world. Sid felt a drop of sweat roll down her face. Then, a wounded soldier who had been crouching a few steps away let out a tired groan and swayed, blood seeping between his fingers. The man collapsed. His body turned to ash before even touching the ground. Countless people witnessed his death, but no one moved. No one reacted. No one even averted their gaze. A moment later, the furious battlefield was utterly silent once again, with only the wind singing its indifferent song. Sid took a shallow breath and concentrated on the blade of the sword that was mere centimeters away from her neck, ready to cut it at any moment. What to do? There was nothing to do. All she could do was wait. At the end of it all, Sid felt as if her entire being was made from ash. Her vision was blurry and her arms felt numb, the weight of her sword and her shield like that of a mountain. Everything was permeated with blinding light and the smell of ash, which fell from the sky like snow. The terror and excitement of battle had turned into resentment, and resentment turned into resignation. Most of all, there was pain and fatigue. I wouldn't mind a good massage right about now. The irreverent thought made her want to smile. Of course, she didn't. Instead, she shifted her focus from the sword hanging at her neck to the radiant distance. The shadows were moving, and the blinding sunlight was growing dim there, far away. The breach in the veil of clouds was finally closing. It took Sid a few moments to realize what was happening. Then, her dull gaze regained some of its sharpness. I'll be damned. She was not destined to become ash, after all, at least not just yet. What happened next transpired with a torturous slowness, but also eerily fast. The merciless white light dimmed, and the frozen battle thawed, exploding into a demented symphony of violence almost instantly once again. It was as if no time had passed at all. Far away, on the other side of the chasm, the soldiers staggered and continued marching toward the bridge. Those on the bridge pushed forward, desperate to reach the walls of the fortress before its defenders renewed the deadly barrage. It was a futile hope, of course, because a dense cloud of arrows rose into the sky just a split moment later. The arrows rained down, reaping dozens of lives. The soldiers who had been climbing the wall moved, too. Some simply released their hold on the ropes and plummeted down, too tired and spent to do anything else. Some swayed but stubbornly continued to climb, knowing that nothing but death awaited for them on the ground. Nothing but death awaited for them atop the wall, too. Sid knew it better than most. As soon as the radiance of the white abyss dimmed, her opponent thrust the sword forward. The momentum of his initial swing had been exhausted, but the blade was sharp enough to cut her throat even without much force behind it. The bastard did not hesitate at all. She didn't hesitate, either. Sid had been given plenty of time to consider her next move, after all. Activating her awakened ability, Sid hardened her body for a few moments. The enemy sword produced a jarring scraping sound as it traveled across her skin, unable to cut it. In the next moment, Sid activated her dormant ability and slammed her shield into the enemy's chest, sending him flying back like a rag doll. The blow was not powerful enough to break a master, but it did toss him over the edge of the battlements. The man plummeted down with a shriek, disappearing from view. The walls of the fortress were tall, so it was unclear whether he would survive the fall or not. Sid did not care either way. She had other matters to worry about. There were plenty more enemies around her, all wishing to tear her apart. Too many, even. The situation was quite desperate. Despite the fact that the fire keepers had managed to crest the wall and clear a path up for the soldiers of the Sword Army, their position was highly precarious. There were several hundred warriors of the Sword Domain on the battlements now, but there were tens of thousands of enemies they had to contend against. Their chances did not look too good. Blocking a barrage of blows and moving nimbly between the enemies, Sid slashed and pierced with her sword. A few moments later, she found herself side by side with Shim, the field leader of the fire keepers, and pressed her back against his. Both of them were breathing heavily, utterly exhausted after having stormed the bridge, scaled the wall, and endured the cloudbreak on top of that. Their armor was battered and painted red by blood, and their faces were deathly pale. Their eyes were calm and cold, though, devoid of even a hint of panic. Sid grinned. "Hey, Shim, this is pretty bad, huh?" They separated to deal with their enemies, then moved closer to guard each other's backs once again. He let out an indifferent sigh. "It's less than ideal, true." At that moment, a master from one of the vassal legacy clans of Song lunged at the nonchalant healer from the mass of enemy soldiers. Shim became preoccupied, while Sid had to deal with a swarm of awakened soldiers aiming to bleed her to death. Soon enough, surrounded by the stench of blood, the two of them found each other once again. Sid was staring at her shoulder, which was pierced by an enemy arrow. Usually, she would have been able to dodge or deflect it, but this time, the archer had turned out to be unusually skilled. Not only did the arrow find a crack in her armor, but it had also been shot at the precise moment when she could not do anything to avoid being hit. More than that, the arrow seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment that made it weigh hundreds of kilograms. Sid was barely able to withstand the burden, and she had to drop her shield. If there was one mercy, it was that she was still alive. With how skilled the archer was, it would not have been hard for them to sink the arrow into her eye. "Lucky me." Sid grimaced, then gritted her teeth and grabbed the arrow, trying to pull it from her flesh. Of course, the arrowhead had turned out to be barbed, which made for some truly exquisite pain. She cursed quietly. "I can't tell if we're gaining ground or being pushed back." Shim scoffed. "We are being pushed back, of course. It's hopeless. We were never going to take the wall this way." Finally managing to rid herself of the heavy burden of the enchanted arrow, Sid glanced at him darkly. "What the hell are we doing here, then?" He shrugged. "Waiting for them to sound the retreat. They'll do it once more of us die." Sid was speechless for a moment, then shook her head dejectedly. "Let's wait, then." Bah, what a dreadful day. They lunged back into the battle, struggling desperately against the endless tide of Song soldiers. The warriors of the Sword Domain continued to climb the wall, and continued to die. Slowly but surely, they were pushed back to the ladders, finding themselves on the verge of being thrown down. When are they going to sound the damned horn? Sid was bleeding, in pain, and tired. All of them were. But the order to retreat was still not coming. She sighed. Ah. I really hate sieges. From afar, the great fortress of Song looked like a disturbed anthill. Countless tiny figures were swarming its walls, some climbing them, some falling down. The approach to the fortress was covered by a dark mass of moving bodies, with arrows falling down like rain. Of course, these dark figures were not ants. They were humans, and human lives were being lost every moment. Andal of Valor was once again observing the battle from the platform on the head of a towering echo, accompanied by the saints of the sword domain. Only, this time, Nephice of the immortal flame was not here to defy him, so, everyone remained still, observing the distant battle in grim silence. The Greater Crossing stronghold was refusing to fall. The terrain was too disadvantageous, and the fortress was too impregnable. The valor of its defenders was beyond reproach. Of course, this first attack on the fearsome fortifications of the Song army was merely meant to probe their defenses, but still. It was a troubling sight. By then, it was already apparent that the costly assault would not succeed. Andal studied the distant fortress for a few more moments, then turned his head and looked at Cassie. The blind seer was standing closer than any other saint to him, almost as if she was the sole recipient of the king's favor. He spoke. Lady Cassia, how are things advancing in the west? She lowered her head a little. It is worse than here, your majesty. The lesser stronghold still stands, they managed to bring down the bridge, as well. Our casualties are severe, and no one managed to even reach the walls. Her voice was respectful and neutral, not at all brimming with anger, hatred, and resentment. He studied her for a few moments, then looked away with a somber expression. Andal remained silent for a while longer, then let out a sigh. Sound the retreat. Soon, the deafening sound of a war horn thundered above the dark chasm. The distant anthill exploded with activity as the battered soldiers of the sword army abandoned the walls of the fortress and slowly fell back. Of course, the retreat was just as bloody as the initial assault, not the least of all because those killed on the bridge had already risen, attacking their former comrades from the rear. Nevertheless, in the end, the warriors of the sword domain managed to cross back. The bridge was destroyed just a few moments later and plummeted into the chasm. The battlefield grew silent. The Song army had lost many soldiers, as well, but its numbers were now greater than before. That was because those who had died trying to scale the walls of the fortress were now standing at the edge of the chasm, staring across its dark breadth with empty eyes. Andal frowned. A few moments later, he said evenly. We will establish 3 bridges next time and attack the wings of the fortress, as well. Summon the leader of the engineering corps. The design worked, but we must study how the bridge at the lesser crossing was brought down to further improve it. Bowing silently, Cassie turned around and left the platform. On the other side of the chasm, Xianxia was looking at the distant mass of the sword army from the tallest bastion of the great fortress. Her flawless gray skin was marred by stains of soot from the falling flakes of ash, and her scarlet lips were twisted slightly into a grim smile. Soon enough, Beastmaster joined her. According to the initial report, our casualties are mild, unlike the sword army. They made it further than expected, but that just ended up costing them more men. Of course, the King of Valor was not serious this time, still, it's a good indicator. Xianxia nodded slowly. They'll probably launch several bridges at the same time, next time. They'll send the Knights of Valor into the battle, too, possibly assemble a squadron of elites trained at riding winged echoes. I hope your herd of flying thralls is ready. Beastmaster nodded. Of course. Xianxia lingered for a few moments, then sighed. They won't launch another assault before Sky Tide and Changing Star arrive, though. Those thralls will be necessary to repel the attack from the Ivory Island. Our forces will be spread thin. It might get difficult. The beautiful enchantress looked at the horizon, as if expecting to see the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower appearing over the horizon. Then, she shook her head. That is only the lesser problem, isn't it? The main problem is changing Star herself. Before, both our mother and the King of Valor held us saints back out of fear that we would kill each other off. But now, everyone knows that a battle between saints would become a one-sided slaughter due to that girl, Nephice, and her shadow. So, Anvil can simply set her loose. Xianxia shrugged. He can, and she would probably be able to demolish this entire fortress by herself. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, is more than capable of taking the lesser stronghold from hell, and silence. But then nothing would stop us from eviscerating their entire awakened army while those two are busy. So, he won't. Beastmaster studied her for a few moments, then mumbled under her breath. Demolish this entire fortress by herself, aren't you giving her too much credit? I spent a lot of effort building this stronghold, you know. Xianxia looked at her without any amusement. You were there when Mordred told Mother about what he had experienced in the third nightmare, were you not? Nephice obliterated an entire city there, not to mention incinerating half of another. And she was merely a master back then, so, don't underestimate her aspect. Beastmaster made an unhappy face and looked away. Fine. What do we do, then? After lingering for a while, Xianxia shrugged. Treat the wounded, equip Mother's puppets with weapons and armor, and prepare for the next assault as best we can. We'll see what happens then. Soon, they left the tall bastion. The first siege of the greater stronghold was over. But not at all the last. Just as Xianxia had predicted, the second assault on the greater crossing stronghold only happened after the Ivory Island arrived on the battlefield. It was a sight both daunting and awesome. The flying island moved slowly across the chasm, effortlessly enduring a barrage of destructive attacks. A billowing cloud of smoke obscured it for a few moments like a fluttering mantle, but then, the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower revealed itself from the smoke once again. Pristine and unblemished. At the same moment, the elites of the sword army stationed on the island unleashed their own arrows, raining death and destruction down upon the defenders of the fortress. The island moved slowly across the chasm, high in the sky, suppressing the Song soldiers. Using the opportunity, 3 sets of powerful cables were shot across the darkness, embedding themselves into the ancient bone on the other side. Thousands of soldiers rushed forward, in a hurry to build up the bridges. Enormous shields were carried in front of them, protecting the engineers from the onslaught of ranged attacks. Slowly but surely, the 3 bridges started to take shape. Soon, the defenders of the greater crossing had to fight on 4 fronts. Both the left and the right wing of the impregnable fortress, as well as its main keep, were being assaulted by the soldiers of the sword domain, while the Ivory Island loomed above. This time, the most seasoned veterans of the sword army, including the Knights of Valor, were leading the assault. As the Ivory Island neared the middle of the dark chasm, threatening to break through the defenses of Song, a vast swarm of appalling nightmare creatures rose from behind the fortress, aiming to deliver a subjugation force and conquer the flying citadel. In response, knights mounted on winged echoes rushed to intercept them. The thralls of Beastmaster clashed in the air with the warriors riding the echoes, and a fierce battle unfolded above the terrible bloodshed happening below. All hell broke loose, threatening to pass into the annals of history as one of the most dire and perilous battles of the dark era of the nightmare spell. Far away, in the west, things weren't going much better at the lesser crossing. The first rib, while still vast and humbling in scale, had a much narrower point of connection to the breastbone of the titanic skeleton. Therefore, the stronghold there was smaller, and the soldiers guarding it were fewer in number. Nevertheless, the bloodshed there was just as terrible. There was no flying island there to lead the assault, so the soldiers of the sword army could only rely on the engineered bridges. No one was suppressing the defenders of the stronghold by raining death upon them from the sky, either, so the casualties of the attacking side were much more severe. Sunny observed the battle with a grim expression, feeling a suffocating fury rattle his mind at the sight of so many people dying senselessly. But there was nothing he could do to stop the shameful atrocity happening right in front of his eyes. No, that was not true. There was plenty Sunny could do. He could manifest a bridge of shadows wide enough to carry thousands of additional soldiers across. He could send his shadows to break the walls of the fortress. He could command the army to retreat and refuse to accept the orders of the king. But then what? Using his powers would give the Saints of Song to unleash their, in turn. Sure, Sunny could probably give them all a good fight, but how many soldiers would become collateral damage in the clash of transcendent powerhouses? Rebelling against the King of Swords prematurely, meanwhile, would just cost Sunny his life and make deposing the sovereigns that much harder, if not entirely impossible. So, all he could do was grind his teeth, bide his time, and endure the poisonous feeling of anger. How much longer? He knew that the King of Swords was observing the lesser crossing closely. Cassie was not the only one, by far, providing him with information. Therefore, Sunny could not end the battle until it truly looked like the forces of the sword domain had no chance of winning. And the soldiers, as dispirited and disillusioned as they were, the soldiers still fought valiantly. They strived to achieve victory with all their hearts, not the least of all because victory seemed like the only salvation to them. Damnation. Hiding his face behind Weaver's mask, Sunny observed the battle silently. Eventually, the bloodshed had become too dreadful, and the momentum of the assault broke. He had his excuse. Retreat. Somewhere far away, the assault on the greater stronghold was ending in a deadly stalemate, as well. The gates of the fortress had withstood the blows of a specially enchanted siege ram, and neither of the three attacking forces managed to create a stable bridgehead on the battlements. The Ivory Island was forced to retreat, as well, swarmed by the thralls of Beastmaster and under threat of being taken by the warriors of Song. It was another defeat. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Full of resentment, Sunny looked away from the gruesome scene of the battle and walked off. Soon enough, the battle was over, and he hid himself in his tent. He knew that Anvil would not be satisfied with just 2 failed assaults, especially because the second had been much more deadly for the Song army than the first. There would be a 3rd assault, and the 4th, and the 5th. Until one of the sides broke. It was when Sunny was going over the battle in his mind and coming up with ideas on how to minimize the casualties next time that someone approached his tent. There was a polite knock, and a man wearing a vermilion cloak of the royal clan entered it slowly. Sunny stared at him coldly from behind his mask. What? The man bowed, and spoke in a reverent tone. Lord Shadow, sir. The king has sent you a special order. The sword army had crashed against the 2 crossings like a tidal wave. And just like a wave, it had receded over and over again, unable to break through the impregnable barrier. Even the arrival of the Ivory Island did not manage to breach the defenses of the entrenched Song army, at least not yet. The death toll among the defenders increased sharply, and each assault now cost them more. But the losses among the attackers were no less dire. The siege had become a stalemate. Countless soldiers on both sides were dying, and the casualties were mounting. And yet, neither side could crush the enemy. The situation simply continued to escalate endlessly, making it feel as if a breaking point would arrive soon. Those soldiers who were lucky enough to survive were being forged into truly dauntless warriors. The war was like a crucible that produced the toughest of alloys, but rigid steel could be easily broken. Everyone had a limit, and many people were approaching theirs. Rain did not know what was happening in the camp of the Sword Army, but here in the greater stronghold, the mood of the soldiers was hitting rock bottom. Even though they were suffering less than the poor wretches who had to assault the walls of the fortress under a rain of arrows, they still suffered terribly. People were dying, and people were receiving terrible wounds. There were not enough awakened healers to tend to everyone, so many of the wounded could only receive mundane treatment. The field hospital of the Song army was struggling to contend with the influx of patients, its overcrowded halls permeated by the stench of blood and despair. Rain knew because she volunteered as a nurse at the hospital when she had free time. It wasn't just out of the goodness of her heart, but also because she felt bitterly useless. She was not a very good soldier anymore, after all, considering her inability to deal fatal wounds to enemies, even if those enemies were in the process of brutally killing her comrades. So, Rain wanted to be of use to her fellow soldiers in some other way. There were a lot of things to do in an army as large as the Song army was for it to function properly, many of them having nothing to do with combat. She was not ready to ask Tamar for an official transfer, which her friend would without a doubt arrange if need be, because she wasn't quite ready to abandon her cohort. But sparing a few hours doing menial jobs here and there was fine. The field hospital was like a pit of resignation and despair. It wasn't much better in other parts of the fortress either. Morale was low, and soldiers were exhausted, both mentally and physically. To their desperation, there did not seem to be an end to the dreadful siege anywhere in sight. It just continued day after day, while the enemy was learning from each failed assault and employing increasingly effective strategies the next time. Of course, the soldiers of the Song army were learning, too. They had gotten much better at damaging the makeshift bridges, preventing the soldiers of the Sword army from raising siege ladders, defending themselves against the shock troopers who dropped onto the battlefield from the Ivory Island, and so much more. Each lesson was paid for in blood. The remains of Tamar's Centuria had been merged with another company and assigned a wooden barrack. The soldiers rested there between the battles, which happened once every few days. The last one had been especially terrible, so everyone was slow to recover their vitality. As if they could recover it at all. Rain entered the barrack and looked around, studying her fellow soldiers. Some were huddled together in the corner, playing cards. The game was supposed to be boisterous and energetic, but looked mechanical and joyless instead. Some were tending to their equipment or bandaging minor scrapes. Their gazes were bleak and distant. Most were simply laying on their cots, though, unable to fall asleep, but also too drained to do anything else. They just stared at the ceiling with hollow eyes, indifferent to what was happening around them. At least their barrack was better off than most. Tamar had a cooling memory in her arsenal, so it was not as hot as it would have been otherwise. Rain should have been able to enjoy the reprieve from the sweltering heat, but she found herself indifferent to such minor comforts these days. Walking over to her bunk, she dismissed the leather elements of the puppeteer's shroud and fell on it heavily. Luckily, her bunk was the lower one. Well, of course it was. After all, Rain could not walk on air like Tamar. Fleur, who had been recovering from essence exhaustion, glanced at her from the next bunk in the row. The delicate girl remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Ronnie, were you at the baths?" Rain nodded. "Yeah. I heard that the attacks on the supply convoys had stopped, so they're not rationing water as strictly now. It's a nice change of pace." A fragile smile appeared on Fleur's face. "You're so calm." Rain looked at her in confusion. "Me, calm? Goodness. You must have confused me for someone else." Fleur shook her head weakly. "No. I can't even muster enough motivation to get up. The rest are pretty much the same. But you just go about your routine like usual." Rain hesitated for a bit, then shrugged. "It's just a habit, I guess. Back in Ravenheart, I used to reward myself with a good soak in the baths after a hunt. They have proper facilities back home, of course, not just makeshift showers. But still. It feels nice to do the same after a battle." Fleur smiled a little wider, then looked away. After a while, she asked. "Do you think we'll get to return home?" Rain sprawled on her bunk and sighed. "Sure. When the war is over." Hearing that, a soldier laying a few meters away turned his head, stared at her, and then scoffed. "Fool, we will all be dead by the time this damn war is over." She stared at him coldly, not at all happy that her attempt to cheer Fleur up had been thwarted. But also not really knowing how to retort. That idiot. There was some merit to his words. Rain raised an eyebrow. "What are you?" But the soldier interrupted her mid-sentence. "What is even the point of the war? It doesn't make sense. That bastard, the King of Swords, claimed that it was on behalf of Changing Star, who had almost died at the hands of Song assassins. But Lady Nephice herself was against the war, to begin with. She still is. It's just the royals who are thirsty for blood." Another soldier glared at him darkly. "What the hell are you even saying? There is no way that those assassins were from the Song domain. It was just an excuse Clan Valor used to start the war. So what was the Queen supposed to do?" Roll over and allow those bastards to plunder our land? It's not like she wanted this to happen. The first soldier remained silent for a few moments, then scoffed. I don't know whether she wanted the war to happen or not. All I know is that the sovereign started it, and yet it is us puny mortals who are dying in it. If they want to fight so badly, why don't they fight among themselves? What's the point of bleeding us dry instead? Turning his head, he stared at Rain. What do you think, Ronnie? Does any of this make any sense? She lingered for a bit, then sighed. Is that how the rest of you feel, as well? A few soldiers grumbled. The rest did not respond, simply looking at her with dark, tired expressions. Rain shook her head. What I think, is that you should keep your mouth shut. This is a royal legion. It's all right if Tamar hears you, but if one of the blood sisters happens to be nearby when you spout such things, there's gonna be trouble. Morale was that bad in one of the 7 royal legions. She didn't even want to imagine how other brigades were faring. Looking at the ceiling, Rain sighed heavily. What will become of the Song domain? It was hard to remain hopeful. Or sympathetic, really. Many people just wanted for the war to be over, secretly losing interest in which side won, or even if there was a winner at all. But the war showed no sign of slowing down. It only ever seemed to accelerate. Were they really going to all die here? The belligerent soldier cursed with dark resentment. What, I can't even talk now. Great. That's great. They expect us to just die silently, I guess. How are we different from the pilgrims, then? That was a good question. Were they any different, really? Letting out a dispirited sneer, the soldier turned away and covered himself with a blanket. Rain stared at his vague silhouette with pity. That fool. He's going to cook alive under that blanket. Tamar's cooling memory was great, but it wasn't that great. The rest of the soldiers listened to her advice and dropped the topic. She could see it in their eyes, though. Dejection. They were brave people, and they were ready to die in order to protect their home. But there was a difference between dying for a good cause and dying senselessly. And this war was making less and less sense with each day. Standing in the rubble, Kai took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. A powerful gust of wind rose from that one breath, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. When he looked up, the usual soft placidity of his welcoming green eyes was replaced by a cold, sharp gleam. The night suddenly seemed darker, the wind singing a haunting song as they blew across the ruins. Are you ready? He looked at Morgan and Valor and nodded curtly. A pale smile appeared on her scarlet lips. No time to waste, then. Kai looked away. His gaze pierced the piles of stone rubble, the vast expanse of the empty lake, and the palisade of scorched trees standing on its distant shore. No obstacle could obscure his sight, and no distance was too great. Well, in theory. In truth, Kai could not see too far despite having the ability to discern the individual grains of sand on a beach many kilometers away. That was for a simple reason, the curvature of the world. The world was not flat, so in normal circumstances, its curve obscured things at around 5 kilometers away. At least that was how things worked on Earth. Here in the dream realm, though, the horizon was not quite as predictable. What else could one expect from a world where the sky was a patchwork of different heavens? Sometimes, the horizon was 5 kilometers away. In other places, it was much further or noticeably closer. In some places, there was no curve to the world at all. Those places were few and far between, though, so there was still a limit to how far Kai could usually see. He could try to pierce the very depths of Earth with his gaze, of course, thus ignoring the horizon. But his awakened ability was not omnipotent. Doing something like that was not impossible, but would cost too much essence. Especially when there was a much simpler way to see beyond the horizon, so simple, in fact, that it was accessible to all people, but especially so to Kai. It was looking at the horizon from elevation. The higher one was, the less important the curvature of the world became. Similarly, the taller the target was, the easier it was to see from a distance. It was such an obvious truth, but one that found new meaning in the battles of transcendent beings. Which was why what Kai was about to do was dangerous. After a month of furious battles, there were not a lot of elevated points left in the ancient ruins. Everything had been toppled and obliterated, turning into piles of rubble, but Kai did not need to climb a high tower. Instead, he simply soared into the air, ascending naturally into the night sky. Higher, and higher, and higher still. Until the whole world was in front of him like a moonlit canvas. For a few moments, his graceful silhouette was outlined against the radiant fragments of the shattered moon. Then, Kai took a deep breath and raised his bow. That bow of his was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, which he had earned for slaying the corrupted tyrant, malignant grave root, in Antarctica. It was a sublime and deadly weapon, more than powerful enough to accomplish his goals. What mattered just as much were the arrows he would use. Kai had plenty of transcendent arrows, each suited for a different task. Most were meant to deliver untold death and destruction, of course. He even possessed one that was supreme. However, now was not the right time to use it yet. Hovering high above the ruins of True Bastion, bathed in moonlight and embraced by the winds, Kai turned his gaze to the dark expanse of the ancient forest. There, dozens of kilometers away, the enemy was moving under the cover of twisted branches. A vast swath of the forest was veiled by a thick shroud of flowing mist that Mordred had summoned to obscure his movements. But he could not hide from Kai, especially now that Morgan had pointed him in the right direction. There. The princess told them that the final assault would begin with a wave of nightmare creatures, these ones much more powerful than those Mordred had used as vessels before, and whom he had been collecting slowly and in secret throughout the month of dreadful battles. Kai had to make sure that the nightmare creatures were destroyed, or at least severely weakened, by the time they reached the ruins of the ancient castle. Knocking an arrow on the string of his enchanted bow, Kai strained his muscles and drew it to his ear. With his auburn hair dancing wildly in the wind and his green eyes shining in the pale moonlight, he looked upon the dark expanse of the abominable forest coldly. Then, he spoke. "Strike true." His words were a command that brimmed with mystical authority, one aimed at himself, but also at the world itself. Feeling a sudden surge of dire power, Kai released the string. There was a deafening thunderclap when he did. The arrow surged forward with astonishing speed, tearing up the dark sky. It flew further and further away, easily crossing the empty lake and streaking above the ancient forest. Until, finally, dozens of kilometers away, it silently and unerringly pierced the eye of a swiftly moving nightmare creature. A moment later, a tremendous explosion shook the very foundations of the world. An enormous conflagration spread from the point of impact in a straight line, swallowing several square kilometers of the abominable forest. Countless trees were incinerated, and even more were shattered and toppled by a devastating shockwave. A towering plume of raging flame rose high into the sky, and then subsided, spreading in every direction. The darkness of the night was torn apart by the fierce glow of that hungry fire. Dozens of kilometers away, in the silent sky above the ruined castle, Kai observed the devastation calmly. He had already found several other vessels of the Prince of Nothing, and a second arrow was already manifesting in his hand. Of course, Mordred had to have noticed him too. After all, this high above ground, Kai was not hidden from sight by the horizon. In fact, he was easily noticeable and utterly in the open, a perfect target. And he was not the only one who could send a projectile flying across the vastness of the empty lake. I wonder, how many times I died this way? He felt like it would be a shame to die during the first wave of the attack. These nightmare creatures were merely an appetizer, after all, the main course was yet to show itself. According to Morgan, today, Mordred would use both these scavenged vessels and the bodies of the Saints of Night in turns. Actually, Kai wasn't that keen on dying in the second wave either. He would very much prefer to survive. There were too many things to enjoy in life, and there were also things that he still needed to do. Life was precious. Nevertheless, he did not dive to the ground in order to seek cover. Instead, he simply knocked the second arrow on the string, and drew his bow again. His voice resounded from the dark sky like a beautiful, dreadful melody. Destroy. The final battle for Bastion, the latest one in the long procession of prior final battles, had commenced once more. Morgan observed the battle with an impassive expression. Her gaze was cold, and her heart remained calm, untouched by the awe and terror of the calamitous confrontation. It was not as if she had not seen this battle transpire before. Everything that was happening had already happened, and even if there were minor divergences along the way, the ending was always the same. A crushing defeat. It was funny. Battles as great and destructive as this one had been unheard of in the past, but now, the dreadful sight of it all was so familiar as to almost seem boring. Similarly, Morgan had rarely tasted defeat before. But now, its flavor never seemed to leave her. It was all a grand game, of course. Morgan lost to Mordred every day, but in doing so, she was reaching her goals while denying his ambition. So, victory was a question of perspective. The war in Godgrave had been raging for many months now, but Bastion was still held firmly by the great clan Valor. Who was being defeated? Who was winning? Perhaps Morgan and her brother were in a stalemate. She was tired, though. Her companion started these identical days anew, but Morgan remembered each and every one. For her, these past months had been one dire, devastating, never-ending battle. One that seemed hopeless, at that. Its outcome was unclear, and after a while, even its cause was starting to seem vague. It was highly likely that not even people on the front lines of Godgrave had experienced such intense warfare. There was a pace and cadence to a war, after all. Terrible battles were followed by long periods of relative peace while the battered armies regrouped and prepared for the next clash. But here in true Bastion, there was no lull to the violence. It was constant and incessant. The most furious battlefield of the Great Domain War was hidden out of sight and shrouded in mystery, with only two people experiencing its terror. No wonder Morgan was tired. She wondered if her brother was tired, too. If he was, he did not show it. Today's battle was nearing a conclusion. The nightmare creatures had long been eliminated, and so were many of his transcendent vessels. Saint Ether was dead. Neve and Bloodwave were either dead or dying, too. Raised by Wolves was almost done tearing Typhaon apart, rivers of blood flowing from harrowing wounds on her flawless body. The gargantuan corpse of Gnosis lay on the ruins of the drowned city, and somewhere beneath it, Nightingale was struggling to free his draconic body from under the rubble. Soul Reaper was desperately trying to preserve her soul essence while fighting the few remaining Night Saints. The ruins of the castle were in a sorry state, the very mountains on which they stood practically split apart by a titanic blow. He'll snow himself soon. And just as Morgan expected, her brother finally revealed his original body, landing easily on a fragment of a crumbled wall a dozen meters away from her. Sparing Morgan a pleasant smile, he bowed politely. "Ah, dear sister. How wonderful it is to see you again." She just studied him somberly. No, that bastard was not tired at all. If anything, he seemed to be having the time of his life. Instead of answering, Morgan simply raised her sword. Mordred chuckled. "I am not going to lie, this is quite a predicament. I often dreamed about killing the members of my despicable family slowly, but this has been a bit too slow even for my taste." He raised his own sword and glanced at its sharp blade with a faint smile. "Not that carving you up day after day has not been enjoyable, dear sister." Morgan smiled darkly. "Same here." Mordred laughed. "Still, aren't you a bit ashamed of yourself? It would have been all over for you a long time ago if not for the fact that Soul Reaper Jet happened to possess that neat memory of hers, after all. Sheer luck does not exactly constitute merit, does it?" Morgan shrugged indifferently. "The memory is simply a convenient opportunity. Knowing how to grasp an opportunity is a merit, too. Knowing how to create opportunities is another. You talk as if it wasn't me who recruited Soul Reaper, to begin with. In any case, I would have found another way if there was no memory." She had indeed harbored a few plans before Soul Reaper Jet revealed the hourglass memory, albeit none would have been quite as effective. Mordred looked at her with a smile. "So, what then?" Are we going to continue this charade indefinitely, dear sister? I would really hate for something as wonderful as watching you bleed to grow old. Morgan smiled darkly. You are always welcome to enter my soul and challenge me to a duel there. That is the only way you will be able to kill me before I can activate the enchantment. The best plan was to stall her brother long enough for the war to resolve itself. The second best plan was to force him into challenging her to a soul duel. No matter which option he chose, she won. Every outcome seemed to be in her favor. Why was it, then, that Morgan felt uneasy? Mordred had to be weaving some kind of scheme. Was there something she was missing? He shook his head nonchalantly. I'd rather not. I have plenty of time to waste here, anyway. Morgan's dark smile dimmed, and she looked at him coldly. Then, she said. That's just it, though. I don't think you do. Mordred raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you hoping that our father can kill Qisong swiftly? I am not convinced. So, I am willing to risk it. She tilted her head a little and studied him for a few moments. Then, another smile illuminated her pale face, this one faint, but sincere. But what if Qisong kills our father swiftly? While you are stuck here, unable to do it yourself? For the first time in a while, her brother's mask of benevolent decorum cracked briefly, revealing the hideous face of hateful madness beneath. His grin evaporated, replaced by inhuman coldness. Mordred took a step forward and raised his sword. You should not say such terrible things, sister. You sound unfilial. Morgan grinned. Go die, bastard. With that, she lunged forward. They clashed again, like they did every day. The fury of their confrontation shook the broken mountain. In a weird way, it was almost enjoyable. Morgan did not often receive an opportunity to cross swords with someone who was close to her in skill. But for these past few months, she could express her sword freely and without restraint. She remembered being thrilled for the first few times. Each instance was a battle where her very survival was at stake, as well. And her brother, loathsome as he might have been, was still a descendant of war. His skill was fearsome, so it would have been hard to gain so much precious experience anywhere else. It was just that she had to experience harrowing pain, watch her body be mutilated, and taste the bitterness of defeat every time. Just like this time. It was so burdensome. Soon enough, Morgan was broken and bleeding. Her sword had collapsed into a whirlwind of scarlet sparks, and her gaze started to blur. She was hurt quite terribly. Drowning in her own blood, Morgan reached within and activated the enchantment of the mystical hourglass once again. Her bloodied lips twisted into a smile. See you, next time. Mordred, who was in a slightly better shape, was looking at the deep cracks leading to the depths of the shattered mountains with a thoughtful expression. His eyes glistened strangely. Yes, see you next time, sister. The world seemed to dissolve into nothingness. A few moments later, Morgan found herself tending to a pot of fragrant stew. She closed her eyes tiredly. Damn it all. Just like the children of the King of Swords were locked in a bloody stalemate, so were the two great armies. Both the greater and the lesser strongholds were refusing to fall. Despite the terrible battles that raged above the dark chasms, the Song army stubbornly held out. Ash and blood covered the pristine surface of the sun-bleached bone. The toll of human lives was appalling, and worst of all, the deaths of countless soldiers felt senseless. Neither side had managed to gain a decisive advantage, after all, and it did not seem like that would change any time soon. Something had to break the dreadful stalemate. The ashen-faced soldiers felt a strange tension permeate the air, as if a sudden change was coming, or maybe it was just what they hoped for. Most people believed that the two great armies would unleash their saints soon, changing the very nature of the siege and heralding in the final act of the harrowing war. Sunny expected that kind of escalation, too. After all, the King of Swords, callous as he was also not a madman who enjoyed wasting the lives of his soldiers. Each of the failed assaults on the two crossings had been an earnest attempt to conquer them, but now that these attempts were proving to be futile, he would have to employ a different strategy. That was why Sunny was not surprised to receive a special order. The order was summoning him to have an audience with the king. The other saints would probably be receiving the same summons, as well. He believed that they would be sent into the fray as a result. If there was one strange thing about the summons, it was the location. Surprisingly, Sunny was not being called to the camp of the northern contingent of the Sword Army, where the King of Swords was supposed to be residing at the moment. It was not even the Ivory Island, which hovered above that camp. Instead, he was being summoned to Vanishing Lake, the citadel in the hollows that Sunny and Nephice had conquered. Leaving the camp of the eastern contingent of the Sword Army, Sunny traveled swiftly across the Breastbone Reach. The dire and untamed land he had once settled as the Lord of Shadows was now completely transformed. The abominable jungle still sprawled in the hollows, but here on the surface, the scarlet infestation was no more. There was no endless sea of monstrous trees in sight, no impenetrable tangle of the vermilion vines, no red moss covering the white bone. There were no nightmare creatures prowling to devour prey, and no swarms of malignant vermin buzzing in the air. Instead, the vast reaches of Godgrave was clear and pristine, with human outposts dotted here and there around the fissures in the ancient bone. There were established routes, soldiers patrolling the bone plain, and supply caravans moving across its expanse to deliver supplies. There were even specially constructed wooden shelters raised along the routes to help the travelers wait out potential cloud breaks in safety. It almost seemed like civilization. Gliding across the vast expanse of pristine bone as a swift shadow, Sunny felt a strange sense of alienation from its unrecognizable expanse. It was a little eerie to see how drastically Godgrave had been changed by the passage of time, but also a little encouraging. Most of all, it was full of irony. After all, this progress had only been made possible by the demands of war. Perhaps it was no wonder that out of all the divine realms, the waking world seemed to have walked the path of progress the furthest. No matter how Sunny felt about the changes that had happened to Godgrave, though, he was welcomed by a familiar sight after reaching the secondary camp of the Sword Army near the Great Fissure and descending into the hollows. There, the chilling horrors of Godgrave remained unchanged. Mostly. Even the ancient, abominable jungle of the hollows had been tamed a little, enough, at least, to establish a relatively safe pathway from the fissure to Vanishing Lake. The lake itself had been secured by the forces of the Sword Domain, as well, establishing a safe area around the citadel. That was only possible because the king himself had taken action, of course. Sunny reached the charred ruins of the ancient temple without wasting any time. There, one of the knights stationed at the citadel guided him to a spacious underground chamber where a few other saints were already gathered, standing around a large table with a detailed map of Godgrave. Their faces were familiar. Cassie was there, as well as old Saint Jest of the Dagonet clan. There was also Saint Healy, Roan of White Feather, and Revelyn of Aegis Rose, the same people who had conquered the citadel a few months ago. However, it was much more curious to see who wasn't there, which included the rest of the Sword Saints, and most glaringly Nephice herself. Sunny, of course, was aware that she had not been summoned to Vanishing Lake already. After all, he was with her on the Ivory Island at that very moment. Glancing at Cassie from behind his mask, Sunny nodded at the gathered saints and ignored their greetings, finding a dark corner to lean on the wall nonchalantly. What is going on? Cassie, in turn, showed no outward sign of receiving his mental message. I am not sure. However, I think the king has some questions for you. After hesitating for a few moments, Sunny discreetly switched Weaver's mask to, definitely not me. He had a feeling that only being able to lie would not work for him today. Just as he did, the doors opened, and the familiar cold pressure descended upon them. Anvil walked into the room, his vermilion cloak fluttering behind him like a stream of blood, and approached the table with measured steps. His heavy suit of black armor was crafted so finely that it made no noise at all. Glancing at the map, the King of Swords turned to the dark corner where Sunny was skulking and said in an indifferent tone, Lord Shadow. I summoned you here because you possess the most knowledge about the hollows among us. Take a glance at the map. With a sigh, Sunny separated from the wall and approached the table. The map on the table depicted Godgrave. It was quite a splendid feat of cartography, in fact, considering that it showed both the surface of the titanic skeleton and the complicated terrain of the hollows, those parts of them that had been explored by the Sword Army, at least. Vanishing Lake was situated in the central part of the great hollow beneath the breastbone reach, closer to its eastern side. Andal pointed to it, then moved his finger northwest. I want you to draw the optimal path to the western first rib. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. Western first rib was a place that held great significance to the war, at the moment. That was, of course, because it was where the lesser of the two crossings was located. There were two paths to the West Collarbone Plain, the last bastion of the Song army in Godgrave, from the Breastbone Reach, which was now controlled entirely by the King of Swords. The one in the north connected the Titanic breastbone directly to the right collarbone of the dead deity, and was called the Greater Stronghold. However, there was a second path further south, via the right first rib. That was where the lesser stronghold was located, and where Sunny had spent the last few weeks. He studied the King of Swords for a few moments. Why would Anvil want to go there through the hollows? It seemed like a futile endeavor. Unless... Sunny spoke evenly. The optimal path depends on who is meant to walk it. His impassive voice resounded in the underground chamber like a sinister promise. Anvil answered him calmly. Saints first. Then, after a safe pathway is cleared, awaken soldiers. Large numbers of them. That could only mean one thing. Crazy. Sunny suppressed the desire to shake his head in bewilderment. He had expected that the King of Swords would send his saints into battle to prevent the senseless loss of life among the awakened soldiers. The saints of the Sword Army had already proven their superiority, after all. And although each of them was more valuable to the power of the sovereign than countless warriors of lesser ranks, continuing the siege seemed pointless otherwise. However, Anvil had a different plan. He seemed to want to march the awakened soldiers across the hollows, cross from the breastbone of the dead deity to the Titanic first rib beneath the surface, and bypass the less stronghold entirely, perhaps to attack it from the rear, perhaps to invade West Collarbone Plain directly. It was a daring maneuver, and one that could work, if not for the fact that marching awakened warriors through the hollows was similar to giving them a death sentence. The hollows were just too dangerous for anyone weaker than a saint to survive. No, even saints could easily die here. On the other hand, it was not entirely impossible. After all, Xianxia had led her entire expedition force below the surface to conquer the Collarbone Citadel. However, she had done it out of necessity, having been left with no other choice. Even then, too many of Rain's comrades had perished during the relatively short march to the Citadel. The great hollow beneath the breastbone reach was much more vast, and much more dangerous as well. Worse than that, the distance between Vanishing Lake and the potential crossing to the first rib was many times greater than what Xianxia and her soldiers had traversed. However, Anvil had not asked Sunny to list all the reasons why this idea was crazy. He had simply asked him to point out the best possible route. Crazy plans worked, sometimes. Sunny, of all people, had no right to say otherwise. It was just that he had to, this time. He sighed, then shook his head. It won't work. The King of Swords simply considered him in silence. Eventually, it was Jester who spoke, chuckling quietly. Goodness gracious, is the indomitable Lord of Shadows actually wary of something? Sunny stared at him from behind his mask for a few moments, then spoke impassively. I am. We can cleave through the jungle, slaughter the ancient horrors populating it, and even eradicate the great nightmare creatures that haunt this land. However, the problem lies here. He pointed to a particular point on the map, one that did not lay directly in the path leading to the western first rib, but was somewhat close to it. Here, the jungle hides the ruins of a sprawling city. I've been to these ruins once, and had to escape. They are guarded by a swarm of especially lethal great abominations, not just solitary predators, but a small army of them. His words caused a heavy silence to settle in the chamber. Over the months of fighting in Godgrave, the saints of both armies had somewhat grown used to the idea of facing great nightmare creatures in battle. Rare as encounters with such terrifying beings had been in the past, they were not something that transcendent warriors of humanity could not win. But fighting a group of great nightmare creatures, let alone a large one, still seemed like outright suicide. Sunny took a deep breath. Much worse than that, they are able to exist as a group because these great abominations are not independent beings. Instead, they serve a cursed tyrant, whose name is condemnation. Condemnation dwells in the ruins, and its sphere of influence overlaps with any viable route to the first rib. The already heavy silence had turned grave. Until it was broken by Saint Jest, who chuckled once again. Only, this time, his chuckle seemed a little nervous. Condemnation, is it? Why, there's definitely a dirty joke somewhere here. Well, maybe joke is too strong of a word, but a dirty pun, definitely. He opened his mouth to share said pun, but grew quiet after Anvil glanced at him without any amusement. The old man coughed. Or, maybe there isn't. For once. The King of Swords looked away from Jest and turned his heavy attention back to Sunny. There is no other route? Sunny slowly shook his head. There are ones that are much longer. They would take us into the hunting grounds of other cursed ones, though, perhaps not as terrifying as condemnation, but the added length of the journey would make up for the difference. Anvil looked at the map calmly. A cursed tyrant. He remained silent for a while, and then shrugged indifferently. Then we will kill condemnation. Sensing the shock his words caused to the gathered saints, he looked at them calmly. I will lead the subjugation force myself. And cut this creature down myself, as well. Chapter 2082, Fragments of War, 19, The Hollows felt different in the company of a sovereign. Before, Sunny had always felt like prey here. Despite the fact that his powers were enough to survive the perils of the ancient jungle, it had always been a losing fight. He could slay some predators and escape others, but only for so long. The hollows themselves were like a hungry beast, and were bound to devour him sooner or later. But now that he was following the King of Swords, things were different. It was not even a matter of raw power, but more so a feeling. The chilling sensation of being alone and alien to the foreign, hostile, and malevolent land that intended to consume him was replaced by the sensation of belonging. Of being the predator instead of prey, of being the master of this dark place. Or rather, of being a follower of its master. Examining the subtle feeling with curiosity, Sunny smiled behind the mask. He wondered if that was what being a minion of a tyrant felt like. The small group was traversing the hollow swiftly. They had left Vanishing Lake the previous day and delved into the jungle without wasting any time. The King of Swords was riding a fearsome stallion forged from black steel, an artificial echo of unknown rank and class that he had probably forged himself. Considering how the echo looked, Sunny could not help but imagine Nightmare tearing it apart with his adamantine fangs. After all, the world was too small for two tenebrous steeds. Saint Rivalen had assumed his transcendent form and was barreling through the jungle behind the sovereign. The enormous rhino was surrounded by an invisible field of interlocked shields and carried two figures on his back. They were Jest and Cassie, one holding onto his cane, the other onto the hilt of the quiet dancer. Roan had transformed into the giant white lion, running to the side of Rivalen. His wings were folded, but he was still maintaining astonishing speed. Saint Healy was galloping on the other side of the rhino, her hair dancing in the air. Sunny, meanwhile, had turned into four shadows and hid himself inside Cassie's, allowing himself to be carried with her. Needless to say, out of everyone in the group, he was traveling with the most comfort. It was both strange and amusing, to be so relaxed and comfortable in the hollows. The hollows had not become any less deadly, after all. Now that the sword domain had spread across the breastbone reach, all of its surface belonged to Anvil. There, his authority was undisputed, and his power was at its peak. That authority reached into the hollows, as well. Apart from the hunting grounds of the Cursed Ones and of the great nightmare creatures of higher ranks, the vast expanse of the ancient jungle was now permeated by his will. However, that did not magically eliminate countless abominations dwelling under its canopy, and neither did it pacify the jungle itself. Sunny did not have to concern himself with protecting the party, though. As they moved swiftly through the jungle, the small group was surrounded by a quiet rustle. That was the sound of countless swords flowing like a river around them, all controlled by the will of their king. The sword scared many inhabitants of the jungle away and easily obliterated those nightmare creatures that were too fearless for their own good. Sunny was using shadow sense to perceive the surroundings, so he could observe the quiet river of flying swords closely. What he saw left him disturbed and uneasy. He had known that Anvil was a being of daunting power, of course. The sight of countless swords blotting out the sky like a swirling cloud of sharp steel was still fresh in his mind. The sight of them raining down to annihilate a horde of nightmare creatures was, as well. However, it was only now that he saw the true horror of the sovereign's swords. They could cut down powerful abominations in mere moments, true. But they could also cut down things that no one was supposed to be able to cut. For example, as Sunny observed, a field of vermilion flowers swayed in an intangible wind, expelling a cloud of red pollen. That same eerie wind carried the pollen toward the approaching humans, but before it could reach it, a single sword flashed through the red haze, drawing a thin line in it. In the next moment, the pollen fell to the ground like dust, the vibrant scarlet color fading into dull brown. It looked inert and withered, dead. Obviously, it was impossible to cut down a cloud of pollen, so how had the King of Swords destroyed it with a single slash? As Sunny observed many similar events happening around them, he came to a disturbing conclusion. It was not that Anvil's sword had cut down a cloud. Instead, it seemed to have cut the very concept of the red pollen, thus destroying its material manifestation. Such power was a step above what Sunny was capable of, knew how to defend himself from, or could understand. It was a frightening display of potency that seemed more divine than mundane. Troubling. Sunny wondered if Anvil was able to perform such feats because they were currently within his domain, or if he could accomplish the same anywhere, anytime, simply by virtue of possessing supreme power. Someone else would have rejoiced to serve such a fearsome monarch, but since Sunny was actively planning to kill the king, he was not too happy to see how deadly his target was. "Cassie, do you see what I see?" She lingered with the response, then spoke in his mind neutrally. "That's quite an unfortunate bit of wording, isn't it?" Sunny shifted awkwardly within her shadow. Right. Sorry." She chuckled quietly, then added in a somber tone. "But yes. I do. It is a bit terrifying." Sunny listened to the quiet rustle of countless swords for a few moments more. "Be sure to share the memory of this journey with Nephice when we return. She will find it useful." Sunny and Nephice had hoped that observing great nightmare creatures in the Sovereign's due battle would give them clues about what it meant to be supreme, and therefore how to attain supremacy. Without achieving that. Right now, the gap between them and the Sovereign seemed terribly vast. Chapter 2083, Fragments of War, 20. Sunny would have loved to think that the senseless slaughter at the two crossings had been put on hold while Anvil was secretly realizing his daring plan to lead an army through the hollows, but in fact, the opposite was true. There had to be mayhem and carnage to cover up his absence and mask the signs of the dreadful battle with condemnation, after all. So, the war entered a period of demented intensity while the king was absent from the front line. So, it was good that it did not take them long to reach the overgrown ruins of an ancient city where Sunny and Nephice had once rescued Tamar of Sorrow and her friend Fleur. The King of Swords and his retinue of saints were currently observing the ruins from a small distance. The cursed tyrant was hidden out of sight, but Sunny could feel its profane influence permeating the air. He could practically see the sword domain clashing against the boundary of condemnation's territory, only to recede like a wave, powerless to usurp the will of condemnation. Out there in the ruins, even the authority of a sovereign would have to bow to a more tyrannical presence. The man himself was standing just a few steps away from Sunny, observing the ruined city with an indifferent expression. That expression had not left his face ever since they entered the hollows, making it seem as if nothing here was worthy of making his heart stir. It was to the point that Sunny was starting to wonder if Anvil usually ate cursed tyrants for breakfast. Actually, it was hard to imagine Anvil eating any kind of breakfast. did sovereigns even need to eat? Their souls were far beyond the concept of mundane, and their bodies were not quite mortal either. So, he was not sure. He was also painfully aware that it was his first time being so close to the King of Swords while surrounded by so few people. The small size of the subjugation party made Anvil seem almost approachable. Well, what the hell? You only live once. Sunny decided to just go ahead and ask. He turned his mask toward the King of Swords and spoke in a cold tone. Have you slain a cursed tyrant before, Your Majesty? Anvil regarded the ruins for a few more moments, then slowly shook his head. I've slain a few cursed nightmare creatures, but none of that class. Sunny stared. Then why the hell are you so calm? They were about to attack the lair of a cursed tyrant. A cursed tyrant. Condemnation was not just some big abomination, it was a true deity. A deity that had succumbed to corruption. They were intending to slay a god. The rest of the saints shifted uncomfortably. Sunny gave them a glance. They were a strange group, considering the circumstances. He understood that Anvil could not pull too many saints from the front line without making their absence too noticeable. However, the particular people he had taken with him were all a bit odd of a choice. Sunny was the most obvious pick, since he had extensive knowledge of the Hollows and had already faced condemnation once. However, he was also known to be unusually partial to Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, who was currently in a strained relationship with the king. There was Cassie, as well. She was a loyal follower of Nephi's, too, not that it prevented her from being in very good standing among the Saints of Valor. But it was still strange to see her here, since the blind seer was not exactly known as a powerful combatant. Bringing her to a battle with a cursed tyrant did not make a lot of sense. Saint Healy was with them, too. She was a warrior of great renown and well-liked in the sword domain, so it was not too strange to see her here. However, the king had just executed her uncle, Orem, not too long ago. Was he really relying on Healy as a champion, or keeping her close to observe her? Then, there was Roan of White Feather. Unlike the other three saints, there was nothing controversial about Roan, at first glance. But he was married to Saint Tyrus, who was the cornerstone of the entire sword army here in Godgrave. Before that, their clan had not been looked upon with favor. One could almost imagine that Anvil was using Roan as a hostage to keep Skytide in check. Saint Jest, meanwhile, was one of the most loyal subjects of the royal clan. Even now that the citadel of the Dagonet clan had been destroyed, he was valued by the king greatly. However, his aspect mostly dealt with emotions and thoughts. Considering that they would be fighting mindless automatons in the ruins, the old man would find it hard to contribute to the battle in a meaningful manner. Finally, there was Rivalen of Aegis Rose. Actually, Sunny could not think of anything odd about Saint Rivalen. That guy was a perfectly fitting choice. His loyalty was stellar, and his aspect was uniquely useful in almost any situation. But wasn't it strange, to be the only one who was not strange when everyone else was? Perhaps Rivalen was the most suspicious. Sunny shook his head. I think my nerves are getting to me. He pointed to the ruins. In any case, as I explained before, the great nightmare creatures populating these ruins are called Azures of Condemnation. They seem to be remnants of the human civilization that once thrived in Godgrave, powerful suits of enchanted armor parasitized by corruption. So, don't try to behead them or damage the corpses trapped inside the golems. Go for the armor itself. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then added tensely. As for condemnation, I only know that it's huge. I ran away immediately after it appeared, and even then just barely. Anvil gave him a curt nod and headed toward the ruins calmly. Leave the tyrant to me. Today, I will be the condemned. Chapter 2084, Fragments of War, 21, Sunny had once again entered the ruins of the nameless city. Last time, he had come here with Nephi's, both of them on guard and wary of the ancient ruins. This time, he was in a more illustrious, or maybe more deplorable, company. Led by a sovereign, the Sword Saints strolled into the ruins with daring confidence. The source of that confidence was the King of Swords himself, whose bearing and expression remained calm and aloof despite the looming battle with a corrupted god. His brazen nonchalance was eerily infectious. Of course, the saints were still nervous. Sunny was nervous, too. Not only at the prospect of battling great nightmare creatures and witnessing a clash between a sovereign and a cursed tyrant, but also for a different reason. He threw a furtive glance south. The nameless temple was not that far from here, no more than 200 kilometers. Subsequently, the swath of the abominable jungle where his menagerie of great nightmare creatures were slumbering under the influence of the dream curse was not that far either. Their hideous bodies were shrouded in a veil of shadows, true, but even hiding them inside the darkness of the Shadow Realm fragment did not put Sunny at ease when a sovereign was so close. In fact, the fragment itself could attract unnecessary attention. Sunny did not know what senses Andal possessed and how far they reached, so he was a bit on edge. I should probably focus. All great nightmare creatures were dire enemies, but the Asuras were especially fearsome due to their special nature. He had to throw distracting thoughts out of his mind and concentrate on the upcoming battle. The role of the saints was to pull the attention of the Asuras away from the king and carve him a path to condemnation. Then, they were supposed to keep the minions of the cursed tyrant at bay until it was destroyed. Of course, Sunny was meant to serve as the sledgehammer of the group, doing the lion's share of the work. The other 5 saints were here to support him. That was the price he had to pay for being too outstanding. As they entered the city, his companions grew apprehensive, except for the king, who looked indifferent to the deadly danger of the overgrown ruins. Sunny commanded Serpent to assume the soul weapon form. This time, however, he did not go with the familiar Odachi. Considering the nature of the enemy, a blunt weapon would work much better. So, the serpentine shadow took the shape of a great mace that seemed to be carved from black obsidian. It looked almost like the exact opposite of the diamond weapons the Asuras used. Hoisting the heavy mace on his shoulder, Sunny took the lead and headed toward the center of the ruined city. The others followed, spreading a little to form a loose battle formation. Each of the saints looked formidable and battle-ready, well, except for Jest, who was wearing mundane clothes and leaning on his walking stick. The old man was looking around with curiosity. This place reminds me of Europe. Sunny glanced at him with interest. You've been to Europe, old man? That continent was lost to humanity, but unlike the Americas and Antarctica, it had not been lost to the nightmare spell. Instead, it had been rendered uninhabitable before it even descended. Jest grinned. Sure. Where have I not been? Anyway, there are many such cities in Europe. Ancient, beautiful, swallowed by nature, quite a sight, really, albeit one that will put you in a melancholic mood. Well, and those beautiful forests are no less deadly and vile as this damned jungle. Of course, that is because of the weapons used during the dark times, not just the nightmare spell. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then looked away. Still, I don't think there's a city quite like this one in Europe. Jest raised an eyebrow with a smile. How so? Taking a deep breath, Sunny grasped the handle of his great mace with both hands. There's no friendly locals. At that moment, the mounds of vermilion moss around them exploded, revealing damp interiors of overgrown buildings, and the lumbering figures of the Asuras lunged at them with a dreadful speed. The appalling creatures looked just like Sunny remembered them. They were twice as tall as humans, but shriveled and hunched. Their vaguely humanoid bodies were made from stone, with deep cracks covering its rough surface. Red moss covered the stone like tattered garments, with scarlet blossoms growing from it on black stalks. Below the moss, desiccated flesh could be seen through the cracks in the dark stone. That flesh belonged to the awakened warriors who had once worn the powerful suits of enchanted armor, and were now entombed within them. The featureless faces of the Asuras gaped with round holes cut on their surface, all of them full of appalling darkness. The terrifying abominations descended upon them in an instant, their diamond weapons already falling to shatter the world into pieces. Sunny grimaced. His black mace slammed into the chest of the nearest Asura with enough force to collapse a mountain, producing a devastating shockwave and causing several of the overgrown buildings to crumble. At the same time, Rivalen staggered back on his 4 stubby legs, his barrier of shields collapsing under the terrible force of a great nightmare creature's blow. Luckily, the invisible barrier had stalled the abomination just long enough to allow Healy to send several arrows in quick succession, each striking the Azura's chest and exploding with thunderous roars. Roan simply used his mass to topple one of the golems, then bit down on the stone carapace. A moment later, powerful currents of electricity seemed to flow through the ancient suit of mystical armor, frying it from the inside. Cassie simply dodged the attack, gliding back with the help of the quiet dancer. The King of Swords, meanwhile, simply ignored the sudden attack, continuing to walk toward the center of the city with a cold and terrifying expression on his chiseled face. It was never easy to fight great nightmare creatures. They were faster, stronger, and more durable than even transcendent humans were, not to mention possessing abominable constitution. Worse than that, the world bent to their will, and the humans did, as well. Facing an abomination of the great rank was a treacherous ordeal at best, and a deadly mistake most of the time. The wounds dealt to the enemy would be more shallow than they were meant to be. A sharp blade would turn dull, a sturdy armor would succumb to blows easier than it had ever succumbed before. Similarly, one's own body and mind would betray them, making the difference in power feel even greater than it was. But it did not mean that human saints had no chance in a battle against great abominations. In fact, Sunny judged that even the most inexperienced saint was far more deadly than most of those, at least as far as nightmare creatures of lesser classes were concerned. It was for a simple reason. Great nightmare creatures possessed dreadful power and dire will by their very nature. The saints, however, were innately unnatural beings. They were, in fact, the product of a bitter fight against one's nature. From a mundane person to a transcendent warrior, each step on the path of ascension was paid for in blood. And only the very best of humanity had walked that far on the path. They were the strongest and deadliest members of the human tribe, trained for war by the nightmare spell, unlike most nightmare creatures, who were granted their power without having to strive to gain it. That was why 6 saints of the Sword Army were not instantly overwhelmed by the great nightmare creatures of the ancient ruins. Sunny had used shadow sense to predict where the enemy would appear from and moved in advance to make up for his lacking speed, slamming his mace into the breastplate of the appalling golem. Of course, he had wrapped himself in shadows and used Feather of Truth to make his blow as heavy as possible. Most importantly, Serpent's Slaying Blade ability was meant to ignore the will of greater enemies, to a degree. As a result, the stone breastplate of the golem exploded into a rain of debris, and before the thunderous boom of the heavy impact could even die down, the handy bracelet announced the kill. You have slain a great beast, Azura of Condemnation. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny wasted a split second to wonder at the fact that beings of such dire power could die so swiftly by his hand. Since when had it become the norm? It was truly bizarre. But he did not have a lot of time to celebrate the kill. Already, another Azura was moving in his direction, mere moment away from obliterating him with a devastating strike. Before it could, however, a different kind of horror intercepted the shambling golem from the darkness. Glowing red claws shot forward, and fiend threw the creature to the ground, having already sliced off its arm with terrifying ease. Infernal flames burned in his eyes with hungry glee. Sunny's supreme devil towered above the Azuras, his glistening black frame bristling with countless jagged spikes. Unlike the 6 saints, Fiend did not look inferior to the Azuras in terms of sheer menace. If anything, he looked much more terrifying, like a demon of blackened steel that had crawled from the depths of a fiery hell. His hungry expression only made him seem more sinister. Without wasting any time, Fiend threw himself into battle. The other saints were holding their ground, as well, albeit just barely. Cassie, Roan, Rivalenn, and Healy coordinated their movements, facing the lumbering stone golems with a united front. Jest, meanwhile, seemed to have disappeared somewhere. Sunny felt a strange hint of concern about the old man, but he was also sure that the elder of Clan Dagonet could take care of himself. Sunny dashed forward and brought his mace down on the moss-covered mass of the Azura whom Fiend had thrown down moments earlier. There was a shockwave, and the ground beneath the creature split open. Around them, a few ancient buildings collapsed. The great beast grew still, not trying to rise anymore. A split second later, Sunny was gone, having used Shadow Step to jump a few dozen meters away. A diamond blade whistled through the space he had been occupying a heartbeat before, seemingly cutting the fabric of reality itself apart. He belatedly felt a cold chill running down his spine. That was close. The battle raged on, with the 6 saints attracting more and more Azuras from the depths of the ruins. But it was merely a distraction. The true confrontation was about to happen somewhere ahead of them, where the King of Swords was walking calmly with an aloof expression on his cold face. Out there, in the heart of the nameless city, condemnation was rising slowly. Sunny felt the tyrant before he saw its towering figure. He felt its harrowing presence first, then shuddered as he sensed its shadow. It was vast and unfathomably deep, indescribably ancient, inescapable. Suddenly, he felt like a sleeper once again, shivering from fear in the shadow of the Crimson Spire. The rest of the saints had sensed the cursed tyrant, as well. They paled and stumbled, almost losing their lives in the middle of the battle. Condemnation's mere presence seemed to have changed the world, making the Azuras stronger while humans were suddenly weak and frightened. The only one who showed no sign of fear was Andal of Valor. The king continued to walk forward with measured steps, his black armor making no sound, his vermilion cloak fluttering in the powerful wind that had been raised by the condemnation. The cursed tyrant was slowly rising at the heart of the ruins, making the world quake. That was where Andal was headed, a sharp and ominous gleam igniting in the depths of his cold, gray eyes. Sunny had not gotten a good look at condemnation the last time he visited the ruins. Back then, he and Nephi's were too preoccupied with surviving and rescuing the pair of sleepers. Now, however, even though he was embroiled in a furious fight against the Azuras, he could not help but study the ancient cursed one. Condemnation was definitely one of the most imposing nightmare creatures he had even encountered, if for no other reason than sheer, inconceivable size. Sunny had seen and fought many gargantuan abominations, had even slain many of them. Some were even the size of a mountain, like Goliath or the black turtle whose corpse had served him as an island ship in the third nightmare. However, even Goliath had conceivably proportions, towering above the ground by more than 100 meters, but less than 200. Condemnation dwarfed the fallen titan effortlessly. It was so gargantuan, in fact, that watching it rise felt like watching a natural disaster happening, not a living being moving. At its full height, the cursed tyrant was no less than several kilometers tall. It was so tall, in fact, that Sunny could only see its full form because of the distance. If he was any closer, he would have had to lay down on the ground and look up to truly see the dreadful scale of condemnation. It was vaguely human-like in shape, possessing 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. However, the semblance was rough and distant, as if created in the image of a human by a consciousness that either did not really know what humans looked like, or simply did not care. The dark behemoth was awesome and imposing, but most of all, the chaotic contours of its mountainous body were utterly dreadful. In fact, simply looking at it was maddening, as if Sunny's resilient mind was deeply wounded by the unfathomable sight. The first time Sunny had seen the cursed one, he assumed that, since it had risen from below the overgrown ruins, its body was covered by soil, roots, moss, pieces of rubble, and debris. But now that he could see it clearly, he knew that he had assumed wrong. The body of condemnation was not covered by a crumbling layer of the ruins, instead, it simply consisted of the ruins. And everything else around it, really, as if assembled from what was there to take. Stone, soil, vast fragments of the shattered bone, countless trees and vines, pieces of stone and entire crumbling buildings were held in the air by an invisible force, comprising the colossal figure. There were other, less tangible things constituting condemnation, as well. The twilight of the subterranean ruin, the vast swathes of ancient shadows, the howling wind, the clouds of mist, any even more abstract concepts, most likely, which Sunny was unable to perceive. Truthfully, he was mostly certain that he could not perceive all of the cursed tyrant, instead witnessing only the surface of its harrowing being. It was as if a malevolent spirit had possessed the nameless city, and then built itself a body out of its remains. Entranced, Sunny stared at the slowly straightening colossal figure of condemnation for a moment or two. Then, he shuddered and looked away hurriedly, just a heartbeat before the cursed one opened its eyes. It was suddenly hard to breathe. Sunny felt as if his mind was about to shatter and his body was about to fester with a vile darkness, and he wasn't even whom the cursed tyrant was looking at. Towering at kilometers in height, Condemnation was unmistakably looking down at the King of Swords, who was still approaching it with measured steps. This madman. Without slowing down even a little or showing the smallest sign of fear, Andal stepped forward easily and suddenly soared into the air. He did not possess the ability to fly, like Kai did, and neither was he using a memory to take flight. Instead, it seemed as if he simply willed himself to rise into the darkness, forcing gravity to release its hold on him. Of course, there was a simpler explanation. Sunny knew that Andal's dormant ability gave him tremendous affinity to metal and the power to control it, which was how he was able to control the sea of flying swords, most likely. Meanwhile, his suit of intricate plate armor had also been forged from mystical steel, so he could have been simply exerting his power on it to fly. In any case, the King of Swords rose high into the air and hovered there like a black dove, his vermilion cloak billowing in the wind. He was positioned right across Condemnation's colossal, inhuman face. The two stared at each other for a few moments. From afar, it was like watching an ant stare down a giant. But then, the situation changed. That was because an enormous cyclone of scarlet light manifested itself into reality behind the King of Swords, drowning the ruins of the ancient city in a bright red radiance. The cloud of scarlet light cut the world in two like an enormous wall, flowing and swirling hypnotically. It was composed of myriads of radiant sparks, of course. The wall of scarlet radiance and the darkness surrounding Condemnation seemed to be at odds for a few moments, just like their masters were. Sunny was sure that there was also another, invisible confrontation going on. It was the confrontation between the sword domain and the will of the Cursed One. Andal was invading Condemnation's land, after all, and his domain was invading foreign territory, too. Then, finally, the ocean of scarlet sparks manifested into a sea of beautiful swords. Surrounded by them like a steel storm front, Andal looked at the cursed tyrant coldly. Then, raising a head, he sent the sword forward. Two enormous torrents of rustling steel flowed past him at tremendous speed, aimed at the colossal body of Condemnation. The battle between a sovereign and a tyrant had begun. As the storm of swords descended upon Condemnation, the Azura seemed to lose interest in the saints. The ancient golems turned around, observing the battle between the sovereign and the cursed god. Then, one of them raised its diamond spear and threw it with measured, powerful swing. There was a thunderous roar, and the ground beneath the golem cracked. The diamond spear flew through the darkness like a shooting star, becoming incandescent and igniting the very air around it. Its fiery trail was like a wound left on the dim twilight of the hollows. It was aimed at the back of the King of Swords, who hovered high above the ground in the distance. Luckily, one of Healy's arrows struck the spear in the air, producing a fearsome explosion and knocking it off course. The stunning shot left the beautiful equine saint open for a split second, though, which almost cost her life. Sunny manifested his three incarnations and snarled as each of them attacked one of the Azuras. Keep them busy. He was not even entirely sure why he was trying to prevent the minions of the cursed tyrant from attacking Andal. Wouldn't it be better if the damned sovereign was either killed or severely wounded in the battle? No, probably not. With Andal debilitated or out of the picture, there would be no one left to contain the Queen of Worms. And once her domain consumed the entire world, neither Sunny nor Nephice would be able to stop her. That was the rational reason. The irrational reason, though, was that he simply did not feel right siding with the nightmare creatures in a battle against humans. Sunny and his incarnations, as well as Fiend, clashed with the Azuras. The saints abandoned caution in favor of fierce offense, too. With their combined effort, the dreadful golems were temporarily stalled. A vast swath of the overgrown ruins was devastated by the chilling violence of their furious battle. But the devastation could not even remotely compare to the calamity unleashed by the King of Swords and Condemnation. At the heart of the ancient city, the colossal figure of condemnation was finally enveloped by a storm of swords. Because of how gargantuan the cursed tyrant was, its movements seemed deceptively slow. With each step it took, the hollows quaked. The cursed god was slowly raising a hand when the flowing river of swords slammed into its body, turning into an enormous steel whirlwind. Each of the countless blades struck condemnation with obliterating force. Flashes of blinding light and flowers of flame bloomed across the dark expanse of its titanic body. Those were caused by kinetic energy turning into heat and light, much like what happened when the projectiles shot by the massive siege railguns hit the hordes of nightmare creatures under the walls at Falcon Scott. Only these explosions were infinitely more destructive, carrying the will and essence of a supreme being. More than that, there had barely been a few dozen railguns firing at any given moment in Falcon Scott. Here, there was a myriad of swords, all striking the tyrant continuously. Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As he watched a hurricane of light and flame swallow the titanic form of condemnation, his eyes widened. Crap. Then, the furious forces unleashed by Anvil's attack crossed a dire threshold. The colossal tyrant was wreathed in flames entirely by then, with a storm of swords continuing to bombard its mountain-like figure with a daunting barrage of annihilating blows. The heat unleashed by them was so great, in fact, that the air itself seemed to ignite. It was like a chain reaction. The world shuddered, and then exploded with furious light. A harrowing wall of flame suddenly formed in the distance, reaching almost all the way to the dome of the hollows. The dim twilight that had reigned here for thousands of years was instantly vanquished, and the ancient jungle covering the ruins was, too, turning to ash almost in a split second. The nameless city was revealed from under its suffocating embrace for a brief moment, looking almost like it had before the civilization of Godgrave succumbed to the ruthless challenge of the nightmare spell. It was a beautiful sight. Then, the ancient stone itself melted, turning into rivers of incandescent lava. The towering wall of incinerating flame rolled outward, consuming the ruins from the center outward. There was probably a moment or two before the deadly heat reached the outskirts of the city, where the saints were fighting the Azuras. Sunny allowed himself a split second to witness this awesome scene of unfathomable devastation. Then, he dashed back and shouted, "Revelen!" The saints seemed to understand his meaning, swiftly moving to stand by the enormous rhino's side. Sunny frantically looked around to see if Cassie was there, but he did not have to worry, she was just a step or two away from him. In fact, she had probably arrived first. Rivelin's shields managed to surround them just before a wave of unbearable heat arrived. The power of his defensive aspect weakened the heat, the shockwave, and the flames enough to allow the saints to endure. Fiend's wide back protected them, as well. A couple of heartbeats later, the dome of invisible shields was swallowed entirely by the wall of flame. The world had turned into a fiery abyss. The air itself had been burned away, so they could not breathe. Luckily, saints could last for a while without oxygen. It was still unpleasant, though. But they survived. The jungle had turned to ash. The ruins melted. The air burned. Eventually, with nothing more to feed on, the fire died down. Sunny could see clearly once again. Directly in front of him, Fiend's black carapace had turned incandescent. The ravenous shadow did not seem to be in discomfort, though. Instead, he was gleeful, bursting with bloodlust and vigor, as if having absorbed some of the incinerating fire into his steel body. Further away, the Azuras were standing, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Patches of red moss that had been covering the abominable golems were gone now, burned away, revealing their true appearance. Beyond the great nightmare creatures, the vast ruins of the ancient city were utterly gone, having turned into a hellish landscape of ash and molten lava. And further still, the cursed tyrant, condemnation, remained intact and undamaged. It still bore the scar where Nef's flame had burned its body, but the harrowing conflagration summoned into the world by the hurricane of Anvil's swords did not leave even a scratch on it. Condemnation's titanic hand was reaching forward from the billowing cloud of black smoke, as if to sweep the King of Swords away like an annoying pest. As the flames died down, a hurricane wind slammed into the saints and the Azuras from behind. That was air rushing in to fill the vacuum, and bringing the overbearing smell of ash with it. The ruins of the ancient city had turned into a fiery hellscape, and an unbearable heat singed their lungs as they breathed in. No mortal man could have survived in this incandescent purgatory, and yet, the sword saints did. After all, those of the transcendent rank were not quite mortal. Ahead of them, the stone carapaces of the Azuras were glowing with angry red embers. Healy dismissed her transformation and wiped the sweat off her brow, breathing shallow breaths. A pained grimace twisted her beautiful face. How are we supposed to fight them in these conditions? Her voice sounded weak and ghostly, since there was not enough air around them yet to carry the sound properly. Sunny simply leaned forward, preparing to lunge at the enemies. What are you waiting for? Attack while their armor is still softened by the heat. She stared at him for a split second, then gritted her teeth and knocked an arrow on the string of her bow, which had shrunk in size greatly now that she assumed the human form once more. The other saints moved, as well. Far away, past the dark figures of the Azuras, Condemnation's hand was moments away from reaching Anvil. Rivers of swords twisted in the glowing red darkness of the incinerated wasteland, converging right in front of him like a colossal steel flower. Its epicenter was supposed to serve as a shield for the sovereign and receive the tyrant's blow. For incarnations of Sunny descended upon the Azuras, unleashing hell upon them. However, even embroiled in the deadly battle, he could not help but keep an eye on the titanic confrontation happening in the distance. Condemnation's hand collided with the whirlwind of swords in an explosion of furious devastation. It seemed to move slowly from a distance, but there was a blinding flash when the collision happened, followed by a thunderous roar and a tremendous shockwave. This time, the shockwave spread vertically. A few moments later, it slammed into the floor of the hollows, as well as in their dome. The world quaked, and a net of shallow cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient bone above them. The swirling mass of flying swords had failed to stop the cursed god's hand. It barreled through them without ever slowing down, obliterating countless swords and sending many more flying into the distance. Shards of broken blades and streams of molten metal rained down. Sunny could not see the blow clearly. He only saw a whirlwind of scarlet sparks surrounding the King of Swords, and then saw him plummeting down like a meteor. He perceived what happened next with shadow sense. Anvil failed to damage the body of the enemy, and was struck down instead. However, the sovereign seemed to have protected himself from the blow, after all. He crashed into a river of lava, sending a great fountain of it rising into the air. A few moments later, Anvil rose slowly to his feet, unscathed, and looked up with a dark expression. Drops of lava rolled down the black surface of his armor, not leaving even a trace on it, and he stood in the incandescent river of molten rock as if it was water. His eyes were cold and full of dark, suffocating determination. Outstretching a hand, he summoned another sword. This one, however, felt different. Its shadow was much more terrifying than the shadows of the countless blades moving above the sovereign like a steel storm. What just happened? Sunny struggled to contend against the terrifying Azuras while trying to comprehend the awesome exchange between the King of Swords and Condemnation. On the surface, it had seemed simple enough, a straightforward competition of their ability to exert force and unleash devastation. However, Sunny was sure that there was more going on than what met the eye. Anvil had not just failed to cut Condemnation because the colossal body of the cursed tyrant was too tough, and he had not failed to block Condemnation's blow because its arm was too strong. Instead, the sword domain had failed to exert its dominance over the authority of the cursed god, and his will had failed to overpower the will of the enemy. Everything else was merely a result. Sunny's expression grew ugly behind the mask. He was distracted from the profane battle after that, forced to concentrate on his own. As Sunny and the Sword Saints battled the shambling Azuras, they caught glimpses of the dreadful confrontation between the King of Swords and Condemnation from time to time. Flashes of blinding light, deafening thunderclaps, and devastating shockwaves continued to torment the world, making the hollows quake in horrid convulsions. The gargantuan figure of the cursed tyrant was hard to miss, but Anvil was too small to be seen clearly from the distance, especially in the appalling mayhem of their awesome clash. However, his presence was just as overwhelming, since even when the sovereign himself could not be seen, the storm of swords that he had summoned was always visible. The torrents of rustling steel that besieged condemnation were of the same scale as the cursed tyrant, even towering above it at times. Moving, flowing, soaring, falling, assaulting the eldritch deity unceasingly. The swirling hurricane of swords was strangely hypnotic, and most of all, it almost looked like a living being itself. As if the currents of sharp swords were a substitute for the king's own body. What is he doing? It was hard for Sunny to judge, since he did not really know a lot about Anvil's actual battle prowess, but it all seemed strange. Up until now, the King of Swords seemed to have only used his dormant ability, an inconceivably evolved version of it, true, but nothing else. Sunny had seen that ability in Orm's memories. As a sleeper, Anvil shared a deep connection to metals and could even somewhat control them, using that weak form of control to push the blade of his sword in battle and thus enhance his swordsmanship in deadly and unpredictable ways. As an awakened, he could control a flying sword and use it to effectively slay nightmare creatures without ever touching his hand. And as unlikely as it seemed, this vast storm of swords was just that, an extension of that same ability. From one sword, to a dozen, to a myriad, the scope of implementation was entirely different, but the essence was precisely the same. So, why wasn't Anvil using his other aspect abilities to fight condemnation? Sure, there was a chance that his awakened and ascended abilities had nothing to do with combat, and were instead meant to be used for crafting. He was a spellsmith, after all, so at least one of them had to be. But there was the transformation ability, too. Sunny had never seen Anvil assume his transcendent form, but if there had ever been a good time to do so, it was now. What was the King of Swords waiting for? Feeling confused and uneasy, Sunny frowned and studied the battlefield. A quiet hiss escaped Sunny's mouth as he staggered back, barely escaping the blade of a diamond battle-axe. The Azura's movements were almost too fast to perceive, and its mind was so alien that he was struggling to fathom it with shadow dance. After all, the abominable golems were not living beings in the full sense, let alone sentient. They were suits of runic armor that had been corrupted by whatever it was that inhabited the ancient stone now, malevolent and full of sinister will. Still, he could predict the movements of the Azuras to a certain degree by sensing the movements of their shadows. That was how Sunny was able to stay alive and destroy one great nightmare creature after another. He had slain more Azuras than the rest of the saints combined, but the battle wasn't over. Just like the harrowing battle between the King of Swords and Condemnation was not over, raging at the heart of the burning wasteland. Just a split second after Sunny evaded the blow, his enemy was already raising its hands to deliver another. However, he thrust his great mace forward, striking the enemy in the chest. A blunt weapon was not exactly meant to deliver thrusting attacks, but Sunny was not intending to deal damage with this one. Instead, he simply pushed the Azura back, using the considerable length of his mace to keep the creature at a distance. As a result, the diamond axe whistled past his mask, never managing to reach him. In the next moment, a black chain struck one of the Azura's hands with terrible force and wrapped itself around it. The chain was produced by using shadow manifestation, but unlike usual, it was not moving on its own. The power of manifested shadows was not sufficient to immobilize the great nightmare creatures. Instead, another incarnation of Sunny was holding the chain, using all the dire strength of a transcendent terror to pull the Azura's arm down. Of course, the abomination was much more powerful than Sunny, but it did not have leverage and neither did it have enough mass to overpower him. The chain slowed the ancient golem just long enough to create an opening. Stepping forward, Sunny grasped the shaft of his great mace closer to the middle while pushing its butt down. As a result, he effortlessly raised it over his head. Then strained what felt like every muscle in his body, empowering them with a generous infusion of essence, while at the same time manipulating his own weight to make it as great as possible, all to perform a picture-perfect overhead blow. The serpentine mace fell down like a black comet and crashed into the head of the Azura, shattering it entirely. Shards of stone shot in all directions like supersonic bullets, some of them embedding themselves into the onyx surface of the mantle. The great nightmare creature collapsed to its knees. The black mace continued downward, striking the breastplate of the ancient golem, caving it in, and destroying the ancient remains entombed within the dreadful Azura. The destruction of the human corpse within had no meaning, but the damage done to the integrity of the runic armor was severe enough to kill the great abomination on the spot. The rebound made Sunny's bones groan, and they only remained intact because of bone weave. His second incarnation was already retrieving the chain and spinning around, beset by another enemy. The third was locked in a fierce struggle with an Azura who had lost both its legs, but used its hands to crawl with astonishing speed. The fourth was fighting side by side with Cassie, communicating with her mentally. The two of them made for a surprisingly deadly duo. They understood each other effortlessly and moved like two parts of a single being. It almost felt natural to Sunny, both because group combat was an integral part of his transcendent battle art and because Cassie was an almost perfect battle partner to him due to her aspect and their shared history. The battlefield was hectic. Far in the distance, the clash between the sovereign and the tyrant was entering fever pitch, as well. Sunny tried to pay it as much attention as he could, which wasn't much, even daring to allow his shadow sense to brush against condemnation. The cursed god was too vast and terrifying for him to try peering deeply into its soul, but he observed Anvil closely. When the opportunity allowed, he looked at him directly, trying to fathom the essence of supremacy from how the sovereign fought. What Sunny saw was both astounding and incomprehensible, leaving him no time to try deciphering its deeper meaning just yet. The King of Swords was still only using his dormant aspect ability, slowly coming undone under the harrowing attacks of condemnation. The cursed tyrant used nothing but his prodigious body to obliterate the flying swords and pursue the king, moving like an unholy mountain made of soil, bone, twilight, and malignant will. As time went on, more pieces of the world seemed to assimilate into its titanic figure, which was now partially composed of lava, billowing clouds of ash, vacuum, and frozen flames as well. Condemnation was not using anything except its hands and tyrannic will to attack Anvil, anything that Sunny could perceive, at least. However, he could sense that there was another layer to the battle between the king and the tyrant, one happening beyond the boundaries of the material world. The tyrant was relentless and inevitable. The sovereign remained calm and aloof despite being hopelessly outmatched by his foe. He's planning something. Sunny did not know why he thought that, but he was sure of it, perhaps because he would have had some sort of hidden plan ready himself. But what was it? He studied the distant carnage of the profane battle closer, trying to notice something that he had missed. The clash between the two terrifying beings was not easy to observe, let alone comprehend, and yet he was reasonably sure that he did not overlook anything important. It was just that. His 4 pairs of eyes widened slightly. That was because Sunny finally saw it, a subtle pattern to the currents of the storm of swords. Perhaps he had only noticed it because of how proficient he was in recognizing patterns as a weaver. What is he? The torrents of flying swords, which had been enveloping condemnation like a colossal whirlwind of steel, were now more spread out. Countless swords had already been destroyed, and many were flung away by the dire forces of the deific battle. Those swords were not drifting in the air aimlessly, however, and neither had they escaped the king's control. Instead, they remained static above the battlefield, not moving even a centimeter, almost as if placed in their positions deliberately, forming the anchors of a vast, intricate array. Chapter 2090 Fragments of War, 27, There was no mistaking it. Sunny had made it one of his life's great pursuits to learn how to see logic in the seemingly irrational, mind-boggling complexity of spellweaves. Therefore, his mind was trained to see purposeful patterns where seemingly only chaos existed. That was why he was able to recognize the subtle intent in the swirling currents of the storm of swords. The flying swords were slowly forming a vast array above the battlefield, hanging above condemnation like a net. But what, exactly, was that array meant to achieve, and how? Sunny studied it for a moment. It's sorcery. His eyes widened. He had been wondering why Anvil was only using his dormant ability. Now, the answer seemed obvious. It was because he was intending to use sorcery to deliver the fatal blow, not the power of his aspect. The patterns created by the flying swords, each serving as a conduit of the sovereign's essence, were not random. Once Sunny understood the nature of the array, he was able to shift his perspective and recognize them for what they were. They were the half-assembled frames of enormous runes. These runes were not written with ink on paper, carved into the stone, and woven out of ethereal light. Instead, they were formed by countless rustling swords, written in the glowing red darkness by sharp steel. More than that, the runic array was not formed on a flat plane, but instead constructed in a three-dimensional space. That, naturally, was very different from how humans usually wrote, and were therefore accustomed to reading. However, Sunny was a weaver, and he had already experienced the frustrating headache of teaching his mind to perceive intricate three-dimensional constructs. After all, the tapestries of essence strings he usually dealt with were never flat, either. Runic sorcery. Sunny was not proficient enough in that type of sorcery to understand the purpose of the array, but he could discern its existence, at least. Cassie, do you see it? Now that he was paying attention to the storm of swords, Cassie would have noticed where his focus was aimed at, as well. And she was far more knowledgeable about runic sorcery than he was. There were a few moments of silence as both of them fought against the Azuras desperately. Then, her mental response resounded in his mind, sounding out of breath. By the dead gods, what the hell is? It was a bit funny, really. She was speaking telepathically, and her mind did not possess lungs. Why was she out of breath? Cassie paused for a moment, and then added. I see it. I've never seen anything like it. It's some kind of magical prism. A prismatic confluence? A fulcrum? I'm not sure. That explanation did not tell Sunny much. He gathered that the runic array was meant to channel and focus something much like a prism would focus light. But what was it that the King of Swords was intending to channel? Sunny did not know. He was going to find out soon, though, because the runic array seemed to be almost finished. As condemnation stepped into a lake of lava, making it spill out of its shores, Andel soared into the air in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks. More swords manifested themselves behind him, fanned like a steel halo. 1, 2, 3, 6 of them, all emanating a sense of dire power. Added with the terrifying sword he was holding in his hand, that was 7 of them. The 6 swords shot in different directions, while the 7th remained in his grasp. The cursed tyrant's titanic hand once again surged forward, and the torrents of swords once again tried to stall its obliterating blow, only to be effortlessly shattered and pierced. The cursed god was moving much faster than a creature of its immeasurable size was supposed to move. Not because its speed was so great, but simply because space itself twisted around it, shrinking and extending to allow the dark deity to pass. There was another blinding flash, and another wave of incinerating heat. Another shockwave slammed into the dome of the hollows, sending jagged shards of bone plummeting from a great height. Andel was once again struck down. He fell into the lake of lava, this time taking a little longer to stand up. His fearsome defenses finally seemed to reach their limit. The vermilion cloak that hung on his shoulders was scorched, and his black armor was dented. Most shockingly of all, 2 thin streams of blood were flowing out of his nostrils, crimson drops falling down and evaporating in the scorching heat. Nevertheless, the sovereign just smiled coldly. Because just at that moment, the runic array was finally complete. The flying swords that formed the steel storm all happened to be just in the right place for a short, carefully chosen moment, outlining countless immense runes in the air around condemnation. The cursed tyrant finally seemed to sense the trap, but it was already too late since the array only assembled itself a split second prior. There was no time to react. The cursed god silently turned its head and looked up, a hint of a strange emotion appearing in its inhuman eyes. Then, the flying swords ignited with a cold radiance, and far below them, Andel grasped his sword with both hands to deliver an upward slash. That slash was both swift and deliberate, beautifully lethal, but it was futile and insignificant at the same time, having cut nothing but air. And yet, the runic array seemed to exist for that one slash only. Sunny did not know what Andel had channeled with the help of sorcery, if it was merely his soul essence, the authority of his domain, or even his sheer will. All he knew was that the runic array was brought to life by something, somehow infusing the slash of the king's sword with truly harrowing power. It was as if an endless invisible blade slashed the world following the path of his steel sword, cutting the world apart. The lake of lava was cut in half, and the invisible blade continued to travel upward, toward Condemnation's titanic body. However, Condemnation was a cursed tyrant, after all. Submitting to its will, space twisted once again and started to move the malevolent deity out of the path of anvils. Inconceivable cut. Until space itself was cut, as well. The tyrant did not manage to avoid the invisible blade completely, but it did manage to avoid being wounded by it too severely. All anvil managed to cut was Condemnation's wrist. This time, the cursed tyrant did not escape unscathed. Its arm was cut deeply, almost severing one of its hands. Sunny froze. The vast runic array dimmed, having exhausted all its power. And the cursed god was still alive. It was wounded, but not at all seriously. Is that all? He turned his attention to Anvil, wanting to see if the King of Swords was dismayed and rattled by his failure. But he was not. The sovereign was simply standing in the lava, looking up with a darkly satisfied expression. And his invisible blade did not dissipate after missing the titanic body of Condemnation, continuing to travel upward. The battle between the King of Swords and Condemnation was like a cataclysm. The abominable jungle covering the ruins of the ancient city had been incinerated. The ruins themselves had melted into rivers of lava, turning the entire area into a burning hellscape. However, the destruction did not stop there. The ground itself was annihilated, revealing the surface of the white bone below. The bone, in turn, was now covered by a web of jagged cracks. Similarly, the dome of the hollows far above was damaged, as well. And the invisible blade created by Anvil, the obliterating manifestation of his authority and slaying will, reached the dome moments after cutting the lake of lava in half and delivering a wound to the cursed tyrant. Sunny froze for a split second, staring into the distance with wide eyes. In the next second, the invisible blade struck the cracked dome of the hollows with absolute, unyielding force. A subtle tremor spread through the ground beneath their feet. There was an indescribable sound that washed over them like a wave, and colossal shards of bone, some of them the size of stadiums, rained down from the dark heights. A portion of the dome shuddered and collapsed, a jagged fissure cut through it by the invisible blade. A soft light poured into the fissure, illuminating the titanic figure of Condemnation. Out there in the distance, the angry red darkness dissolved into the gentle radiance, chased away by light, and bathed in it, the cursed tyrant was revealed in all its profane glory. But Anvil's blow had not exhausted itself, yet. It was more than a physical cut, or even a sorcerous attack infused with the furious power of supreme soul essence. The invisible blade was like a law created in an instant, and only meant to exist for an instant. But in that instant, the law of the blade had the power to sever the world. And it did. After breaking through the damaged dome of the hollows, the invisible blade cut the very sky above Godgrave, leaving a narrow wound on it. The sky would not be destroyed by a mere cut, of course. However, the veil of clouds protecting Godgrave from its incandescent purity was. A breach spanning a dozen kilometers appeared on it, allowing the annihilating sunlight to shine through. To shine upon the surface of the breastbone reach, and through the newly torn fissure on its surface, spilling into the hollows. Just a heartbeat after the dome was broken, the light falling through the breach in the ancient bone changed. There was no gentle softness in it anymore. Instead, a pillar of blinding, harsh, incandescent radiance fell down, illuminating the heart of the molten wasteland, and the gargantuan figure of Condemnation standing right below the fissure. Sunny gasped. This. A cursed tyrant was a god, and mortals could not contend against gods. However, even cursed gods had to bow before the might of the heavens. At least of the harrowing white heaven of Godgrave. As the blinding sunlight fell on the colossal creature, the first thing that burst into flames was its wounded arm. Towering plumes of fire shot from the cut left by Anvil's blade on its wrist, and the flesh around it, the soil, the fragments of ruins, and the uprooted trees, started to blacken. Condemnation let out an eerie sound that rolled across the burning wasteland and enveloped the saints, making them stagger. Sunny withstood the voice of the cursed deity well enough, but others seemed dazed. Healy grabbed her head and let out a cry, while Roan and Rivalen collapsed to the ground. Cassie paled, but remained standing. Far away, the cursed tyrant was melting in the pillar of incandescent sunlight. Burning and being reduced to ash, it collapsed time and space in on themselves, trying to escape the blinding radiance. But there was no escape. It was not only the soil, the stone, and the trees that were burning. Everything that comprised the immense body of condemnation was being annihilated and reduced to ash. The twilight and shadows were vanquished, and the orange glow of the frozen flames was snuffed out. Even the lava that the cursed deity had absorbed into its body was being reduced to ash. Before condemnation could move, one of its legs crumbled, sending it toppling down. The world quaked when the cursed god fell to its knees. Kneeling as it was entrapped in the sunlight, the cursed tyrant resembled a mountain of flames, slowly dissolving into the blinding radiance. Its wail penetrated Sunny's ears, making his mind reel. The world seemed to shatter. He understood vaguely that it was his consciousness that had shattered, and not the world. And yet, at the moment, Sunny did not know the difference. Reality had turned into a fragmented, feverish nightmare. He seemed to perceive the grotesque figure of condemnation dissolving into radiant sunlight. Its colossal mass was like melting candle wax, growing smaller and smaller. At the same time, he saw the storm of swords explode into a hurricane of scarlet sparks, only for some of those sparks to catch fire and burn in the pillar of light. He also saw the Azuras watching as their god struggled on the threshold of death in reverent silence. And many things that he had no words how to describe, and no capacity to understand. Arg. Sunny shook his head, trying to gain control over his mind. It felt like he had managed to recover from the death wail of a god fast enough, but when he finally came to his senses, the world was subtly different from how it used to be. The desolate wasteland around them was not burning anymore. The rivers of lava had lost much of their glow, having cooled off. The blinding pillar of sunlight had disappeared, replaced by the soft shining pouring from the jagged fissure in the dome of the hollows. Ash was raining from above, falling onto the unmoving figures of the Azuras. The abominable golems were standing motionlessly like statues, devoid of life. And out there, in the distance, condemnation was gone. The titanic body which seemed like a mountain was nowhere to be seen, all that remained was ash, absence, and giant shards of blackened bone. Anvil was standing near the hill of ash, looking at it somberly. His armor was dented and broken, and his face was covered in soot. The storm of swords he had summoned disappeared, and the 7 terrifying blades did, as well. However, the sovereign was holding a new sword in his hand, this one emanating an even more chilling aura. It was a great sword with a beautiful flowing pattern permeating its steel, indescribably fearsome, and strangely familiar. Looking down, Anvil studied the greatsword for a few moments, then dismissed it with a hint of dark melancholy in his cold, grey eyes. Turning his back to the ashes of a god, the King of Swords took a step away and headed toward his saints. The battle was over. Crazy, crazy, that bastard killed a god, this is crazy. Walking through the northern siege camp of the Sword Army, Sunny, in his persona of Master Sunless, couldn't help but mumble under his nose. The experience in the ruins of condemnation had left a deep impression on him. More importantly than that, it was the first time he had seen a sovereign truly exert themselves in a fight. And what he had seen was sobering. Witnessing how fearsome the King of Swords was humbling. But even more ominous than that was witnessing how helpless Anvil had been in the battle against a creature of the cursed rank. In the end, the sovereign had won by doing what humans did best, using his intelligence and the accumulated knowledge of humanity to use every resource available to him in order to slay the enemy. In that particular case, the resource he had used was the Sky of Godgrave, which destroyed condemnation in his stead. But before that, Anvil had struggled to even damage the Cursed One, let alone slay it. His ultimate attack only managed to deal an inconsequential wound to the enemy. Because condemnation possessed a more overwhelming will, and because its authority was more tyrannical than that of the King of Swords. In short, the disparity in power between the two was quite similar to the disparity Sunny and Nephi's would face if they challenged the sovereigns as saints. Utter helplessness. Damnation. No, why was he even considering that scenario? Nephi's had been clear when she said that attaining supremacy was not simply their best option, but also the only acceptable option. Because there were hundreds of millions of people being held hostage in the two domains. If the sovereigns were to die before she usurped the throne of war, all those people would succumb to the nightmare spell. There was no telling how many of them would survive to become awakened, but the death toll would be staggering. So there was no point in considering how to deal with Supremes as saints, to begin with. Sunny grimaced. It was just that he did not know if they would have a choice. The war was rushing towards the grand finale. Both of them had made some progress in figuring out how to attain supremacy, but not nearly enough to feel confident in their chances. Granted, Sunny had felt a hint of an epiphany while watching Andal fight condemnation. Sadly, it had been vague and unclear, slipping out of his grasp before he could digest it. Every aspect was unique, so every domain, an extension of an aspect, was unique as well. Therefore, each transcendent pursuing supremacy had to find their own way of manifesting a domain. However, after observing Andal, Sunny could not help but feel a chilling premonition. It almost seemed as if that the key to attaining supremacy was literally willing it into existence. That sounds too immature. It sounds like a joke, really. The great secret of becoming a supreme is wishful thinking? What a joke. But he had sensed the tyrannical will of the King of Swords. It was apparent in his every move and action, after all, especially so during the battle against a cursed being. There were many subtle qualities to Andal's will, but if Sunny was to pinpoint the most fundamental one, it was how domineering it was. Cold, sharp, uncompromising. And most importantly of all, absolutely confident both of its rightfulness, and of its very existence. But that was how a will great enough to reshape the world had to be, wasn't it? Sunny was not sure if intent powerful enough to force itself upon reality could be hesitant of its ability to do so. Doubt and indecisiveness were the antithesis of will, after all. So, was supreme will a self-fulfilling prophecy? A concept that could only be realized if one believed in it, and grew more powerful the more absolute that belief became? Willing their own will to exist. Isn't that a paradox? But then again, the very existence of sovereigns was paradoxical in nature. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. He was not sure. His brush against an epiphany had been brief and shallow, after all. However, he did feel like he had found another component of attaining supremacy. He just needed to figure out how to apply it to all the other components he had found, as well as those that he was yet to find, and fit it all to his own aspect. His expression darkened. Regardless of these complicated matters, one thing had become painfully clear to him after witnessing the battle between Anvil and condemnation. It was that he had to become stronger, as strong as he could possibly be, at the moment. Of course, that had always been a priority, how could it not be, in the world of the nightmare spell? Sunny had always pursued personal power, first to survive, then for a few misguided reasons, and finally, hopefully, for a more enlightened goal. But there had also been balance to that pursuit. Sunny had to weigh potential gains against inevitable risks when making decisions on what to do, and how to go about it. And now, after watching the King of Swords slay a god, he knew that there could be no balance anymore. In other words, he had to do things that he had not been willing to risk before, no matter how perilous they could end up being. Damn it. Sadly, power was not something one could just randomly find laying on the floor. At his current level, Sunny's options were more than a little bit limited. Frowning deeply, he passed by a row of tents and approached a large wooden building. One of the ways he could exploit to gain power was weaving a shadow-bound memory of his own, and for that, he needed materials. The building he was approaching could help him with just that. It was the hangar where the Sword Army stored various resources harvested from the corpses of the nightmare creatures slain by the soldiers. He took a deep breath and tried to clear his mind of unnecessary worries. Let's see what we can find. The warehouse where the harvested materials were stored was built from wooden boards, which in turn had been made from lumber harvested in the Scarlet Jungle. It was an enormous building. It had to be, filled to the brim with the carcasses of nightmare creature, some of them relatively small, some of them towering like abominable hills of hide, chitin, and scales. Godgrave was largely subjugated by now, so the two great armies did not clash with nightmare creature that much. The surface of the arm bones, collarbones, the breastbone, and a few ribs of the dead deity was already in human hands. The rest of the ribs, as well as the spine, the pelvis, and the femurs of the titanic skeleton were still untamed, but the soldiers had little reason to venture there. Neither did they have many reasons to descend into the hollows, and, of course, they stayed as far away from the harrowing skull of the dead god as possible. In any case, that which had been unthinkable was now reality. The once impregnable death zone was largely controlled by humans, while the abominable jungle that had covered its dreadful expanse was burnished into the hollows. Humans mostly fought humans here now, not the nightmare creatures. Nevertheless, the Sword Army still battled abominations from time to time. Apart from the thralls of Beastmaster, there were also the eerie creatures that dwelled in the ash on the bottom of the chasms of the two crossings and occasionally crawled to the surface, attracted by the smell of human blood. So, the material storage was never empty. The warehouse was roughly separated into three areas: the ground floor where the unprocessed carcasses were stored, the vast storage for the processed materials, and the butchery, where the meat of the slain abominations was being harvested to be delivered to the army brigades later. Sunny inhaled deeply, thinking that there was a plus side to being a part of the Sword Army. There was a similar warehouse in the camp of the Song Army, no doubt, but the smell there had to be terrible. Clan Valor had become known for its mastery of runic sorcery, though, and there were runic enchantments in place here to keep the air fresh. Whistling quietly, he headed for the ground floor to check if any useful carcasses had been dragged to the warehouse since the last time he visited. There was a particular creature he was interested in, an ash dweller whom he had seen being slain from afar while taking a walk along the edges of the ivory tower with Nephites. The material storage was usually full of people, and today was no different. However, the atmosphere inside seemed unusual. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" It was as though the light was a little brighter, and the air was a little fresher, with a faint scent of rain and lightning permeating it. The workers processing the remains of the nightmare creatures were moving a little stiffly, a hint of reverence in the eyes. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure and realized the reason for this strangeness. Saint Tyrus of the White Feather clan was standing just a few meters away from him, studying the carcasses. The soft light of luminous memories was reflecting from her golden hair, and a beautiful white cloak shrouded her graceful figure. A few awakened warriors of her clan, as well as 2 knights of valor, were just a couple steps behind her. Considering how important for the war effort Skytide was, she was not allowed to go anywhere without a retinue of bodyguards these days. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully. "Saint Tyrus." She glanced at him with an aloof expression, then nodded curtly. "Master Sunless." He smiled politely. "Are you here for something particular, or simply exploring the latest harvest?" "If it is the former, perhaps I might be of some help. I know my way around the material storage quite well." Skytide remained silent for a second or two, then sighed. "A bit of both, I guess. We've been facing a vexing problem recently. The aerial battles are growing more intense with each assault, and defending the Ivory Island is becoming more difficult due to attrition. The White Feather clan possessed many awakened warriors who specialized in aerial combat, so it was often leading the charge in the battle for the sky above the Greater Crossing. Its main task was to prevent the enemy from reaching the Ivory Island and the ranged specialists stationed there during the assaults. Saint Tyrus shook her head. "We have slain countless winged thralls of Beastmaster. But, it is hard to destroy them completely in the air, and once they fall to the ground, the Queen simply raises them again. Thus, they return to the battle as pilgrims. Our aerial echoes are destroyed irreversibly, though, so we are slowly losing ground. The Forge Masters of Valor are trying to counteract that by crafting artificial echoes, Yet the speed with which they can create them is woefully insufficient for the task. Her impassive face turned grim. So, we are losing more and more soldiers instead. I've been coming here in hopes of finding something to armor the echoes, but it is hard. Aerial combat is demanding. The material has to be sturdy enough to withstand its intensity, but also light enough as to not burden the flyers too much. Nothing here suits our needs. She lingered for a moment, and then added. We have already exhausted all other means of enhancing our forces, including requisitioning every suitable memory from other units of the Sword Army. Well, you must already be aware. Your assistant, Aiko, was very helpful in arranging the memory exchange with the Fire Keepers. But it is not enough, and at this point, I am forced to grasp at straws. There was a hint of cold resentment in her beautiful amber eyes. Sunny studied the massive carcasses of slain nightmare creatures that surrounded them from all sides, considering her words in silence. As he did, his expression changed subtly. Saint Tyrus was right. There was no material here suitable for crafting armor for flying echoes. That was not the problem, though. His smile grew a little forced. If you allow me to be so presumptuous, Lady Tyrus, we have an extensive material warehouse on the Ivory Island, as well. I've collected many exotic materials over the years, all over the Dream Realm, not only here in Godgrave. You might find something that suits your needs. If you wish, I can escort you there right now. Saint Tyrus turned to study him calmly. Say yes, say yes. It was an unusual offer, but not that outlandish. There was no rule preventing various forces within the Sword Army from sharing resources. After all, in fact, they all did just that, even if most kept the best spoils for themselves. Simple courtesy was not what had motivated Sunny to invite Sky Tide to the Ivory Island, though, and neither was it his favor toward the White Feather clan. He had a far more urgent reason to want to get Saint Tyrus out of the material storage. It was that while Sunny was studying the carcasses of the dead nightmare creatures, he had discovered that most of them were actually not that dead. The motionless nightmare creatures around them were not dead. However, they weren't really alive either. There was no vile darkness permeating their souls anymore, because the dead had no souls. But there was something. A strange, almost imperceptible impression of foreign essence hidden deep within the towering carcasses, binding them like puppeteer's strings. Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine. These are Queen's Pilgrims. The siege of the Greater Crossing was such a bloody and arduous endeavor for many reasons, and the fearsome fortifications built by the Song army on the other side of the chasm was merely one of them. Terrain was another, but just as importantly, it was the issue of domain boundaries. The Sword domain and the Song domain were clashing above the dark chasm, just like the two great armies were. Anvil controlled one side of the crossing, while Kisong controlled the other. As a result, the attacking soldiers had to leave the support of their king behind and enter the hostile domain when assaulting the Song stronghold. The defenders, in turn, could not freely counterattack the camp of the Sword army, because they would have to leave the Song domain to do so. It was the reason why the soldiers of the Sword army could give their fallen comrades a proper burial here in the camp instead of having to destroy the bodies immediately, and why there were not that many guards watching over the field hospital. The queen could not raise the dead outside the boundary of her domain. She could not even send her pilgrims across the chasm. Only, as it turned out, she could. Sunny looked at the carcasses of the nightmare creature while hiding his apprehension. How the hell? Some of these abominations had been slain in the hollows, while most were either Beastmaster's thralls or ash dwellers. Or so everyone had thought. But it was clear to Sunny now that it had all been a ploy. All nightmare creatures around him, except those from the hollows, had not been slain by the soldiers of the Sword army. Instead, they had been slain by the enemy, raised as puppets, sent across the chasm, and then commanded to play dead after sustaining enough damage to make their supposed deaths look believable. And now, they were all here, in the heart of the Sword army camp, waiting for something. While no one was the wiser. Which bastards? For a moment, Sunny felt a searing anger. Sure, it was hard to distinguish a pilgrim from a dead body. They were genuinely dead, after all. But somebody, at least, had to note that the spell did not announce the kill after delivering a supposedly fatal blow to these creatures. Granted, the battlefield was a terrible and hectic place, so most soldiers did not pay a lot of attention to the whispers of the spell during the dreadful clashes with the enemy. What now, then? Trying to maintain a polite exterior, Sunny tensed inwardly. He felt more annoyed than troubled, but it was still an issue. Master Sunless was supposed to be weak and harmless, so he could at best raise the alarm and reveal the insidious infiltration, but then he would have to explain how he was able to detect something that so many other people had missed. And Sunny really did not wish to share the fact that his eyes had inherited wondrous abilities from Weaver, the demon of fate. That is not even the real problem. The real problem was the intention of the queen. Sure, a bunch of powerful pilgrims could deal some damage if they went on a rampage in the depths of the enemy camp. But in the grand scheme of things, that damage would be insignificant. So why had she gone to such lengths to deliver her puppets to the material storage of the Sword Army? The answer was right in front of Sunny. It was Saint Tyrus. She said that she had been coming here regularly in search of suitable materials to armor the flying echoes. So, her presence here was predictable, and could be exploited. The pilgrims had not been sent here to sabotage the camp of the Sword Army. They had been sent here to kill Sky Tide. Sunny had just stumbled into an assassination plot. Which was why he had to get her out immediately, while preserving his facade of a harmless and unassuming Master Sunless. Wonderful. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Sky Tide's eyes, Sunny put on his most charming smile and said pleasantly, "I will be happy to give you a private tour of my collection, Lady Tyrus. I am sure we can discover something worthwhile together." He had no idea when the pilgrims were going to attack, so there was no time to waste. Saint Tyrus already expressed that her search here in the material storage had been fruitless, so, hopefully, she would take him up on his offer. However, to Sunny's astonishment, the reaction to his highly pragmatic suggestion was not at all what he expected. One of the Knights of Valor standing behind Saint Tyrus glared at him with contempt, and then uttered quietly through gritted teeth, "Despicable." Another shook his head. "Damn womanizer." Hearing those words, the warriors of the White Feather clan pierced him with furious gazes and whispered among each other. "So he wants to give Our Lady a private tour, huh? So the rumors are true, he really is that kind of scumbag. I told you I saw him bothering Lady Kasia while changing stars was away. Ah, I really want to erase that sleazy smile off his face." Sunny's eyes widened. Skytide's gaze, meanwhile, turned even colder than usual. He shuddered. No. I did not mean. However, Sunny did not get the opportunity to finish the sentence. Because at that moment, the pilgrims moved. All he could do was send a mental cry to Cassie. "Cassie! Get Nephi's to the material storage in the northern camp, now." In the next moment, Saint Tyrus shifted her gaze past him, her strange vertical pupils turning into two narrow stills. Then, reaching forward, she grabbed Sunny by the shoulder and pulled him back. Something crashed into the wooden floor behind him, sending splinters flying in all directions. Skytide shielded Sunny from the enemy and barked. "Ascended Sunless, escape immediately. The rest of you, prepare for battle." Her retinue was slow to react, still failing to understand what was happening. But the carcasses of powerful nightmare creatures all around them were already moving, rising from the ground to launch an attack. Sunny's eyes widened, and he grew pale as a ghost. As the pilgrims lunged at Sky Tide and her bodyguards from all sides. He fumbled for a moment, then took off running. Sadly, in his panic, Sunny ran in the wrong direction. Worse than that, he even managed to trip over his own feet. And collided with Saint Tyrus, sending them both flying to the ground. Just as they landed on the wooden floor, Sunny finding himself laying atop the dazed saint, something dark and incredibly sharp whistled above his head. Oh gods. Sorry. He awkwardly tried to extricate himself from the matriarch of the White Feather clan, but was thrown back down when something crashed into his back. Arg. Luckily, the blow did not seem to be too powerful, the clumsy enchanter remained alive, at least. There was some blood flowing out of the wound, but not a lot of it. Saint Tyrus caught Sunny before he could fall on her, again, and unceremoniously tossed him aside, in the direction of the butchery, where there were no moving nightmare creatures, and he therefore had the best chance to survive. Her sword had finally manifested itself into reality, so she instantly slashed at the giant claw flying at her, and severed it from the chitinous limb. Her bodyguards were already holding their weapons, as well, throwing themselves into the fight. Sadly, they were hopelessly outnumbered, and caught by surprise on top of that. But Sunny had finished summoning a memory too. To the surprise of those who could see him, it was not a sword, a spear, or a weapon of any kind. Instead, it was a beautiful silver bell. Laying on the floor, the enchanter raised a hand and rang the bell with a horrified expression on his handsome face. In the next moment, the roof of the material storage exploded, and a radiant figure plummeted into the mass of abominations like a star, surrounded by a whirlwind of white flames. Soon after that, Knights of Valor flooded through the gate of the warehouse, having followed the mysterious, melodious ringing. The battle was fierce, but short. Before too long, the pilgrims of the Queen that had infiltrated the camp were completely obliterated. By the end of the day, a stunning rumor spread throughout the great army of the Sword Domain. The Queen of Worms had sent assassins to eliminate Skytide of White Feather, and they came dangerously close to succeeding in their vile task. Luckily, Changing Star arrived in the nick of time to rescue Saint Tyrus. That was not the most astonishing part, though. The most astonishing part was that the assassins only failed because of a young enchanter who had happened to be near Skytide at the time. According to the workers who had witnessed the scene, Master Sunless, the memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers and an infamous playboy, bravely threw himself between Saint Tyrus and the attacking nightmare creatures, shielding her with his own body from a rain of deadly blows. His flesh was pierced, and his blood was spilled, but thanks to that, Skytide remained unscathed. More than that, even while bleeding to death, the enchanter managed to raise the alarm, which was why everyone in the Northern Sea. Chapter 2095 King and Jester. Not long after the battle with Condemnation, the King of Swords was sitting on the vast stump of an ancient tree, surrounded by the dim twilight of the hollows. The trunk of the tree was laying nearby, splintered and shredded by countless cuts, vile juices seeping out of it onto the scarlet moss. The trunk was hollow on the inside, and half-digested remains of dead nightmare creatures could be seen through the gaping holes in the blood-red wood. Andal was cleaning his sword with an aloof expression on his regal face. Soon enough, there was the sound of footsteps, and Jest of Dagonet approached him from the direction of the temporary camp established by the Six Saints. The dapper old man seemed undisturbed by the predatory rustle of the ancient jungle, leaning slightly on his cane. He had disappeared for most of the battle against the Condemnation, only returning after it was slain. The saints naturally had questions about where Jest had vanished to in the chaos, to which he simply produced several supreme soul shards and unleashed a barrage of questionable jokes. It seemed that he had been pulled into a buried structure by one of the Azuras, and was beset by several great nightmare creatures there, unable to escape and almost drowning in lava once the ruins were destroyed. Now, several hours later, the king and his retinue had left the desolate battlefield behind and entered the Scarlet Jungle once more, moving west for some time before making camp. The old man stopped a few steps away from the sovereign and looked at him with a curious expression. "A new sword?" Andal nodded silently. "It's Condemnation." Saint Jest clicked his tongue and studied the dreadful blade for a few moments. Then, he shuddered and quickly shook his head. "I presume the kids did not see?" The King of Swords glanced at him, then shrugged. "By the time they came to their senses, I had already turned it into a memory." The old man nodded. Good, well, what do I care? It's not like I am your butler. That would be that boor, Sebastian. If he's still alive." Andal finally looked away from the sword and gazed at Jest coldly. After a few moments of silence, he asked in an indifferent tone. "How was your outing?" Saint Jest grinned. "Well, it could have been worse. I did manage to reach the nameless temple during the commotion. Sadly, I failed to get a good look." The King of Swords raised an eyebrow, prompting the old man to cough in embarrassment. That kid, Shadow. I guess he was wary of me from the very start. I tried the hollow's approach at first, but that pretty echo of his, or whatever that onyx lass is, was there waiting for me, hiding in the shadows. Goodness gracious, such a sight. Anyway, that thing is more or less created to be my nemesis, it's completely immune to mind attacks. So, I did not attack and climbed to the surface instead. He sighed. But there was something guarding the nameless temple above ground, as well. I could not see it, and I could not sense it. But it was there. So, I took a cursory glance and retreated. Andal frowned, lingered for a few moments, and then continued to clean the dreadful sword. After a while, he asked evenly. And? Saint just shrugged. He is definitely hiding something. But what? That, I could not say. He hesitated for a heartbeat, and then grinned. I mean, that much was already obvious, I guess. You know, considering the creepy mask. Andal glanced at him with no amusement in his steely gray eyes. That mask is a divine memory of the 7th tier. When, one of them is, at least. Saint just shrugged. Good for him. Well, anyway. I am pretty sure that he is not working for that song girl. I am also convinced that he has nothing to do with the 3rd one. Whatever he is hiding, it only has to do with Immortal Flame's grandkid. A hint of displeasure found its way into Andal's eyes. He studied the sharp blade of the sword, remained silent for a while, and then asked in a distant tone. Who do you think is the more dangerous of them? The old man laughed. The most dangerous? Personally, I think the 3rd one is the most dangerous. The king looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Song of the Fallen? Why? Saint just smiled. It's the quiet ones that are always the problem. And our blind beauty, Xianxia, is so quiet that it's often hard to remember that she's there. Creeps me out, to be honest. Andal smiled faintly, then nodded. The old man's expression changed subtly. Why? What do you want to do? The King of Swords shrugged. Nothing. Who says that I want to do anything? Saint just chuckled nervously. Yes, well, good. Doing something while we are in the key stage of the war would be unwise. Andal dismissed the dreadful sword and rose to his feet, looking west. There, the dome of the hollows was sloping down, falling toward the ground. It was the boundary of the breastbone hollow, with a great dark fissure opening a path into the first rib. He shook his head. You don't have to worry. With that, he turned around and headed toward the camp where the 6 saints were preparing food. Saint just looked at his back. A few moments later, he said quietly. I am not worried. It's just, you're breaking my damn heart. Andal smiled slightly and answered without ever turning his head. Stop pretending like you have a heart, old man. You're the one who taught me how to be heartless. Just sighed, then shook his head and followed. Respect your elders, brat. I mean, my king. In any case, I have the right to be sentimental in my advanced age, don't I? I won't be around for much longer, you know, so, how about you cut me some slack? Andal answered indifferently. You're a saint. Your lifespan is not even comparable to that of a mundane human, so stop pretending to be frail. Just chuckled. That's true, too, no, but why are you calling me an old man, then? I'm basically in my prime. How dare you? The king did not respond. Chapter 2096 Island of Peace. After condemnation was slain and its city was reduced to a black wasteland, nothing stood in the way of the king's plan to pass below the lesser crossing and attack the impregnable stronghold of the Song army from the rear. Except for the ancient jungle itself. The biggest threat had been eliminated, but the hollow still remained a dark and deadly hell. The king and his saints still had to clear a safe path for the soldiers, and that was a task of a much greater scale. Various units of the Sword Army were secretly pulled back from both siege camps, starting to clear a subterranean pathway from Vanishing Lake to the entrance to the First Rib Hollow. No matter how fast they worked, it was still going to take them days, if not weeks, to ensure safe passage for the actual invasion force. They were protected by the flying swords of the king, which moved like rivers above the cleared path, sometimes diving to the ground to eliminate unseen threats. The saints, meanwhile, were taming the surrounding jungle, hunting down ancient predators that dwelled beneath the scarlet canopy, uprooting man-eating trees, and eradicating swarms of abominable vermin. Sunny had rarely spent such a prolonged period of time in the hollows before, and all of it, the appalling scarlet jungle, the dim twilight of the great bone cavern, the torrents of swords flowing like torrents of steel high above, was starting to feel like a feverish nightmare. But no matter how nightmarish the hollows were, what was happening on the surface seemed far more dreadful. There, the siege of the two crossings continued, with tired soldiers losing more of what little sanity they had left with each passing day. The fearsome strongholds of the Song army had already repelled countless assaults, stubbornly refusing to fall. No matter how the tactics of the besieging army evolved, the defenders never surrendered the ramparts. No matter how terribly the fortifications were damaged, they were repaired and reinforced each time. The white bone was painted rust-red by blood, and the losses of both armies steadily continued to mount. The saints were forced to play a passive role in the slaughter, since neither of the supremes could afford to lose any more of them to the ravages of war, unless there was no other choice, at least. Strangely enough, doing nothing was far more demoralizing than risking their lives in battle would have been. The two crossing had become a purgatory. On one of these ominous days, Nephi's returned to the ivory tower after receiving the report on the casualties of the latest battle. Her expression was somber, and there were cold white flames burning in her beautiful eyes. Instead of returning to her chambers immediately, she went to a dark hall where dozens of luminous memories burned, surrounded by solemn shadows. These memories belonged to the fire keepers, and had been left here to indicate that their masters were still alive. Once an awakened died, their memories were destroyed, so, every time an enchanted lantern disappeared, it most likely signified the death of one of her warriors. There had been almost 50 luminous memories in the hall once. But now, a handful of them were gone, extinguished forever. Nephi spent a long time looking at the levitating lanterns, her face motionless. That was where Sunny found her after a while. He glanced at the shining memories, then walked over and placed his hands on her shoulders, massaging them gently. How bad were the casualties yesterday? Nephi let out a heavy sigh, then raised her hand and placed it on one of his own. As bad as we expected. She lingered for a while, looking at the lanterns. You know, there were more than 1,000 people living in the dark city before I came there. Her voice grew a little lower. But by the time I was done with it, there were only 100. And now, there were a few less. Sunny was not sure if she was reminiscing about the fate of the Dreamer army and the burden of leadership she had taken upon on the Forgotten Shore, or the responsibility for the Sword army, and the Song army, really, she was carrying at the moment. Perhaps it was both, and the parallel between the two. Her shoulders were strong, but even Nephi's felt oppressed by the weight of it all, sometimes. Who wouldn't? He embraced her from behind. There would have been none left without you. And there would not be, perhaps. Nephi leaned back a little and sighed. I know. But it doesn't make it easy. Sunny remained still for a while, holding her softly, then drew away and smiled. Come. I prepared dinner, and it is waiting for you impatiently. The dishes he had prepared were all her favorites, of course, not that Nephi was very passionate about food. Still, that indifference of hers was slowly succumbing under his influence, so recently, she had been showing glimpses of enthusiasm about this and that. Sunny led Nephi to the highest level of the ivory tower, where a scrumptious dinner was set out beautifully on the wooden table. They enjoyed it in an atmosphere that was not quite peaceful, considering the misery of the siege camp below, but close to it. Despite everything, they made an effort not to discuss the war. That was somewhat of an unspoken rule instituted by Sunny. He did not want them to be the kind of people who could only talk about pragmatic matters, so they simply chatted about whatever came to their minds during the meals. After all, Master Sunless was supposed to be Nef's small island of peace in the tumultuous waters of her dire life. If he could give her a few short moments of respite from the strenuous burdens she carried, then his job was done. Which was why what he was about to tell her was hard to say. Once they finished dinner, Sunny looked at Nephi's, hesitated for a few moments, and then sighed. I have to leave, for a short while. Shadow Novelist. Volume 9, Throne of War. Join our Telegram channel to receive chapters faster at shadow_slave_fasts. Previous chapter, 2096 Island of Peace. Nephi remained silent for a while, studying him calmly. Then, she raised an eyebrow. Leave? Sunny leaned back and sighed. After collecting his thoughts, he spoke in a neutral tone. What happened in the Hollows really put things in perspective, for me. Not only how fearsome the King of Swords is, but also how great the gap between the higher ranks is. So, for the first time in a long while, I am craving power once again. Nephi frowned, seemingly reluctant to let him go. Sunny did not know if that reluctance was merely his imagination, but he felt strangely uplifted by the idea that she was displeased at the idea of parting with him, even if it was for a short time. There are a couple of flaws in your reasoning. Firstly, it doesn't matter how great the distance between the ranks is, because I will confront the sovereigns after attaining supremacy myself. Secondly, you and I are different from the King of Swords, the Queen of Worms, and the other one. Because we are divine. She meant their divine aspects, of course. Sunny had not made it secret that he, too, possessed one of those. In fact, he had not really needed to reveal it to Nephi. She had more or less figured it out on her own. The divine aspects bestowed far greater potential on an awakened, and both Sunny and Nephi had undergone countless ordeals and tribulations to realize that potential. They were also no mere beasts, while Anvil, despite being a supreme, still only possessed one soul core, that as well had contributed to the disparity between him and condemnation. There was some truth to her words. Sunny smiled faintly. Plans go awry all the time, so there is no guarantee that our desire to attain supremacy will be fulfilled in time. As for our divine powers, when has raw power ever been the deciding factor in anything? Both of us had made our living from slaying beings stronger than ourselves. I am reluctant to find myself on the opposite side of this equation. Nephi suddenly chuckled. And, therefore, you want to search for more power? He raised his hands and shrugged. What can I say? I'm a complicated man. At least I will be able to tell myself that I've done everything I could when I die. She remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. So, where are you going to search for power? Sunny looked around the spacious, sunlit expanse of her chamber and lingered with the answer. Eventually, he said simply. The Shadow Realm. Nephi seemed startled for a moment. The realm of Shadow God? He smiled. Yes. Where else would a shadow like me go to find something like that? Then, Sunny sighed. To be honest, now that the final chapter of the war is approaching, I can't help but feel incomplete. Because I've never managed to form my Titan core. It is not that significant, in the greater scheme of things, true. But I am compelled to try, R.A. He did not mention that it would be extremely dangerous, there was no need to. Danger was a given. Nephi studied him for a while, then asked with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Why you? This you, I mean. You've never used Master Sunless for such tasks. Sunny smiled bitterly. If he could, he would have allowed the humble shopkeeper, who had somehow managed to become a widely renowned knight commander of the Sword Army in the meantime, to stay away from anything having to do with combat and bloodshed. But he had little choice. What else can I do? The Lord of Shadow is in the Hollows, being watched closely by a sovereign. I don't dare pull any of my incarnations away from there. The incarnation in the camp of the Song Army can't leave its post. I, however, am both available and known for locking myself in the basement for days on end. So, this is the best choice. Nephi looked down, displeased. Eventually though, she sighed. Makes sense. A few moments later, she looked at him again and asked. When are you leaving, then? Time was of the essence, so Sunny saw no reason to waste it. He shrugged. Now. She studied him silently for a while. Then, Nephi leaned forward and smiled a little. How about leaving after breakfast? Sunny frowned. But we just had dinner. Then, his expression changed. Oh. And then changed some more. Sure. That's a great idea, as well. In the morning, Sunny gave a few instructions to Aiko and retreated into the basement of the brilliant emporium. Once there, he made a few last preparations and steeled himself for battle. The memory of having his chest pierced by an arrow soured his expression, but he still resolutely dismissed the nebulous mantle, manifesting the onyx mantle instead. It felt strange, to wear the fearsome black armor on his original body once again. Master Sunless had only existed briefly, but Sunny had grown used to his leisurely life. That persona of his was as much of a safe harbor for him as it, hopefully, was for Nephi's. But that time had come to an end. Even if he did not delve into the Shadow Realm now, Sunny was not sure how much longer Master Sunless could continue to exist. The resolution of the war, whatever it would be, was going to change a lot of things, so his fate, or lack thereof, was unpredictable. After gathering his thoughts for a while, he manifested the gloomy shadow into an avatar and looked at him for a few moments. This is going to hurt a lot, isn't it? His other self grinned darkly and answered in the same voice. Of course. Have you forgotten the last time? No, he had not forgotten. The Shadow Realm was a perilous place, and especially so for Sunny. Out there, shadows were being disassembled into streams of essence by the realm itself. Being a creature of flesh and bone slowed the process, somewhat, but it did not stop it. Which meant that Sunny would be on a timer the moment he entered the Shadow Lantern. Worse than that, many of his powers would be too dangerous to use. He would not be able to use Shadow Step, build truly effective shells, send his shadows to scout ahead, or even augment himself, or his memories, with their power. Ironically enough, the Shadow Realm, which was supposed to be his natural environment, put more restrictions on Sunny than the Dream Realm did. And then there was the mysterious archer, as well. Sunny smiled. Still. I can't help but feel strangely excited. We are finally going to explore a new place. The second Sunny rolled his eyes. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. Sunny nodded. Then, he frowned. What the hell is a cat? His other self laughed. Perhaps it was a bit self-absorbed, to be laughing at his own jokes, but Sunny was nevertheless pleased with himself. Raising a hand, he summoned the Shadow Lantern. Join our Telegram channel to receive chapters faster, t.me/shadow_slave_fasts. Sunny prepared himself for battle before opening the gate of the Shadow Lantern. He had no idea what would happen when it opened, after all. The mysterious archer had been able to send an arrow flying through the gate the last time, so, there was no guarantee that the unknown creature would not be able to escape the Shadow Realm itself if given an opportunity. The battle could happen once Sunny passed through the Gate of Shadow, or it could happen right here, in the basement of the brilliant emporium. He had to be prepared either way. Of course, there was also the possibility that nothing would happen. A considerable amount of time had passed since Sunny's last attempt to explore the Shadow Realm. It was quite possible that the mysterious archer remained in the vicinity of the closed portal, waiting patiently for the door to open once again, but it was also possible that they had moved on. However, Sunny highly doubted that the archer had left. Firstly, it was because he himself would have remained in place, laying patiently in an ambush. Secondly, it was because of the nature of their first encounter. Had the mysterious archer simply happened to be near the entrance to the Gate of Shadow when Sunny stepped through it? Perhaps. But it was far more likely that they had been waiting there on purpose, and for quite a long time, maybe having noticed the shadow Sunny used to send into the lantern and call back at some point. Looking at his avatar, he took a deep breath. If something happens, summon me back immediately. The avatar smiled crookedly. Why? If I am slow to react and you happen to die out there, who knows, maybe I'll be the new original body. Wow, that sounds nice. Sunny frowned. What are you talking about, bastard? If the original body is destroyed, all you shadows will become homeless. Then, the universe will evict you into the shadow realm, where you'll be repurposed into 6 pretty clouds of essence. So, don't you try anything. Then, he used the avatar to scoff at himself. Are you sure, though? Sunny looked at him unamused. Whatever. I'm tired of talking to myself. With that, he hesitated for a few moments. He wanted to manifest serpent into its soul weapon form, but was not sure if his shadows would be harmed by the shadow realm. It was a world where shadows were dissolved into pure essence. After all, even he himself would start crumbling as soon as he stepped inside, so what about his loyal minions? What was Shadow God even thinking? Why make his realm so inhospitable to his own children? Shaking his head, Sunny manifested a shield out of the shadows populating the basement and gave his avatar one last glance before turning serious. I'm off. Then, he commanded the gate of the shadow lantern to open, turned into a shadow himself, and slid into the dark chasm. A few moments later, he found himself in a familiar, beautiful, harrowing land. Swiftly assuming a corporeal form, Sunny crouched atop a tall mound. There was a desolate expanse of dark hills stretching in front of him in all directions, covered in darkness. There was no grass, no trees, no moss, and no flowers, no sign of life at all, just stillness and silence. The ground was covered in a soft layer of fine black dust, and above him was a pitch-black sky. There were no stars and no moon, just a seemingly endless expanse of darkness, illuminated by the beautiful silver radiance of the distant essence storms. There in the distance, tumultuous clouds of essence moved and swirled, as if carried by ghostly winds. The radiant currents were like beautiful rivers of starlight that illuminated the desolate land, making the immense, ancient shadows populating it flow and dance. Once again, Sunny was stunned by how breathtaking that dark sight was. But it was also dreadful, because he could sense the destructive fury of the essence storms even from a distance. It was both daunting and eerie, making him feel the chilling touch of primal fear. At the same time, Sunny felt a flood of spirit essence flow into his soul, and a new strength permeate his body. Here in the shadow realm, he was within his source element. He was more powerful here than anywhere else, despite the many restrictions placed on him by the somber nature of this land. The shadows that surrounded him were indescribably ancient and unfathomably deep. Their tranquil, slumbering indifference made him feel calm and at peace. But it was all an illusion. There was no peace in this desolate realm, and no reason to feel calm. Almost as soon as Sunny appeared, a tiny mote of light rose from his arm and slowly drifted into the sky. That was the sign of his soul slowly being undone. He gritted his teeth. His visit to the shadow realm would be a race. The longer he remained here, the more shadow fragments he would lose, and if he lingered for too long, his soul might very well collapse entirely. So, his task was to absorb fragments faster than he was losing them. And to do so, he had to find something to kill. Which promised to be a dire task. After all, Sunny was stripped of most of his powers at the moment, all alone and lacking knowledge. Dark arrows could start flying at him from the shadows at any moment. But they didn't. In fact, when Sunny looked around, he realized that the surrounding landscape had changed drastically from the last time he saw it. The surrounding hills had collapsed, and the ground was cracked. Here and there, great shards of obsidian lay buried in the black dusk, many of them shattered and by some terrible force. It was a scene of great devastation, making him feel like an essence storm had recently passed through this area. But when he looked closely, he felt like that wasn't the case. Instead, it seemed as if a furious battle had taken place here not too long ago. There was no sign of the mysterious archer, if they had even survived the devastation. Staring at the vast expanse of upturned earth, Sunny lowered his shield a little. He was quite stumped. What the hell happened here? Chapter 2099 Realm of Death. Sunny wanted to be safe and assess the situation slowly, but at the same time, the motes of light drifting into the darkness from time to time reminded him that his soul was gradually falling apart. So, he cursed quietly and descended from the tall mound of obsidian dust to explore the area. Luckily, there was still nobody around. No one tried to pierce his heart with an arrow, either. Instead, Sunny was surrounded only by silence. After investigating the devastated swath of the Dark Land, he grew more convinced that a battle had happened here. The forces involved were truly fearsome, reshaping the entire landscape, but there were no bodies left laying on the ground, no sign of blood, and no traces that could tell him what exactly had transpired. Except for one. Kneeling in the black dust, Sunny picked up something from the ground. A raven's feather, just like the fletching of the dark arrows he brought with him from the Shadow Realm the last time. After sifting through the dust for a few more minutes, he discovered a few more pieces of the arrow. The shaft was broken, and the obsidian arrowhead had shattered, seemingly failing to pierce the target. He studied the remains of the arrow with a somber expression. Another mote of light drifted into the black sky, its silver shine reflecting in the jagged obsidian for a short moment. Huh. It seemed that the mysterious archer had met something even more terrible. Sunny was not sure whether he was supposed to be happy or disturbed by the fact. Not being ambushed the moment he appeared was certainly a nice surprise, but knowing that there were even deadlier beings nearby made him wary. On the other hand, that meant he had more things to kill, and these things were somewhere close. No time to waste. Standing up, Sunny studied the ground. The traces might not have told him how the battle had transpired, exactly, but they did tell him one thing, the direction in which the unknown adversaries left. So, Sunny followed in the same direction, running noiselessly through the darkness. The newfound power filled his body, and his speed was even greater than what he was usually capable of, which had already been quite astonishing, considering his rank and class. Traversing great distances each minute, Sunny swiftly moved across the desolate landscape of the Shadow Realm. The scenery around him did not change that much, or at all. The same dark hills surrounded him from all sides, and there was no sign of any life or movement. The black sky hung above him, illuminated by the distant storms. The devastation he had witnessed near the entrance to the Gate of Shadow persisted along his path. It was more subtle in some places and much more intense in others. Many hills of obsidian dust had been destroyed, and the ground itself cracked open, the shadows flowing into the cracks to populate them comfortably. The longer Sunny observed the signs left behind by the unknown combatants, the more disturbed he became. The power they exhibited was truly terrifying, making him feel more and more apprehension about having to face them in battle. At some point, Sunny suddenly froze, sensing the shadows ahead of him move. He hesitated for a bit, then used some of the surrounding darkness to reform his crumbling shield and stealthily moved forward. Traveling a few kilometers, he approached the source of movement and came to an abrupt halt. His expression changed subtly. Out there in front of him, scattered across the desolate land, countless black figures were moving slowly. Their shapes were vague and unclear, but unmistakably human. They were shadows. The shadows were walking in a single direction, the same direction he had been heading, with slow, unsteady steps. They belonged to living beings, or had belonged to living beings, at least. However, there was no spark of life about them, no hint of intelligence, no intent. They seemed strangely peaceful, but also empty, like lost and muted echoes of what they had been once. If anything, what they resembled most were the silent shadows that populated Sunny's soul sea. These shadows, however, were emanating a soft shine. As they walked, trails of light particles were drifting behind them, rising into the sky. It was as if the black figures were wreathed in silver flames, dissolving slowly into the radiance. As Sunny watched, several shadows dissolved completely, turning into pure essence. The sparks of essence were then scattered by the wind, leaving only emptiness behind. A moment later, a few more shadows followed. Some disappeared swiftly, and some disappeared a little slower. But in both cases, it seemed that their time here was brief, and they were not destined to reach whatever destination they were seeking. Sunny studied the wandering shadows for a few more moments, then let out a sigh and looked away. It wasn't hard to recognize them for what they were. They were the shadows of the awakened soldiers who had perished in the recent battle, and were being reduced to streams of pure essence by the Shadow Realm. It's the realm of the dead. Just like Odysseus had once descended into the underworld and met the shadows of the dead, so did Sunny now descend into the realm of death. It was just that these shadows were not interested in living blood, and would not regain their memories after drinking it. If anything, they seemed perfectly at peace in their slow annihilation, not paying it any attention. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again and continued on his journey. He passed between the wandering shadows, feeling eerily like one of them, and soon left them behind. Eventually, he noticed a strange anomaly just over the horizon. Out there, far ahead, a pale light seemed to illuminate the sky. Sunny leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high and landing on the crest of a hill. There, he remained motionless for a while, studying the distant light, then frowned and raced toward it. As he rushed stealthily across the sea of obsidian dust, the pale radiance seemed to move, as well. Luckily, his speed was greater, so it slowly drew nearer. Soon enough, he managed to discern the source of the beautiful light. It was a great plume of shimmering soul essence rising into the black sky. However, the torrent of essence was much smaller than the storm clouds moving in the distance, and did not possess any of their chilling fury either. Increasing his speed, Sunny rushed forward like lightning and soon crested another tall hill. He finally saw the source of the pillar of essence. And flinched, taken aback. I'll be damned. There, in the distance, a colossal shadow was walking across the desolate expanse, towering above it at several kilometers in height. It was the shadows of condemnation. Chapter 2100 Wolves of Shadow Realm Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 2100 Wolves of Shadow Realm. The shadow of condemnation looked different from before, but it was unmistakably the same being. The titanic figure moved across the desolate expanse of obsidian dunes with deceptively slow movements, each of its steps making the world quake. It was woven out of shadows, black dust, immense fragments of obsidian, and wind. Unlike the shadows of the awakened soldiers, which were vague and unclear, this one was almost perfectly intact. Myriads of essence spark were drifting into the black sky from its surface, trailing behind the shadow of the cursed tyrant like a billowing plume. The sight of it, the dark desolate land, the gargantuan black figure walking across it, the radiant torrents of silver light swirling around it like flame, were awesome and eerily beautiful, but also terrifying. For a moment, Sunny wondered why he had been able to stumble upon both the shadows of the fallen soldiers of Godgrave and the shadow of condemnation. The shadow realm was vast, after all, so what were the chances? There were a couple possible answers. One was that the Gate of Shadow sent him to a location that correlated to Godgrave, and therefore, everything that died near him there naturally entered the same corner of the realm of death. Another answer was that the Gate of Shadow was simply located near the entrance to the Shadow Realm, and the shadows of all beings entered this dark land somewhere near. If so, then Sunny was currently on the outskirts of the Shadow Realm, and the direction in which the wandering shadows were walking was, perhaps, its heart. In any case, the shadow of condemnation was different from those tranquil, empty shadows he had seen before. Not only was it dissolving into essence at a much, much slower rate, so slow, in fact, that it would probably take it countless years to disappear completely, but it was also not as empty as they were. Death was a weapon that destroyed corruption, so the shadow of condemnation was not really a nightmare creature. However, it seemed to have retained much more of its former master than the shadows of awakened warriors. Sunny could sense a distant, subdued hint of the same harrowing will that he had felt in the hollows emanating from the titanic shadow. It seemed like the will of a deity transcended even death, having been inherited by its shadow at least partially. The shadow of condemnation seemed to possess some agency. However, Sunny suddenly paled and took a step back. That was not going to save it. What the hell is this? After witnessing the colossal shadow, Sunny guessed that the devastation he had witnessed was the result of the battle between the shadow of condemnation and the mysterious archer. After all, that archer had attacked Sunny on sight. Why would the shadow of a cursed tyrant would be different? But the truth was more complicated. Because there were more participants in this battle than he had anticipated. The battle was still raging on. As the shadow of condemnation walked across the dark desolate expanse, it was beset by eerie beings that made Sunny's blood run cold. These beings were quite immense themselves, each 100 meters across. They were formless and shapeless, woven entirely out of darkness, and moved across the black dunes as if carried by a ghostly wind. Catching up with the titanic shadow, they soared into the air like giant shrouds of impenetrable darkness, then fell onto its body while changing shape. Countless black tendrils shot forward to burrow into the titanic shadow, and the dark drifters attached themselves to its surface like leeches, biting out enormous pieces of condemnation's flesh. They were devouring it alive. Or at least trying to. The shadow of the cursed tyrant was not idle. Continuing to walk in the same direction, it moved its hands slowly, trying to intercept and destroy the appalling beings. A few of them had already been destroyed, but a few more were continuing to cruelly rip into the titanic shadow, consuming it piece by piece. Like predators stalking prey. Sunny shuddered. A few things became apparent to him at the same time. The first was that the shadow realm was not as empty as he had thought. The shadow of condemnation, which had belonged to a cursed being, seemed to have retained some of its will. So, there could be other conscious beings in this desolate land. And just like Sunny, they probably needed to consume fragments to prevent themselves from crumbling. He was not sure of a lot of things, but he was certain that cursed beings did not die often. Therefore, the appearance of the shadow of condemnation must have been like an irresistible lure to all the horrors dwelling in this corner of the shadow realm, calling them to one location to enjoy the rare feast. But what were they? Shadows of ancient beings, just like condemnation? Actual shadow creatures like nightmare or serpent? Nightmare creatures? Or something else entirely? He did not know, yet. But he was going to have to find out. For one simple reason. If these harrowing things were trying to devour the shadow of condemnation, it meant that Sunny could consume it, too. He had no chance whatsoever of defeating a cursed tyrant, but the shadow of one? That was in the realm of possibility, at least, especially considering that the dark drifters had already weakened it, and would continue to do so. Sunny studied the colossal shadow, feeling an almost overwhelming greed. The shadow of a cursed tyrant, if he destroyed it, or at least landed the last hit on it, then how many shadow fragments would he receive? It would not be just a few dozen, how it would have happened with an ordinary being. Because Sunny received his fair share of fragments when killing things similar to himself, just like humans received a portion of all the accumulated soul fragments when killing other humans. So, thousands, probably. His eyes glistened in the darkness. I must be the one to finish it off, at all costs. Sunny almost readied himself to rush forward when he noticed a sudden shift in the cadence of the titanic battle far in the distance. Another dark drifter soared into the air, ready to bite a huge chunk out of condemnation. When something streaked across the black sky, colliding with it and tearing the creature apart. The wounded horror fell to the ground in a torrent of darkness. It had been hit by an arrow. Sunny tilted his head a little. Well. It seemed that the mysterious archer was still in the fray.